Chapter 751 Oppressive Expectations. Thank you for informing me, but I have to wonder. Why did you call me here? VS curiously asked. He didn't think he'd be summoned here because Major Vril needed a sounding board. The Mech officer had his inner circle for that. I called you here because this ward is one of the few locations on the ship that is not connected to the monitoring systems. Just to be sure, I'd like you to activate your signal jammer device. VS carefully inputted the right settings, putting it at a high power setting at a range that encompassed the entire ward and then some. Once he sent out the remote command to turn it on, the entire room became a little warbled due to all of the interference that suddenly thrummed in the air. There is worse news that I haven't told you yet, Major Vril said with a serious expression. He gestured at the silent form of the fourth prince. Prince Hicksclaster is dying. His expensive body enhancements and genetically optimized physique may have saved him from immediate death, but his lack of physical exertion has proven to be his downfall. His brains are irreversibly damaged and are failing at this very moment. The doctor in charge of his care estimates he only has 2 more hours to live before his brain shuts down forever. The bombshell stunned VS. Even a fugitive acolyte scurrying around the ship didn't frighten him as much as this. Sir, if the fourth prince dies, the venerable Sia will go crazy. The Mech Major actually smirked. Not if we don't tell him of the prince's death. You should know Venerable Sia won't fall for that, sir. Experts aren't stupid and possess a keen intuition. Doesn't he use his privileges to talk with the fourth prince over his comm every once in a while? What will happen if the other end of the call falls silent? He'll definitely suspect something. We've recorded enough footage of Prince Hicksclaster to simulate a lifelike facsimile. In the short term, as long as they don't talk about anything they experienced in the dark plasma star sector, we should be in the clear. I admit that this is a short-term solution, though. Eventually the imperfections of our simulation of the prince will fall through. And when that happened, a reckoning may come. An expert pilot could do a lot of damage if he decided to turn on the flagrant vandals. Then, why not be honest, sir? While Venerable Sia obviously cares for his former patron, the fourth prince is kind of a loser. He doesn't have any redeeming traits as a prince or a leader. The profile we have constructed of Venerable Sia suggests that his loyalty to the prince is too deep to expect anything but a backlash. Major Vril replied. In truth, the Venerable has never once shown an attachment to the Vandals. We hope to wear down his reticence and worm inside his heart over the span over several years, but that is contingent on keeping our promise of keeping the fourth prince saved. Seeing as we have abysmally failed in that task, our old methods of ensuring the Venerable's loyalty are no longer suitable. This sounded worse and worse to VS. The Major's talk of abandoning gentle methods meant he must be thinking of more drastic solutions. Ones that he might not like. Sir, what is the plan, if I may ask? You may. In fact, our new plan hinges on your expertise, Vril emphasized as he turned his back to the unconscious and dying prince. He sighed. What I am about to ask of you. I do not wish to resort to this solution, but our awful state leaves us with few alternatives. Not when we are so close to reaching our mission objective. What is my involvement in this new solution, sir? The Major sighed, which was something he never did. The man always projected an image of decisiveness. Hesitation never marred his form. All of our analyses are overwhelmingly pessimistic when it comes to Venerable Sia's attitude to the flagrant vandals. The chance of a violent separation increases to near certain levels after 3 weeks of time. We have no means of knowing if he will turn his ire towards the vandals first for failing to protect the prince, but the odds are too high of such an occurrence. As a former bodyguard trained for the job, he will almost certainly blame us for the prince's death, perhaps even thinking that we deliberately let the man die. Did we? Vril threw a dirty look at VS. Of course not. We are not in the habit of risking utter ruin in our relationship with a potentially useful expert pilot, especially at this junction in our mission. Now, on to your involvement. After contemplating a number of methods, both open and clandestine, to ensure our new expert pilot's continued loyalty, I have settled on the solution that kicks up the least amount of fuss. A solution that Venerable Sia wouldn't notice but somehow involve VS. As his expertise lay in Mechs, he could only think of one possible solution that could solve the issue of loyalty. VS widened his eyes and took a startled step back. You can't! This is way over the line. Do you know the gravity of what you intend for me to do? You'll not only condemn me in the eyes of the MTA, but you'll drag down the rest of your Mech regiment with you as well. I see you have guessed my intention. Vril smiled at VS. This time his smile took on a ghoulish appearance. After taking a good look at the active signal jammer, the Major did not hesitate anymore and revealed his plan. A Mech pilot is able to manipulate a Mech using a neural interface. While it is often the Mech pilot that is manipulating the Mech, I am well aware that there are means to reverse this process. According to the logs, did you not receive a crash course in how neural interfaces work? I did, but she only taught me the bare minimum, just enough for me to recognize a compromised neural interface. She has never intended to teach me how to brainwash a Mech pilot by manipulating the programming of the neural interface. Even if I can't do it, the MTA will go absolutely bonkers if they find out that we've brainwashed an expert pilot. The MTA may seem like a large but invisible power in the Komodo Star sector, but the severe crime that Major Vril expected of VS went way over the bottom line of the MTA. Death was all but assured if they found out, which they would surely will after observing the expert pilot's altered behavior. Perhaps the experts such as the Dragons of the Void were able to brainwash someone subtle enough to behave just like their old selves, but a rank amateur like VS who hadn't even taken a single proper course in neural interface technology would surely make a million mistakes. VS had heard how tiny mistakes with neural interface settings often led to huge distortions in an expert pilot's behavior. Even though expert Mechs already came with neural interfaces that were carefully tweaked with effects that pushed close to the edge to outright brainwashing, each change had to be logged with the MTA for their express approval before the changes could go live. The checks on the altered programming of an expert Mech's customized neural interface was one of the strictest and most thorough certification processes performed by the association. The MTA cherished expert pilots like others cherished their sons and daughters. The Parallax Star still utilized the previous programming optimized for Venerable O'Callaghan. Just like any other customized aspect of an expert Mech, the more the neural interface specialized to work with one specific Mech pilot, its effectiveness when piloted by others suffered a substantial hit. In fact, this poor fit deserved a lot of the blame for Venerable Sia's abysmal performance with the Parallax Star. VS had no way of fixing this problem, though. He completely lacked the qualifications to tweak the core programming of the neural interface. From what he gathered, in the last decade Professor Velton had always been the only Mech designer to customize the neural interfaces for the expert Mechs of the Vandals. Even then, the professor only dared to do so after taking extensive scanning and active testing of the expert pilot under controlled lab conditions. The Wolf Mother Factory's ship hosted all of the advanced lab facilities, but she was currently with the main Vandal fleet that was far away from the frontier now. All in all, it meant that VS had no legitimate reason to mess with the neural interfaces. For Major Vril to come out and expect him to commit a major crime that might see his entire family purged was way out of line. "This is an illegal order, sir," he hissed through his lips. "Then it is a good thing that I am only making a request," the Major replied smoothly as he turned around and bore his gaze straight into VS. "I am quite aware of the magnitude of what I expect from you. Therefore, I am leaving the choice up to you. Cooperate or not. Just know that if you refuse, we will likely have to resort to extremely suboptimal alternatives, ones which may very well ruin our chance to benefit from the protection of a much-needed expert pilot. You are putting me on the spot, Major. You're telling me that I have the benefit of choice, but at the same time you are telling me that the Vandals will suffer if I choose not to get on the MTA's naughty list. Don't you think that's rather unfair? Vro pressed into VS. I'm not just telling you the Vandals will suffer due to your desire to avoid the hard choice. The opponents we might encounter at the Starlight Megalodon may be fielding their own expert pilots. Without a loyal and dedicated Venerable Sia to hold the line, even a single expert can butcher hundreds of Vandal mech pilots. Such a loss will certainly break our fleet and consign us to defeat and death. The Major deliberately piled up the pressure onto VS without any intention of easing in the choice. This was open intrigue. VS could either acquiesce and accept the request, or he could reject it but very likely be responsible for the deaths of every Vandal and the failure of their mission. All of this hinged on his decision. Should he or shouldn't he? VS thought hard and tried to sum up every objection he could think of. Look, sir, we won't get away with this. We can't. If by some miracle we manage to survive and return to civilized space, the perceptive MTA won't be blind to the signs of brainwashing no matter how subtle the neural interface manages to exert its influence. Our jig is up by then. Major Vog's grin grew wider at this point. This problem is easy to circumvent. We merely have to ensure that Venerable Sia does not survive the trip back home. If we want to be really thorough, we'll have to arrange for the Venerable's corpse and mech to be destroyed in action. I'm sure a mech designer like you can arrange some means to accomplish this on command. Not only did his boss expect VS to corrupt an expert mech's neural interface, he also suggested him to incorporate a kill switch as well. Sir, please give me a moment, VS pleaded. I need to go over this option. Don't take too long, Mr. Larkin's son. How long could he stall? Not that long, VS thought. The flagrant Vandals still remained in a pickle. Damn, how come Vro came to VS with this request? Couldn't the mech major go directly to Miss Lisbeth or something? Then again, out of every mech designer among the Vandals, only VS possessed the requisite knowledge and skill to pull something like this off. Just as none of the other mech designers possessed the qualifications to take over the position of head designer, so did none of the dummies possess any expertise in the highly restricted practice of altering the programming of neural interfaces. It was times like these that he finally experienced the downsides of assuming responsibility. Chapter 752 Flashlight. While VS had recently realized he no longer needed to march in lockstep with the MTA's principles, brainwashing an expert pilot carried same severity as outright murdering an expert pilot under his care. In fact, if VS completely gave in, then he would in effect be guilty of committing two capital crimes in the eyes of the mech industry. Even getting caught by one of them was enough to ruin the career of the Skull Architect and exile him to the frontier. Ever since the Farron affair took place, the Mech Trade Association became extremely paranoid about tampered neural interfaces. I can see you are concerned at the possibility of getting caught. Major Vro spoke out. Let me assure you that won't be the case. The only people who will be aware of what you have done are you and me. With your jamming device doing its magic, there is no chance anyone else is listening in. I can promise you that I will tell no one of this nor include it in my formal and informal reports. Neither Colonel Lowenfield, Professor Velton, or some pencil pusher at the Mech Corps will ever learn of this plan. That did not reassure VS enough. After all, even if Major Vro seemed to be the dependable sort, he was only human. Who knew if he changed his mind someday? How can I trust your word then, sir? I need more than just an empty reassurance. This matter is too serious for me to believe in your good intentions. Not when you are willing to plot against an expert pilot at the same time. VS may have gone a little too far in his doubts, but he couldn't care less right now. If Major Verl expected him to roll over and commit a grievous crime that could lead the MTA to condemn him to death, then he better get or receive a good answer. The Major sighed for the second time that VS had ever seen him do it. Very well. Let me provide some additional reassurance to you. Let me begin by asking you a question. Do you think the flagrant vandals are normal? No, sir, VS replied without hesitation. Frankly speaking, there are too many discrepancies between the Vandals and any other Mech regiment of the Bright Republic. Even if that is by design as alluded to by the name of the Vandals, I have been harboring serious doubts about the purpose of the Vandals. Is it really just a place for the Mech Corps to dump their undesirables and unleash them onto missions of dubious legality? You are on the right track. It's good that you have been aware enough to maintain a shred of skepticism. Yet you have fallen short of identifying the critical link that ties us all together. I don't blame you, Mr. Larkin's son. We do our best to hide our other connections and make it seem we are truly abandoned by the Mech Corps. Wait. So all of those tales about lack of funding and being saddled with troublemakers is a lie, sir? Not at all. That is all true both on the surface. We have truly been gotten by with trying to make soldiers out of dysfunctional men and women and to fund our operations by earning our income through our own efforts. Yet this is merely the smokescreen that hides our true nature. I am sure you have noticed that certain individuals among the Vandals, particularly the mech designers who are attached to our units, tend to get transferred out at some point. Now try and think what other service branch of the Bright Republic don't hesitate to recruit troublemakers for their unique talents and their unconventional thinking? What other branch of service was out there besides the Mech Corps? The various auxiliary corps? A mech designer or a mech pilot played no role among infantry or tank regiments. A light shone in his mind as soon as he focused on the word unconventional. Rather than think of something like the Mech Corps or the Auxiliary Corps, he should rather be thinking about the intelligence services. You guys are fronts for spooks. Crudely put, Mr. Larkin's son, and not quite apartment. We are not engaged in the act of spying. We are more like the people who are sent after a target after the spies have done their legwork. Call us unconventional problem solvers if you will, or operatives if you want to use the boring name. When VS heard something like that, he recalled the image of Calabast again for some reason. Her role likely fit this job description to a T. He didn't know what he was supposed to feel after hearing this revelation. It explained much of the discrepancies about the Vandals, yet, what did that change, really? Soldiers or operatives, they still serve the Bright Republic, at least in theory. This simple realization allowed VS to accept this abrupt piece of news. He could think about the greater implications later. Right now wasn't the time to commiserate about who he really served. Okay. I can accept that you are part of some intelligence service, sir. Which one exactly? One of the areas in which the Bright Republic excelled at compared to the Vija Kingdom was its intelligence services. Each of them focused on different missions, but all of them had proven to be crucial in mitigating the Republic's military disadvantage against the larger and more numerous Vision Mech Legion. Major Vole retrieved a strange badge from a slot in his armor. He held it out to VS, who looked at the extremely lively patterns. This was no mundane badge. The craftsmanship and exotics incorporated within turned this ornament into multifaceted work of art. A small natural projection emerged from the badge. VS knew the effect hadn't been generated by any electronics embedded into the object, but came from a precise arrangement of exotics. The projection formed into fiery letters that laid to rest which intelligence service the flagrant Vandals truly belonged to. Pretty much every adult Brighter heard of this name before, which was often associated with daring actions against the Visions during the war. Flashlight Military Intelligence Service. Firestarter's Unconventional Action Division. Flashlight! VS gasped. He had never heard of the Firestarter's division before, but every brighter's revered flashlight. The strangely named organization earned their fame by their ability to fool and lead the Vision Mech legions into traps, cut off their supply lines and causing them to butt heads with each other. Though the details on how they accomplished these feats were scarce, that didn't stop the government from leaking a couple details of their successes to raise morale. Right, flashlight. Major Vril nodded while he carefully put back his precious badge. Although you Larkin sons have never entered the murky territory of military intelligence, many victories of your relatives couldn't have been achieved without our timely and relevant intelligence gathering. We are the darker brother to the Mech Corps. Then, the Firestarters is some kind of division within Flash Flight? A group of operatives? Close enough, but essentially correct. Flashlight illuminates the path, while we Firestarters tread it to set the target on fire. That is the simple meaning of our names, which describes our missions as well. So that promotion opportunity that's offered to me if we finish the mission and return to the Republic. It's a transfer to Flashlight, right? Vril grinned. Flashlight is too boring for an experienced man like you. In truth, the Firestarters have room for unconventional mech designers like you. I won't be able to tell you the exact details of what we have in store for you, but I can already tell you it will be more impactful than becoming a forgettable cog in the machine if you are assigned to an elite mech regiment. The revelation along with the badge convinced VS that the Major wasn't talking out of his butt. That still left him with the same dilemma, although he became a little more convinced of Vril's credibility. Okay, sir. VS let out a deep breath and tried to think through the implications. Military intelligence or not, does that excuse the frankly outrageous request you've pushed onto my shoulders? What you're asking me to do isn't trivial at all. We are talking about a deliberate attempt to brainwash an expert pilot against his will and to dispose of him when his use comes to an end. VS still couldn't quite get over the magnitude of such a crime. It was one thing to brainwash a regular mech pilot. Trillions of mech pilots existed in the galaxy, so the MTA didn't care for them at all, as evidenced by the continual existence of the Dragons of the Void despite their penchant for mind control and memory warping. I am aware of the risks, Mr. Larkin's son. As the mech officer who proposed this course of action in the first place, I cannot escape responsibility either. We are both on the same boat. Does that provide you with sufficient reassurance? He shook his head. You'd have to pay me 100 billion credits to convince me to betray the principles of the Mech Trade Association. They can be really scary when it comes to punishing errant mech designers. Even though he sounded scared, VS looked at Major Vril with sharp eyes. In fact, while he pretty much accepted that he had to break his principles once again to ensure his survival, he didn't want to concede to Major Vril for free. VS realized that ever since he entered the recovery ward, he'd been pulled into a negotiation. He only realized this belatedly because of all of the pressure Major Vril exerted onto him. The mech officer probably wanted to force a quick decision out of VS before he clued into the fact that he possessed a lot of negotiating power in this verbal tug-of-war. The mech officer went directly to VS because he was the only mech designer in the entire fleet who could pull off the request. Not perfectly, but good enough to secure a decent chance of success. Since the outcome of the mission hinged on his participation, VS enjoyed a decent amount of leverage in these negotiations. This was why he threw out the ridiculous sum of 100 billion credits in the mix. VS spoke those words because he wanted to signal to the Major that he wanted real benefits in return to the risks he undertook to meet the request. While I cannot make any direct mention about this request in any documents, I can still put a note on your record that we have benefited from your exemplary assistance. Major Vril drawled out. This is one of the ways we note your contribution, while obscuring its illegal nature. Flashlight can infer the risks you undertook in order to be of service and will be most appreciative of your sacrifice and discretion. Along with my personal commendation, I have no doubt Flashlight will treat you with more trust and attention than before. Even after the war is over, you will still benefit from this advantage. All of that sounded swell, but how did this benefit VS? Major Verl only listed out some vague promises about how Flashlight would treat him with a bit more care. VS did not trust anything he claimed that wasn't written down in a contract. I think the expectation being set on me deserves a little more recognition, don't you agree, sir? Between Flashlight and the MTA, the former can't protect me from the wrath of the latter. Besides, regardless of whether I accept or not, how are you so certain my beginner-level knowledge in neural interface technology is sufficient enough to brainwash an expert pilot? I haven't even pulled apart a neural interface or tinkered with its programming even once. I will let you peruse every textbook, blueprint, and other related material on neural interfaces in the technical library of our local database without limits, Verl added without hesitation. While our offline database isn't as extensive as the central library, I have full discretion over who I can grant permission to access the library. I can grant you permission at any time. No red tape will get in the way. That did sound extremely attractive, if a bit more worrisome for VS. Perverting a neural interface went against his design philosophy, and studying how to become proficient against it would inflict real damage to his very design DNA. While his fragile but flexible design philosophy could bend with the wind, he doubted it would survive against a hurricane. Chapter 753 Smaller Basky. Since he recognized that Major Verl desired for his earnest cooperation and effort, he did not hesitate to leverage his negotiating power. What did it matter to the Mech officer and operative of the Firestarters? He only acquiesced to concessions that either cost his organization nothing or became someone else's problem to fulfill. Besides, for the steep service of scheming to brainwash and subsequently kill an expert pilot, the Firestarters better pay a commensurate price. I want full access to the technical library on the local database. I can't do that. The local database is hardlocked to only draw out snippets of its contents at any time. I can promise you to open up the library section on one narrowly defined topic. 2. VS pushed. That is rather difficult to arrange, but possible. 2 and only 2. I want the right to wear better gear. This standard-issue suit of light combat armor looks nice, but its plating is predominantly made out of titanium and trace amounts of junk exotics. Surely the Vandals have something better in stock? Most of our higher quality suits of armor consists of at least medium and heavy combat armor, which require special training to be proficient in their use. Smart or not, the skill is not something you can pick up in a couple of weeks. We don't have any better quality light armor available because most of our officers and chiefs possess the requisite training to wear at least medium combat armor. Then provide me with a good blueprint from the local database and the right to draw out the resources required to fabricate it. In fact, I prefer this option because I get to customize my primary form of protection. Fine. Major Verl waved his hand dismissively. You have access to anything you need from the cargo holds, but don't think about borrowing something from the vault. The higher quality exotics and materials are too precious to be spent on a single suit of armor. I want a better comm as well. I'm sure we have a couple of officer-grade comms in the armory. VS started to feel that Major Verl's patience and limits came within sight. He decided to drop the most crucial. I want the LMC, my Mech company, to enjoy Flashlight's implicit support, sir. It's rumored that you guys are propping up certain companies, or at least favoring when it comes to procurement and contracting. I want my company to be associated in Flashlight's orbit, if that is possible. This caused Major Verl to send VS an appreciative smile. Interesting demand. Clever as well. Are you aware that any company that reaches a certain size has to be intertwined with the government? No, but I can guess. Companies are like children. The state fosters their birth and raises them under their protection against unlawful conduct. Once the children become adults, they are expected to pay back the care they received when they were weak. Now, the best I can do is nominate your company into the list of possible associates, but the final decision is out of my hands. Continue to perform merits, and you may see your wish come true. I do have to warn you that associating with Flashlight will put you and your company into their camp. What does that entail, sir? You'll gain both allies and enemies. Unfortunately, allies within Flashlight's sphere have a tendency to mistrust each other, so don't count on them to lend any actual help. As for your enemies, they fall into two categories. First, you will earn the ire of our governmental allies. The Ministry of Economic Development is possessive of the companies and industries it grasps, and they won't be happy with you for pulling your company out of their orbit. They are powerful, Mr. Larkin's son, but more importantly, they are well connected. If it's a choice between Flashlight or the Ministry of Economic Development, I'd rather go with you guys. There's no connection between the ministry and I, while I've performed huge favors for Flashlight. If you guys aren't completely ungrateful with what I'm about to do, then I hope you remember my contribution and take me under your wing. Major Vrol shook his head. I can't decide whether you are a fool or a prophet. What you say is true, yet I think you are sorely underestimating consequences if Flashlight decides to pull your company into their orbit. Once you get in, Flashlight expects you to continue to perform some favors if needed. That's a given, VS conceded. However, it's not as if the Ministry of Economic Development has no pushback either if they are so eager to hog all of the companies for themselves. If there's anything I know about the Bright Republic, they don't want to put all of their eggs in a single basket. Rather than letting my company be forgotten in a huge basket with much larger eggs, I'd rather take my egg to the smaller basket where it will actually gain some appreciation. Major Vrol chuckled. Interesting analogy. However, you'll have to take into account that the bigger basket is safer. While the smaller basket allows your egg to gain more prominence, it's also expected to pitch in so that the basket stays strong enough to protect its precious cargo. Even if VS had to work for Flashlight every now and then even after the war, as long as he continued to remain useful to the military intelligence agency, they would continue to value him and his company. A continuous relationship benefited both sides of the arrangement. The hardest part was getting his foot in the door. In a way, VS also paved the way for his shadow force to potentially receive official sanction or at least become a tolerated existence if they discovered its ties to him. If Flashlight or the Firestarters adopted the same the end justifies the means mentality as the flagrant vandals, then he'd fit right in with their band of misfits. They finalized their agreement on a handshake and a verbal promise. This sort of agreement could never be put into a contract to be signed and notarized by others. VS just had to trust Major Vrol and his back organization to uphold their end of the deal. Still, that reminded him of a potentially awful outcome. What will happen if you encounter a mishap, sir? Who will know that I've performed this service? You don't have to worry about that, Major Vrol assured, content now that he secured V's cooperation. We are still in the possession of at least one working quantum entanglement node. I've been sending sporadic reports to the Mech Corps and the Firestarters. While the details of this agreement can never be committed into a record and be sent through a channel effectively controlled by the COM Consortium, it's sufficient for me to transmit a few obscure codes associated with your name. VS couldn't obtain a better assurance than this, but at least he received a promise that even if the Vandal fleet fell apart, his contribution would still be recognized, if only in an abstract fashion. After they closed the deal, VS was just about to turn to the exit when the pod that held the prince's body came into his view. With his jamming device still active, every electronic device should have been blinded and deafened, but that did not apply to organic bodies and constructs. Sir, the prince. I'll take care of it, Major Vrol replied. VS imagined the prince's body would be dissolved and turned into elementary particles to be thrown out of the airlock during FTL travel. It would be the perfect way to dispose of it without getting traced back to the Vandals. It was an awful way to treat the deceased. Even the criminals who received a cold burial at least held out hope that his remains would return to the cycle of life. As he deactivated his signal jammer and got his gear back, he sent out a quick message to Kedys while he contemplated how to go about his job. If he returned to his office and sat behind his terminal to research neural interface technology, and used that knowledge to compromise a neural interface, then he'd definitely leave traces behind. Even with the Major's cooperation, they couldn't guarantee complete privacy. Even his military-issued comm came with many hidden functions that VS couldn't entirely trust. I'll have to fabricate a basic comm that leaves no traces. He stopped walking towards the office and turned around to head towards the workshops at the lower decks. Ideas began to flit in his mind. Vril already promised him a better comm among other concessions, but it suffered the same problem as his current comm. I don't need to make anything fancy. In fact, the simpler the better, though I'll have to make sure it's sufficiently secure against remote hacking. VS arrived at the workshop and claimed a free precision-oriented 3D printer for himself. He pulled out a basic comm blueprint from the local database. He opted to go for a basic one because that left the device with fewer openings and backdoors. In order to maximize its security, he upgraded the parameters of some of its processors and other functions, as well as adding high-quality shielding that naturally shielded the device from weaker scans and remote intrusion. Sadly, it didn't work as effectively as Captain Myrtodon's alloy shielding, which effectively hid his bioimplants from the strongest mundane scans. VS just had to make do with an inferior comm built with inferior materials in his haste to complete a secure device upon which he could do his dastardly deeds without getting found out. In fact, the device wouldn't be secure on its own. VS intended to rely on his signal jammer to ensure complete privacy while he worked. I'll only have to make sure this secure comm doesn't frizzle out while my high-powered signal jammer is active. Perhaps other engineers wouldn't be able to design a comm that resisted the extremely penetrating electrical interference of his signal jammer at the higher strengths. But as the person who adapted the tech in the first place, he knew of a few ways. VS incorporated a specific alloy shell that shielded the hardened comm against the exact kind of interference thrown up by the signal jammer. It amounted to taking advantage of the loopholes in his imperfect implementation so that the shielded comm continued to function normally. Naturally, he left out every type of remote connection. The only way for VS to transfer data into the comm was through inputting a chip into a special socket that usually remained sealed. He even incorporated a hardware break from the socket and the data chips of the comm in order to prevent advanced remote intrusions from making intermittent connection with the socket and thereby access the comm through this fashion. He bet that Flashlight and all the other intelligence agencies developed means to stealthily access hardware sockets from a distance in this fashion. Just because a comm lacked a transceiver didn't mean it couldn't be hacked. Any device with connections or interfaces remained vulnerable to the many esoteric means that hackers developed over the ages. I hope the precautions I built into this comm is enough. VS shook his head. He couldn't outsmart every hacker in the galaxy, but the best ones tended to be in the galactic center. I can't anticipate every intrusion method. VS worked quickly to design and fabricate his modifications. Because it consisted of a tiny device, it didn't take all that long to fabricate a working copy. Once he finished it, he grabbed it and stored it in his tool belt. He could play with it later. Right now, the flagrant Sword Maiden still needed to process the current crisis. When he hopped back into his observer's seat, he turned to Kedys. What did I miss? A lot. A big fleet arrived. Is it the Temple of Hotamak and her pirate escorts? Surprisingly, no. We Sword Maidens aren't too familiar with them, but apparently the fleet comes from one of your old enemies. VS logged into the console of his seat and summoned up a local plot of the star system. A large, intimidating fleet arrived just over 2 light hours away from another emergence zone. The incoming fleet had taken a different route to this star system, and they evidently arrived a few hours later than the flagrant sword maidens. The delay in detecting the new presence was because the light of their arrival had only just reached their sensors. Analysis of the faint light reflected from the dim brown dwarf led towards an alarming conclusion. The AIs tentatively identified the incoming ships as military combat carriers from the Mech Legion. The Visions have come! Chapter 754 Old Enemies. The only reason why VS and the others remained calm was because the distance couldn't be closed within a short amount of time. Still, due to the light that bounced off the flagrant sword maiden fleet at an earlier time, the Visions had already started accelerating towards their foes. While the flagrant sword maidens could have easily kite the Visions around, right now their entire fleet suffered a substantial slowdown. Not only did they still haven't taken complete control over their newly conquered light carriers, the Vandals also raced to repair the sublight propulsion and the FTL drives of the Finmoth Regal and the Lynn Everswan. With the flagrant sword maidens fleeing at half their maximum acceleration, the Vision newcomers would eventually be able to catch up. "When will the Visions intercept our fleet?" he asked with an increasing amount of worry. "And have we identified their Mech regiment?" 16 hours. And no, the sensor operators and analysts don't have a clue yet. The Visions who arrived apparently make use of standard Vision combat carrier classes. At this distance, it's too hard to make out any markings or variations. If the Vandals brought a reconnaissance corvette, or something like that, then they might have been able to resolve more detail. As of now, the ominous Vision fleet's origins remained a mystery to everyone. Did they hail from Emodries? Vinids? Hafner? Their exact origins made all of the difference. So far, it didn't seem likely they hailed from Vinids because their fleet moved significantly faster than the sluggish, heavily armored combat vessels the Vinidsons routinely preferred. The Visions knew they held an information advantage and actively worked to extend it. Almost immediately upon emergence, they activated a number of countermeasures. They're employing a reflective dust field to obscure our long-ranged optical sensors. Their laser-armed mechs are also beaming their weapons in a dispersed angle in the direction fleet. A cheap and convenient way to hinder optical sensors from resolving details in long range was to throw a lot of junk data at them. The reflective dust bounced light that passed through them back and forth, which caused the images the optical sensors resolved to come out dimmer and distorted. The dispersed laser emissions only exacerbated the problem. At this distance, a laser beam dispersed most of its energy. However, trying to stare at the fleet while distant lasers shone into the optical sensors was like trying to resolve detail while staring directly into a bright sun. VS? Why is it so important for you to know what unit you're facing? Since Kedis hadn't experienced their run throughout Vision space, VS briefly filled her in. Of the 3 Vision duchies the Vandals have pissed off in recent times, we're practically reviled by the Emodries and Hafner. The former because we raided 2 of their planets, and the latter because we captured and ransomed one of their up-and-coming expert pilots. I heard some rumors about it, but to think you lived through that is impressive, Kedis exclaimed. It also sounds really humiliating for Emodries and Hafner. No wonder you Vandals are shaking in your boots right now. Do you think they're here to hunt you Vandals down? VS thought about it but shook his head. They wouldn't have entered the frontier or go all the way into the deep frontier just for us. I bet they're likely after the same objective as us. It's rather brave of them to travel all the way up here without allying themselves with a local pirate outfit. How they managed to get here mattered little at the moment. The point was that the Vision vessels started catching up to the half-crippled flagrant sword maidens, and would certainly be able to reach them before the engineers replaced the FTL drives. According to the reports sent by the engineers in charge of the replacement process, the sabotage did not only disable the FTL drive, but also the network of corrections around it. Fixing all of it required an extensive teardown that consumed a lot of time. Even if the engineers cut as many corners as possible to speed up the work, they still lacked too many chief engineers who knew how to work with the FTL drives. As the most sophisticated component of a ship, a bunch of junior engineers had no business messing with them. It took decades for the average engineer to pass all the certifications that allowed them to handle FTL drives responsibly. According to the latest update, the engineers estimate the Finnoth Regal's FTL drive will take at least 20 hours to repair, while the drive for the Linever Swan will take at least 36 hours. Both repairs took far too long to fix. The acolytes had really employed their explosive charges with a great degree of skill. This left the Vandals specifically with an awful dilemma. Would they choose to abandon another combat carrier and a vital logistics ship and transition into FTL without them, or stick around and wait until they completed repairs? The latter option sounded patently unviable. Although the Visions hadn't brought a full mech regiment, they brought at least half of its strength. If the Vision fleet's mech roster consisted of an even mix of space-borne and land-bound mechs, then that meant the Vandals would have to contend against at least 500 space-borne mechs. The Vril task force may have been able to match their strength in their prime, but after all of the battles and casualties, the Vandals could only bring half of their strength to bear. Actually, less so now that they lost a couple of mech captains. This is not good news at all. Death is creeping onto our backs, but we can't run away fast enough to escape its hungry grasp. Not if we cut off our wounded tail. Having already lost the antecedent, it would hurt if they had to discard the Finnoth Regal and the Linever Swan as well. By now, the other independent pirate vessels had run away as far as they could from the flagrant sword maidens, some even transitioning into FTL to depart the star system entirely. VS analyzed the plot and made a damning conclusion. Every neutral and hostile pirate vessel in our range has flown out of the FTL restriction zone for even the cheapest FTL drives. They've traveled far enough from the brown dwarf that they're unaffected by its weak gravity. They can jump into FTL as soon as we send our mechs in their direction. So we can't hijack more ships in order to replace the 2 vessels that you are about to lose. Kedys figured out. Just for the Finnoth Regal. The Linever Swan is almost irreplaceable for us. Both of us are depending on her to give us a continuing edge in terms of supplies once we reach the Aeon Corona system. If the Sword Maidens captured a few spare ships while they had the chance, they might have been in a better situation, as they would at least have some berths for one mech company's worth of mechs. Still, even if they missed the opportunity, the rest of the fleet could still squeeze in the surplus mech somewhere, though only half at most, perhaps even less. The decision on whether to dump the Finnoth Regal and the Linever Swan all came down to Major Ville's decision. After he returned from the infirmary, the man looked to be in a poor mood. Right now, they had less than 16 hours to see whether they could expedite the repairs or if they needed to abandon their crippled ships to avoid meeting the larger Vision fleet in combat. As a raiding regiment, the Vandals generally lost out to most combat-oriented Vision mechs even if they possessed the advantage in numbers. Right now, they not only dealt with this handicap, but for once the Visions held the numbers advantage this time. This double whammy of inferior numbers and inferior quality condemned the flagrant Vandals to a certain loss. The addition of Lydia's Sword Maidens hardly affected the equation because they possessed even greater handicaps compared to the Vandals. Their strength lay in their formidable land-bound mech roster. In space, the Visions could easily tear apart the individualistic Misty Slashers. Due to the distance involved, VS had no data to work with. Whatever patrol mechs the Visions deployed were even harder to identify than their starships. While he could still ride herd over the mech designers, he still had another, more important task to take care of. VS looked at Major Vril, who nodded back. "Here are the files you need on the topics you requested," the commanding officer nonchalantly said, holding out his palm upon which rested a secure data chip. "The chip will fry after use or in 2 hours. The encrypted data held within can only be accessed with a key code that I've transmitted to you, which will cause the encryption itself to change after it is used once. You have 3 hours to study the knowledge relevant to your assignment before the encryption irreversibly scrambles the contents into garbage. As for the other topic, you have a week to digest them before they're scrambled as well. Perhaps if VS specialized in hacking or computer science, and possessed a specialized calm, he would have been able to halt the time limits. Too bad he didn't enjoy either of those advantages, so he just had to make do with these limits. 3 hours is way too little time, sir, he protested. How can you expect me to become an expert in this extremely delicate field in the time it takes to cycle the FTL drive of a Corvette? Deal with it. Venerable Sia needs to become accustomed to the new upgrades as fast as possible, preferably within 16 hours if we decide to put up a fight. What? Damn. Did Major Vull intend to kickstart the brainwashing process by forcing a battle here? That was madness. No arguments. A shuttle is waiting for you at the shuttle deck. Get on board the Gorgon's Gaze and perform your upgrades. And don't forget to reflect the upgrades to the Venerable Simulator Pod as well. VS glowered a bit as he stomped out of the command center. Not only did he have to upgrade the Parallax Star within less than a day, he also had to incorporate the same upgrades into the expert pilot's exclusive simulator pod while keeping them a secret from everyone else. All of these challenges continued to occupy him as he made his way down the shuttle deck. After undergoing an extensive security check, he boarded his assigned shuttle and strapped himself in. He was tempted to access the data chip immediately, but he had a feeling that activating his signal jammer aboard the shuttle would screw over his own ride. As the shuttle rumbled and flew out of the shuttle battle bay, something very important popped into his mind. Wasn't there an acolyte at large? VS received no word that the assassin of Prince Hixtclaster had ever been caught. He also guessed that this was the first shuttle launching out of the shield since the lockdown. VS started to have a bad feeling about this transit. On a hunch, he summoned up his concentration and directed some of his spiritual energy into his left eyeball. He disengaged the straps that held him secure against his crash seat and rose up as if stretching his limbs. In truth, he used the motions as an excuse to swivel around his vision. While his right eye spotted nothing except for empty seats, his left eye spotted a very ominous presence. One that stood right behind his back. His eye twitched. The acolyte standing behind him must have caught it. Already, the robed figure raised his arm as if to unleash a strike. Damn! Why are you here? Those useless security officers performed so many checks before they let the shuttle go, but they still managed to drop the ball. Chapter 755 Human or Mech? Even though VS activated his spiritual vision to watch out for uninvited guests, he hadn't been mentally prepared to respond. As his arm was about to come down while materializing the Amastendera, his left eye detected a swirl of energy shooting from the acolyte's palm. VS only noted that it looked weaker than the previous energy waves he witnessed before he got hit. Both of them paused for a bit. VS waited for the pain to hit home, while the acolyte likely waited for him to crumble. Yet, it was as if his nerves got hit by a pillow. The strange energy that passed through his body barely tickled him as it traveled onwards. 3 seconds passed until VS opened his mouth. Was that supposed to hurt? Before he waited for an answer, the VS finished aiming the recently materialized Amastendera and shot a laser beam straight into the gaping mouth of the acolyte. Unfortunately, the laser beam continued to bore out holes through the shuttle hull. The entire interior threw into chaos as all of the air sucked out into space. Fortunately, his combat armor's helmet folded up to protect him from the lack of air. Just as he dematerialized the Amastendera and tried to figure out a way to explain the mess, the hatch to the cockpit shifted open. The shuttle pilot scanned the passenger room with a pistol in hand, staring bewilderingly at the hole burned straight through the hull, and the partially headless corpse of the fugitive acolyte. Strangely enough, the vaxxit the dead acolyte wore automatically folded out a thin helmet to cover up the destroyed head as best it could, thereby unintentionally preserving the body. If not for the airtight seal, bubbling blood would have literally spurted from the blasted head due to the extreme change in pressure. A comm channel automatically switched online. "What happened here, Mr. Larkin's son? This invisible bastard popped up behind my back and I shot him before he could attack me. I'm lucky to be alive, honestly. If he got his attack off, I'd either be dead or in a coma." Of course, this story leaked like a sieve. VS was pretty sure that the shuttle's monitoring system captured everything, but right now he didn't wish to be dragged into a time-consuming investigation. "Protocol says we need to land at the closest ship with a functional shuttle bay. We've just departed from the Shield of Hispania, so we'll be back in a jiffy," the pilot stated. "No!" continued to the Gorgon's gaze. "I'm sorry, Mr. Larkin's son, but the shuttle is still unsafe. We need to return as fast as possible. Let me call Majorville." VS ignored the shuttle pilot's bleating and called Major Vaux right away. 1 minute later, the shuttle pilot received new orders directly from the big man himself. It basically reaffirmed his old orders. Grumbling about protocol before he shut off the channel, the pilot re-entered the cockpit and resumed the journey, this time with an extra hole in the passenger compartment. After a short amount of time, the pilot evidently activated a damage control module, because a bot emerged from a hidden slot and flew towards the hole. It sprayed some white slime-like substance that quickly hardened into a hard, dry seal. Reserve air started pumping back in, causing the interior of the shuttle to regain standard pressure. "That's convenient," VS spoke as his helmet folded back into itself again. VS contemplated sitting down somewhere far away from the body, which started reeking, but changed his mind when he stared at it. He never received permission to investigate the corpses of the acolytes caught in the previous ambush. He should take advantage of this unique opportunity. After all, it took the shuttle at least 15 to cross the void that separated the starships. Even after vaporizing the upper head, the most crucial area when it came to spirituality, VS could still poke around the corpse. He always wondered how the acolytes looked like beneath their obscuring robes. While the Vandals would probably be annoyed at him for messing around with the corpse, it wasn't as if they already had enough dead acolytes stored in the morgue. With that excuse in hand, he bent down and started to unceremoniously strip the body of the robe. Due to his armor, he handled the body rougher than he was supposed to. The robe tore under his ham-fisted attempt to get it off. Oops. He inspected the black fabric and found it to be nothing but cheap synthetic woven into a thick faux woolen cloth. After throwing it aside, VS inspected the body proper. So it turns out they do engage in extreme genetic modification. The bulky robes hid the dead acolyte's extreme divergences from a baseline human. First, the acolyte actually possessed a misshapen third arm right underneath the left arm. The creepy limb appeared to be fully functional by all accounts, and resembled a small alien's limb more than a human one. Second, when VS cut into the vaccine material with a small multi-tool he kept in his tool belt, the acolyte's skin looked completely unlike a human. The rough, gray skin resembled the texture of sandpaper. More small anomalies popped up. VS couldn't even count how many alien species his genetic modifications encompassed, but it must have been more than 6 because of all of the strange stuff he detected. The acolyte's arms featured vestigial fins. His reproductive organ looked like abstract art. His chest cavity hosted an oversized heart that looked like a gnarly monstrosity. He only possessed 3 toes per foot and 4 fingers per limb. His spinal nerves were vastly oversized and swelled. VS focused on this last observation. Though his crude cutting and butchering had already made an offal on the deck, he readily endured the horror in an overriding desire to satisfy his curiosity. While he may have hesitated at first, he found he could easily flip an invisible switch in his mind that caused him to regard the body as a machine. As a mech designer, the study of the human body formed an important component in his foundational studies. Battle mechatronics forced him to become even more familiar with the variations of the human body. Humanoid mechs gained their shape from a mech designer's understanding and adaptation of the human body. When you think about it, a human body is kind of like an autonomous, miniature-sized organic mech. Beneath its human consciousness is a finely tuned organic machine that has formed into its current shape after millions of years of evolution. However, like any machine, it's made out of many components that all serve a different purpose. Leveraging his existing understanding of human mechs while treating the corpse as a mech led to many minor discoveries and insights, though he couldn't quite make sense of them right now. Treating a human body like a mech was like treating a miniature as a fully fledged mech. Some things just didn't translate correctly. More to the point, VS still hadn't been able to figure out how the acolytes gained the ability to manipulate spirituality and form them into an attack that affected real people. He had a strong suspicion the bloated spinal nerve played a key role in this, but VS was no doctor or surgeon. This was one of the many areas where treating the body as a mech failed. A real mech did not possess a real spinal nerve or brains for that matter. Instead, the cockpit and mech pilot took over their jobs. However, his radical perspective did result in a harvest of sorts. While the many strange alien genes appeared to have resulted in an inhuman monstrosity so monstrous that people might wonder how it managed to function, VS recognized a focused application of a premeditated design. Some exobiologists envisioned a certain end product and manipulated the acolyte's genes to achieve this result. This body is able to generate and channel a lot of energy. The overall design of the body echoed laser rifleman mech such as his Crystal Lord design. Energy management played a central role in the configuration of the acolyte's altered human body. For some reason, the body possessed some means of minimizing its heat emissions. Even under a high exertion, the acolyte neither radiated heat nor absorbed it from the environment, thereby avoiding tripping any heat-sensitive sensors. VS identified a few strange, dense growths in the lower body which may have served as heat sinks. One of the most extreme changes to the acolyte was that he possessed an extremely altered digestive system. It took up a lot less space, but at the cost of losing the ability to digest most kinds of foods. In fact, if VS didn't know any better, the only kinds of food the acolyte could digest were nutrient packs. What is it with the cultists and their love for nutrient packs? Strange food preferences aside, he found out enough clues to reconstruct the overall design of the half-alien acolyte. Everything comes down to generating lots of energy and converting them into something else. Had the exobiologist responsible for producing this human monstrosity figured out how to transform energy into spiritual power? It sounded ludicrous, yet the autopsy he performed seemed to suggest that this was very real. As VS fell into thought, the shuttle suddenly thumped. It had reached the shuttle bay of the Gorgon's gaze. A few seconds later, the outer hatch opened up to allow for the entry of a team of armed security officers. What the hell? The security lieutenant in the lead suddenly uttered as he beheld the macabre butchering that took place in the middle of the passenger compartment. The sight was so gruesome that he automatically drew his rifle onto VS. Stand back! VS suddenly pulled out of his thoughts and looked befuddled at the rifles pointed in his direction. Those were some big guns. Damn it! A few minutes later, VS had been escorted out of the shuttle and endured a rough interrogation from the lieutenant in charge with inspecting the aftermath of the ambush. He couldn't really provide an excuse for why he spontaneously cut up a dead body except to state that he did it for research. When that didn't fly, VS merely placed another call to Major Verl, who responded with an exasperated sigh over the comm before he hung up. Minutes later, VS exited the shuttle bay as a free man again. Nothing could possibly stop him in his current task. Even if he shot a random vandal right in the corridor, he'd probably be able to get away with it with a lame excuse. He navigated the familiar corridors until he came down the special workshop area next to the private hangar bay of Venerable Carolcia. Miss Lisbeth Ada Denmerskin nervously wrung her hands as she greeted him. "Head designer! I've received your notification. The Parallax Star and the Pale Dancer have both been moved to the workshop. Do you require anything else?" "Nothing else but complete privacy," he spoke succinctly. "The modifications I'm about to perform on the Parallax Star involve highly classified technology that you and your crew aren't allowed to witness. Major Vol has lent me the authority to have this workshop vacated of every mech designer and mech technician." "But sir, the Parallax Star is my baby." "The Parallax Star is the property of the flagrant vandals. It is emphatically not your baby," VS rebuked. "I'm aware that you are intricately involved in its construction and servicing, but you've been assigned to a single mech for so long that you've forgotten what it means to be a mech designer. Even Keddies, a mech designer from the frontier, has more sense than you." "That's preposterous." Miss Lisbeth looked offended. "I'm only stating the facts here. Now get out of this workshop and make sure everyone gets the message that they're not allowed to barge inside." In order to make sure that Miss Lisbeth didn't barge in unexpectedly, VS borrowed Major Verl's authority again to have some security officers guard the hatches against entry. "Now let's get to work," he said as he stared up to the impressive form of the Parallax Star. Chapter 756 Candle in the Dark. When Iris stayed with the Vandals as a guest for the Vision Revolutionary Front, she inducted VS into the bare-bones essence of how neural interfaces worked. It served one of the most important roles in a mech because they enabled human thought and machine processing to blend in seamlessly in a combined entity with an extraordinary capacity for information processing and decision-making. Humans by themselves made do with their brains and spine as the central nervous system that operated their bodies and gave them thought. A mech can include all the raw processing power as its mech designer can manage to stuff inside, but without a good mind to operate the machine, most of its raw power would be wasted. These days, AIs did a good job at serving as the basic brains of a mech, but skilled pilots were always able to leverage their creativity and intense practice to outsmart these dim-witted bot-like mechs. Therefore, putting the human mind in the center of a mech's control mechanism proved to be the winning combination. Yet the strain they experienced when they blended their mind with the cold processors of a machine prompted neural interface developers to refine this component with advanced instructions and algorithms meant to filter and process the input and output of data in a more efficient fashion. The Church of Hotamax Redemption Duel taught VS what would happen if this went wrong. Working with and experiencing the consequences of an improperly configured neural interface hit home how easy it would be to destroy a mech pilot. Each time a mech pilot interfaced with a mech, they put the integrity of their mind in the hands of the mech designer who developed the mech and the mech technicians who fabricated and serviced the machine. In essence, it was as if VS held a gun and the mech pilot voluntarily pressed their head against its muzzle, trusting that VS wouldn't pull the trigger. The MTA made sure that mech designers were too afraid of the consequences if they pulled the trigger. Yet this time, VS struck a deal with Major Verl that forced him to go against every ethical boundary and pull the trigger. Even working on Acolyte Jean's evaporating spear wasn't this egregious. At least then someone else already pulled the trigger. VS merely acted as an accessory to the crime. This time he'd be the principal murderer, and bloody his hands with the blood of an authentic expert mech. Any lesser mech designer would collapse and break at this implacable conundrum. To VS, it depended on whether he could bend his principles far enough without breaking them. It posed a severe challenge to him because manipulating the neural interface of a mech in his care went directly against his fundamental principles. He did not feel entirely comfortable with engaging in this practice. Maybe the 3-hour time limit is a blessing. If I dive in any further, I'd be liable to break my design philosophy. Limiting the time spent on this unsavory project could enable VS to get away with it, if only barely. He still couldn't believe that Major Vol talked him into this insane plan. Worse yet, VS actually agreed with the necessity of it all. Venerable Sia regularly talked with the fourth prince over the comm whenever they fell out of FTL, and his current absence at this moment must surely be of concern to the former bodyguard. Right now, the Vandals managed to stall the expert pilot by putting an AI simulation of the prince over the comm channel. That wouldn't last forever. The expert pilot may even be growing suspicious right at this moment if the pair layered their conversations with hidden codes that the AI may or may not have figured out. Time is of the essence. The sooner I get this done, the faster this risk goes away. He first patrolled the entire mech workshop, inspecting every possible nook and cranny where someone might be hiding. He employed his stealth detector in a high-powered mode and his spiritual vision to be absolutely certain nobody would be able to witness his actions. Once he reassured himself that the workshop hosted no one else but VS, he picked out an area stacked with a number of crates and commanded a couple of bots to build a makeshift hut around him that blocked direct vision. After that, he employed his signal jammer in a fairly high setting to make sure that even the most discerning sensors would capture nothing but static if pointed in his direction. This should be enough precautions. He arrived at the moment he anticipated the most. He retrieved the encrypted data chip from its case and slotted it into his newly fabricated secure comm. After a few seconds of interfacing and decryption with the supplied codes, the comm gained a new app that temporarily granted him access to 2 different sets of documents. One of them granted him a 3-hour of access to a limited selection of textbooks, blueprints, and even research papers related to neural interface technology. The selection of reading material disappointed him a bit. Evidently, the local database did not store that much books on neural interfaces by default. Well, I'll have to make do, I guess. The second set of documents consisted of a haphazard sampling of engineering textbooks related to FTL drives. Yes, VS deliberately requested access to high-quality textbooks related to the design and construction of FTL drives, something which a mech designer should ordinarily leave to people like Chief Engineer Avanian. However, all the mishaps the flagrant vandals suffered with FTL drives these past few months made VS concerned about their reliance on very senior engineers to fix any problems relating to their principal means of traversing the stars. What if the vandals lost every FTL drive? What then? VS was unwilling to leave his chance to survive and escape the deep frontier to others. Also, unlike other mech designers, VS possessed a deep understanding in physics, and though he only possessed knowledge related to mechs, he was certain he could leverage his transhuman level of intelligence to learn enough about FTL technology to fix up a slightly damaged FTL drive at the very least. I don't think I can design and fabricate something as complex as an FTL drive from scratch. You have to be the equivalent of a journeyman mech designer to be able to cobble up the most primitive form that's outdated by a couple of thousands of years. He may lack a foundation in starship engineering, but VS did not shy away from the challenge of trying to understand FTL technology. He only held complete trust in the machines he built himself. Having already crafted devices unrelated to mech such as his gadgets and his new comm, he became more confident in his ability to build up an entire arsenal reserved for his own use. Even though he could have asked for textbooks on easier topics, VS remained committed to his choice, especially considering how deep inside Sandman space they intruded. Still, Trying to gain a rudimentary understanding of FTL technology was easier said than done. Many engineers tried and failed. VS came from a different discipline of engineering, so he couldn't leverage his existing base of knowledge to facilitate his learning. Well, let's leave that issue for later. For now, I have a job to do. He turned back to the folder containing the documents related to neural interface technology. A quick look inside their pages caused VS to immediately grow cross-eyed. Too complex. It didn't help that the documents presumed an extremely deep familiarity with human biology and neurology as well. The text contained numerous references to mechanical aspects, as well as biological aspects, sometimes in the same sentence. It's impossible for me to understand the underlying theories at this rate. Neural interfaces worked with both man and machine, and while VS had the latter covered, he lacked a sufficiently detailed understanding of the former. It was like trying to participate in a foot race with one of his legs sawed off. He may be able to hop forward for a few steps, but eventually he'd fall flat on the ground while barely passing over the starting line. Of course, with only 3 hours at his disposal, he wouldn't have been able to achieve an elementary mastery of this field to the same degree he gained a foundation in ultra-compact energy storage systems. He didn't need to be so thorough for this project. Thank the heavens that I've received some blueprints and design schematics. VS quickly spotted one set of files stored in a separate folder that served as the linchpin to his project. Major Vol somehow managed to access and copy over the complete design specifications for the Parallax Star's custom neural interface. This is annotated. Everything is complete. The design specifications not only listed out the properties of the neural interface, but it also broke down its inner workings. Not only did VS receive a guide towards how its hardware had been designed, but he also had access to detailed commentary to the billions of lines of code that made up the customized programming that effectively altered and manipulated the pilot of the Parallax Star. This makes this project a lot easier. Instead of groping blind in the dark trying to mess things around in the hopes of reaching a distant destination, VS now held a small candle that allowed him to navigate the dark and complex maze without getting stuck. He immediately took a deeper dive into the commentary and annotations of the programming of the neural interface. Due to the sheer abundance of code, many of which pertained to trivial operations, VS had to make a careful selection of portions that offered him the best hope of manipulating a mech pilot's mentality. He narrowed down his selection to the sections that dealt with pairing a mental trigger word to activating a specific resonance sequence in the mech. For example, if an expert pilot wanted to summon up a protective energy field, they would usually convey the word shield or something to their mechs. The neural interface picked up this trigger word and automatically activated a set of instructions that facilitated the activation of the energy field. The configuration of these settings needed to be tailored to the individual mech pilot to ensure a smooth activation of resonance. The complexity of the code astounded VS. He could spend months trying to understand their workings and only master 20% of it before he bumped against a hard wall that required extreme familiarity with resonatic exotics and their neurological triggers. VS did not need to understand that much. In fact, he didn't even need to understand a single percent of what went on. He only needed to change a few parameters and add a few lines of code to distort an innocent function into something more nefarious. It was like how VS could take a power reactor and change a dozen little things to transform it into a bomb powerful enough to disintegrate the entire mech. It actually took a lot less effort than anyone thought to perform such sabotage. This is the nature of interconnectedness. One change will ripple into a huge wave that can affect millions of variables. Of course, this interconnectedness also turned the entire programming structure into a house of cards. If VS messed something up and inadvertently pulled out a card, the entire neural interface could easily turn into a dangerous disaster akin to the tampered neural interfaces used in the Redemption duel. It reinforced the notion that mech pilots entrusted their very lives to the soundness of the neural interfaces each time they deployed. VS understood the true value of a neural interface specialist. They weren't just responsible for the smooth functioning of a small cog in the machine. It wouldn't be exaggerated to say that they held the power over the lives and deaths of every mech pilot that made use of their neural interfaces. A single moment of negligence could lead to a permanent distortion in a mech pilot's personality. Chapter 757: Plagiarizing a Crime. What VS needed to do was to find the root programming and sneak in a few extra codes. However, VS faced a huge issue at this juncture. He wasn't adept in the special programming language used to instruct a neural interface on how to manage the man-machine connection. He couldn't just write something like make the mech pilot unflinchingly loyal to the 6th Flagrant Vandals Mech Regiment. Oh, and also forget about your past loyalty to Prince Hicks Cluster. The phrase described the desired outcome, but to get there VS needed to manipulate the machine language into an exact set of code that specifically resulted in such an outcome. To do that from scratch, VS needed to develop an extreme amount of expertise in the inner workings of the human mind in order to be able to target the specific brain sections related to loyalty and recognition of specific individuals and groups. Fortunately, VS came across a potential shortcut to the problem when he returned to browsing the textbooks. A huge section on ethics of all things provided the solution. Of course, anyone who specializes in neural interfaces can't go around the Ferrand affair. The Ferrand affair that prompted the MTA to impose restrictions on neural interface technology changed the mech industry forever. A mech designer foolishly used to brainwash his customers into becoming devoted fans to his products in order to drive up sales. What a fool! If a mech designer had the power to brainwash millions of mech pilots, then at least use that power to conquer a state or something. Wasting all of that power to earn more money was one of the stupidest abuses of power in the history of the mech industry. Ever since then, the MTA cracked down the endless variations in neural interfaces that mech designers had cooked up. The unethical practice of slipping in small subliminal brainwashing tricks make their customers become inexplicably attracted to their own products immediately came to an end. The MTA even outright executed the worst offenders. The sordid incident emphasized the huge potential for harm that mech designers wielded. If they completely lost all of their morality, they could corrupt thousands of mech pilots, or cause harm at an untold scale. VS recognized the purpose behind the MTA's caution towards neural interface technology. It reflected in the sections of the textbooks that discussed the Ferrand affair as a cautionary tale. As VS read through these sections, he skipped right over the many warnings and proselytizing to do the right thing. Blah blah blah, I'm not interested in this irrelevant garbage. Where are the examples? Finally, he reached a page which contained an actual snippet of code sampled out of one of Ferrand Incorporated's tampered mech designs. Best yet, the rest of the chapter detailed the exact mechanisms behind the code and how they all work together to impose an unnoticeable mental compulsion upon the mech pilot whenever they interfaced with one of Ferrand's mechs. This is like the blueprint of a crime. The goal of these sections was to teach mech designers authorized to study neural interface technology to recognize the signs of altered programming and to identify their effects. It was much like how police detectives learned how other criminals performed their crimes. It also had the unintended effect of teaching a crooked detective how to perform their crimes more efficiently, and how to get away with it. The step-by-step outlining and deconstruction of key code sections taught VS exactly how Ferrand Incorporated and some of the other unethical mech designers managed to target the specific brain sections to achieve the desired response. Of course, at some point, VS felt a faint pressure building up in the back of his mind, and it didn't originate from the nauseating effects of his signal jammer. The pressure built up to such an extent that he had to forcibly jerk away his sight. "I've finally come to this point." He frowned as he nursed his forehead. His obsessive state caught up to him, and he recklessly consumed the contents of the textbooks without regard to how his design philosophy might object to his current area of interest. Even if he flipped the mental switch in his mind that allowed him to put his ethics and his principles inside a box and put it in the closet, he still couldn't escape the fundamental discordance that came with his actions. "I can lie to everyone else, but I can't lie to myself." His design philosophy centered around recognizing the intrinsic value of life of Mechs. Implicit in this assumption that Mech shared the same right to recognition as the Mech pilots that piloted them. If VS purposely engaged in an act that impacted the life of a Mech pilot, then that would automatically degrade the status of the Mech as well. It sounded a bit convoluted, but it essentially boiled down to that he should treat his Mech pilots like he treated his Mechs. With respect. Any violation of this maxim threatened to collapse the entire theoretical underpinning of his design philosophy. It boils down to respecting the dignity of human life. VS became stuck at this juncture. If he really wanted to, he could force the issue and cause his design philosophy to stop harping so much about this demand. Yet he didn't wish to do so. Just like how Kedys formulated her design philosophy in a deeply personal moment where she drew upon her most cherished memories and values, so did VS share the same attachment for his own design philosophy. How could he tarnish the guiding star he always dreamed of reaching in his career? That would be like a champion Mech athlete suddenly retiring from the dueling scene in order to become a farmer. In the end, VS hadn't been able to come up with a better solution than to take bite-sized pieces out of his reading material, and hoped he learned enough to apply them to his situation. Fortunately, with the examples related to the Farrand affair to provide the starting point, VS crudely copied entire sections of code and pasted them wherever they fit in the custom programming for the Parallax Star's neural interface. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy to complete this job. It was like VS modified an existing Mech by stuffing it with parts from an entirely different design. VS needed to seamlessly blend in the new code, adjust its parameters to redirect its loyalty-reinforcing mechanisms from Farrand Incorporated to the flagrant vandals, and make sure that the effects were inconspicuous enough that nobody sensed anything wrong. The last part had the potential to expose his crimes. One uncontrolled outburst from the Mech pilot or severe neurological damage could lead to an investigation that eventually narrowed down the source of the expert pilot's affliction to the altered neural interface. And since VS was currently working on the Parallax Star without allowing any recordings or maintaining any logs, he'd be the prime suspect. Therefore, despite his desire not to, VS returned to the textbooks and tried to study as much as possible before his access expired. His design philosophy creaked and groaned under the strain. VS gritted his teeth and pushed through by studying less important aspects about the programming of a neural interface. VS inferred the use, application, and functionality of a core function or code by trying to understand the workings of a smaller and less important functions related to the greater one. It was like testing the lethality of a mech-sized weapon by letting himself be shot by a scale model 1,000 times less powerful than the real thing. It still hurt an awful lot if he got hit by the toy, but at least it wouldn't outright turn his body into a smear of flesh and blood. His clever learning method worked to a degree. VS basically fooled his own design philosophy with this method, but the downside was that his learning efficiency dropped by 80%. By the time the 3-hour time limit finally passed, VS barely managed to increase his understanding of the code, much of it built on spurious logic. "I'm not cut out to customize a neural interface," he muttered. His design philosophy fundamentally objected to the entire practice, even if he used it for benign purposes. It basically meant he had to resign himself to the fact that he'd be missing a vital tool in his toolbox when he finally started designing custom mechs and expert mechs. Either he could leave the custom programming to another mech designer, or just make use of one of the many off-the-shelf packages from the MTA. That was a problem for later. Right now, he had less than 12 hours to figure out his configuration and apply it to both the mech and the simulator pod. VS actually completed his work in 8 hours. Not because he was so good that he finished his work early, but because he lacked sufficient understanding to do very much. In the end, VS became highly unsatisfied with the improvised cobbled-together code that crudely replaced the subject to plead loyalty to from Farrand Incorporated to the flagrant vandals. In fact, he did more than that. He added other pieces of code that temporarily boosted a mech pilot's compatibility with a mech in exchange for slowly wearing out their potential. Over a few months of constant use, the implications of this short-term boost would become evident as the mech pilot's brains and nerves started to exhibit signs of breaking down. Since this guy is supposed to die anyway, there's no harm in milking him for all he's worth. His design philosophy screamed when he adapted this portion of code. VS had the feeling that if he forcibly increased the performance boost at the cost of degrading the mech pilot's mind faster, he wouldn't have come away as a different mech designer. That was close. He sighed in relief. He only got away with it because the changes only happened gradually over time. If the mech pilot stopped piloting the mech, then he had a chance to recover. Not that this is going to happen anytime soon. VS used the extra time that remained by adapting the same set of tampered code to the custom programming of the Pale Dancer, which was Venerable Sia's personal land-bound rifleman mech. It only took him 2 more hours to complete the transplant. Neural interface programming followed certain industry-wide rules, so VS didn't have to reinvent the wheel. He just needed to connect the code to the right functions and make sure that the altered parameters didn't cause a problem down the line. It was as easy as ripping out a power reactor of one mech and putting it inside a mech of a different model but with similar parameters. VS only needed to adjust a small amount of connections and tweak the programming to make the new combination compatible with each other. Once he finalized the programming for the 2 mechs along with their simulator versions, he only spent a half hour in updating their firmware. It took seconds to actually replace the old version with the newly tampered version, but it took a lot more time to verify the changes had stuck and that it wouldn't be reverted by the many backups stored in other parts of the system. Due to the demands of the MTA, mech designers were compelled to include many safety features that protected against the corruption of the programming. After all, battles in space and barren planets often exposed mechs to cosmic radiation, which in rare cases corrupted data banks or transmissions of sensitive data. This problem usually happened to cheap mechs that cut a lot of corners in terms of safety features. However, it could also happen to normal mechs or even expert mechs if the radiation shielding built around the cockpit sustained a breach and incurred substantial battle damage. Still, the textbooks already listed out all the possible countermeasures against corruption, so he corrupted them as well. By the time he was finished with updating the neural interfaces and the simulator pod, VS mentally patted himself on the back and finally disengaged his signal jammer. A slew of high-priority messages immediately arrived at his comm. VS took one look at the oldest message and cursed. "The Temple of Hotamac has arrived!" Chapter 758 A Little Ben. The flagrant vandals already deduced that the Temple of Hotamac and her accompanying swarm of independent pirate vessels intended to arrive in this star system. The invisible acolytes stationed aboard almost every vessel of the flagrant Sword Maidens hadn't been placed there for sightseeing. The only conclusion the vandals and the Sword Maidens could make was that they'd been placed as a 5th column placed ahead among their ranks. As long as they utilized their strange form of stealth to remain completely unnoticed, they would be in a prime position to facilitate a 2-pronged attack once the main force of the Church of Hotamac arrived and commenced their attack. With the key to enter the Aeon Corona system in the hands of the flagrant Sword Maidens, the cultists who plotted against them from the start needed to make their move very soon if they wanted to obtain the key. Dealing with the Church of Hotamak already posed a significant challenge. Not only was their temple almost as huge as a fleet carrier, they also enjoyed the devotion of many independent pirates who would gladly throw hundreds of mechs at the flagrant sword maidens to please their god. Fending off a swarm of low-quality mechs would take every bit of strength the flagrant sword maidens could summon. If the invisible acolytes suddenly assassinated the majority of their upper hierarchy, then the loss of command and coordination would certainly spell their end at the hands of cultists and fanatical pirates. Even if the Vandals and the Sword Maidens confronted the acolytes earlier than scheduled, they still had to deal with the other prong of attack. That was why VS became confused why he only received a delayed notification of the threat. Shouldn't they be fighting for their lives since the first message arrived? VS looked up its timestamp and noticed that it had been sent just after he activated his signal jammer. What? An hostile force transitioned into the star system and nobody warned me? VS emerged out of his hut of crates and marched towards the exit. He unlocked the hatch and slipped out before confronting the nearest security officer. What's the state of the battle? Battle, sir? The Temple of Hotamak arrived in this system some time ago, isn't that right? That is correct. Something strange was going on. Did a battle erupt between cultists and our forces? No, sir. VS blinked. Then what did the forces aligned to the church actually do? They went on the attack, Mr. Larkinson. It's just that they didn't aim for us, but rather the Visions. What? This sounded extremely preposterous at first. VS raised his comm and read through the subsequent messages. He had a feeling he missed some details. The messages indeed stated that the cultist fleet emerged close to the entry zone where the Vision fleet had arrived. All of this had actually happened a few hours before, but the light of their emergence only just started arriving to the Vandals. To sum up the observations made by the Vandal long-range sensors, they detected a significant amount of disarray among the Vision fleet. Their countermeasures against long-range observation abruptly ceased while several valuable combat carriers flew out of position or slowly began to blow up. The Visions paid a visit to the Temple of Hotamak as well. Evidently, the Visions sought out massive temple in order to pay their respects, and requested their ships to be blessed by their priests so their powerful and energetic fleet wouldn't have to skirmish against the Sandmen every step of the way. It made sense for the Visions to do so, yet it allowed their ship to be infiltrated by the creepy invisible acolytes who had a tendency of stalking important people at close proximity from behind. The acolytes must have initiated a decapitation attack as soon as the Temple of Hotamak and her sycophants jumped into the system and closed in on the disarrayed Vision force. Presumably, with many officers assassinated or taken out of action and with sabotage racking several of their vessels, the Visions shouldn't have been in a good shape to repel the swarm of pirate mechs that deployed from the pirates. The first minutes of the battle proceeded chaotically as the Vandal long-range sensors worked hard to figure out what was going on, something which the battle didn't help with all of the lasers and explosions scattering light in every direction. When the battle between the Visions and the worshippers initially began, the Vandals expected to witness a difficult battle for both sides. Which side won depended whether the numerically inferior Visions regained enough wits to form a coordinated defense. Something like this should be hard to achieve if the acolytes had free rein aboard their combat carriers. Unlike the Vandals, the Visions couldn't rely on a tip-off from VS to be prepared to root out an invisible intruder among their ranks. The subsequent messages that arrived at his comm reflected this prediction as the Vandals expected the pirates to vanquish the Visions, though at heavy cost as the Vision mech pilots didn't go down without a fight. Yet the battle did not proceed along this fashion, because at some point the Visions deployed an expert mech. How did the Vandals know? Because of the mech's subsequent performance, and the resonance emanations their sensors picked up. The mech was like a beacon in the dark. This expert mech first proceeded to crash in the middle of the pirate ranks. Having entered the chicken coop, the wolf proceeded to demolish them in rapid tempo. In the first minute, it slew 20 pirate mechs. In the second minute, it destroyed 15 pirate mechs. In the third minute, it slashed apart 27 pirate mechs. The pirates fell into complete panic where the expert mech went. Not a single pirate mech dared to confront the insanely lethal expert pilot in close combat. This caused the expert mech to single-handedly disrupt and push back the pirate mech swarm until the Visions finally gained sufficient room to regain some of their organization. After that, the Visions counterattacked. They charged into the uncoordinated pirate swarm and used superior formations and tactics to mow down the pirate mechs with the expert mech in the lead. Eventually, the Temple of Hotamak and her pirate escorts ordered a full retreat, pulling back their mechs and burning away from the Vision fleet as fast as possible. The Visions didn't pursue, likely because they already broke the pirates and gained nothing from stomping the overconfident pirates and cultists further into the ground. Besides, they still needed to deal with the aftermath of the assassination attempts and the sabotage racking their vessels. VS looked up from his calm. "Have heard some rumors about how the Vision fleet is doing right now." The man in front of him shrugged. "I'm just a security officer, sir. All that mech and spaceship stuff is out of my purview. However, I did hear rumors of how the Vision evacuated a couple of combat carriers and ships from their supply train. Over 2/3 of their surviving mech force along with the expert mech resumed chasing after the attackers, up until the pirates voluntarily gave up 10 random pirate ships." The Visions suffered the same problem as the Vandals, but to a much more serious degree. Not only did they lose more ships and officers, but they also needed to obtain replacement ship to provide new homes to mechs that have lost their motherships. The grit and discipline shown by the Vision mechs on the field, and the stellar performance of the expert mech frightened the wits out of the Vandal analysts. Even in their damaged state, they likely still outnumbered the flagrant sword maidens, and their expert pilot alone already exhibited a much stronger resonance than Venerable Sia ever demonstrated. "I need to return," he said. "Please inform the captain of the Gorgon's Gaze to prepare a shuttle ride back." He then turned around and sought out Miss Lisbeth. The deranged mech designer still wore a hazard suit as she sat behind a console. As best as VS could tell, stared listlessly at past combat footage of the Parallax Star in action. She acted like an addict who had her supply of stimulants taken away. VS shook his head. She made for a pathetic sight. "Miss Lisbeth." "Yes, head designer." The woman immediately turned around and gazed at VS with pleading eyes. "Please tell me you are finished with modifying the expert mechs. I need them back. It's been more than 12 straight hours. I can't sleep as long as they're separated from me." VS wanted to palm his face and give her another rebuke. Eventually he held off because it wouldn't change anything. Witnessing her appalled reaction made him feel rather sorry for Miss Lisbeth. She had come into touch with knowledge and design concepts beyond her means to understand and became irrevocably warped by those experiences. That made her a useful mech designer to help keep the expert mechs in tip-top shape, but the continued exposure only deepened the damage. VS could have ended up like that if he strained his design philosophy a little more. It was a good thing he respected his limits and took a detour to achieve his results. "Miss Lisbeth, I've finished implementing the classified changes. I suggest that Venerable Sia should first test out the adjustments in the simulator pod before taking the Parallax Star out into space for a spin. I'm sure I can get Major Verl to approve a live test when I return to the Shield of Hispania." Her eyes immediately began to glow as all signs of glumness disappeared from her face. "You're finished? Great! I will prepare the Parallax Star for deployment immediately. Don't you worry, head designer. With me in charge, nothing will go wrong." Make sure to log the telemetry of the simulator pod and the actual mech and all the other relevant data you can gather. Put that all into an encrypted data chip and send them over to me via shuttle. Don't transmit the data remotely. Once he issued his orders, he turned around and headed down to the shuttle bay. He entered a prepared shuttle and carefully swept its passenger compartment for any uninvited guests before he took a seat. Even though he didn't expect to meet an acolyte this time, he could never be too sure. As the shuttle calmly exited the Gorgon's gaze and brought him back to his assigned ship, VS reflected on what he had just done. To say that he felt conflicted was an understatement. While he eroded his conscience to such an extent these days that he shouldn't be disturbed at plotting to harm an expert pilot indirectly under his care, his design philosophy disagreed. My mind reluctantly accepts the necessity, but my heart is disgusted at my actions. He hadn't just turned his back on his principles. He ran them over with a battleship and threw down a few nukes for good measure. Yet despite treating them so rottenly, VS felt as if he could bounce right back to normal after his sordid actions faded from his mind. The more he deceived, the easier he could maintain his doublethink. Even though he performed a heinous crime, he still thought of himself as a good mech designer. The mental gymnastics he performed in his mind became so sophisticated that he felt his conscience should go back to normal after it stopped making a fuss. However, his design philosophy was another matter entirely. Even if he could lie to his mind, he couldn't lie to his heart. It had suffered a lot of stress from being bent in every direction. Restoring it to its normal, pure, bright and aspirational form wouldn't be easy. He had a suspicion that it took more than time to straighten it out into its original shape. Well, if my design philosophy is a little bent, then I'll just have to hammer it back into shape. Chapter 759 Sacrificial Lambs. Once VS finally returned to the Shield of Hispania, received an immediate summons to Major Vro's stateroom. After activating his signal jammer, he provided a brief report of his work using illusions, indirect words and code words. Just because VS trusted his signal jammer to disable most types of recording devices did not mean it could defeat everything. The privacy shield from the system worked a lot better than his cobbled-up device, and worked on scientific principles far beyond his depth. So you don't have a high degree of confidence that your modifications have worked? Major Vro pressed with a frown. No, sir, VS replied. He really wanted to scratch his head right now, but his armored fingers wouldn't make that a pleasant experience. Due to the continued state of heightened alert, nobody had shed their bulky suits as of yet. Look, the best way I can put it is like putting a third-year mech design student in charge of designing a mech. There's a 50% chance the mech works and there's a 50% chance the mech will suffer a catastrophic error such as blowing up or cooking the mech pilot alive. 50-50? Maybe 60-40. I have a bit more confidence in my success than failure, sir. Even then, there are different gradations of success and failure. A partial success would be that the intended effect is working, but the intrusion is too blunt and noticeable. A partial failure may be that my modifications are working, but it is achieving the wrong effect. How do we know which one is the case? We don't, not at first. I had to make a choice how strong I wanted to push the modifications. If it's shaped like a hammer, we risk incurring immediate damage. If it's as soft as a pillow, then the effect won't be as obvious, but it will take a lot of pillow hits in order to achieve the same effect as a simple hammer strike. What's the time frame until we are able to perceive a difference? I truly don't know, sir. According to historical examples, it may take up to a week of piloting time to achieve a lasting change. The effect is more telling with the real thing rather than with a simulation. I highly advise conducting at least one simulation session and one live exercise before we depart this star system. I can compare the telemetry of both situations. While it doesn't allow me to determine whether the effect has the desired outcome, I can at least identify if anything has gone wrong or if there are unintended consequences. A simulator pod contained a lot of safeties and hardware limitations for VS to circumvent. Although it couldn't prevent the brainwashing effect entirely, it severely curtailed its effect. A neural interface faced fewer limits, especially when it came to versions geared towards expert pilots. They needed to be capable of channeling a lot more data as expert pilots exhibited a massively increased capacity towards processing data. VS possessed a lot more flexibility in abusing its expanded capabilities to his will. All right. I will immediately schedule some tests. It will take at least 4 to 5 hours before the Finmoth Regal and the Linever Swan regain FTL functionality. Once that is done, we will key in the right settings into our fleet's FTL drives so that we can punch through the space-time anomaly of the Aeon Corona system and finally reach the other side. The chief engineers have estimated that the journey will take about 5 to 12 days, depending on how much space-time turbulence we will finally encounter. That will give us plenty of time to see whether your modifications have achieved the desired effect. Sir, if I may ask, do we know what's out there on the other side? The mech officer gazed at VS with a sharp glance. We have clues, snippets of information. If you are asking me if we know why the Aeon Corona system is surrounded by a space-time anomaly, I can't explain that. We don't know how many planets orbit the Trinary stars, nor do we know what opposition we will meet beside our competitors. And the Starlight Megalodon, sir? How are you so sure she's there and crash-landed onto a super-Earth? We don't. We only have third-hand information at best. What information we have gathered on the long-lost CFA battleship is obtained from interrogation and torture conducted by others. I've been told the interrogations hasn't achieved a lot of results. The shuttle pilots that have escaped the Aeon Corona system for the first time in 300 years actually turned out to be clones. They only provided the answers they intended to disseminate. Clones. That makes this entire venture even more suspicious. Don't you think we don't know that? Major Vrol slammed his fist against his desk. His suit's servos enhanced the impact force, causing the desk to rattle. Even if the Aeon Corona system is a trap, someone has to take the bait, because the news we've learned is too great for us to ignore. Why do you think we've been sent? Because we are expendable. No matter what dangers we meet, all of the risks are worth it if even a fraction of what the clones have spilled are true. VS knew in his heart that this had always been the case. He just hadn't expected Vrol to be so upfront about it. What are we really after, sir? What is so valuable about the outdated remains of a CFA battleship that's so attractive that the Bright Republic readily sends us out as sacrificial lambs? Major Vrol didn't sigh, but his face took on a weary expression. The pressure of shouldering a monumentally dangerous mission deep inside the frontier had taken on him as well. As the highest-ranking Vandal in the fleet, his decisions could either save or doom the thousands of Vandal servicemen under his care. Everyone is a pawn for someone else. It is not my role to question the orders handed down to us from above. Even if we are acting on dubious intelligence, someone has to go, because the consequences of missing an amazing opportunity is too dear to miss. Might I remind you that the Visions have sent out their own expedition here, one that is both stronger and more costly than ours. That reminded him of the strange battle that took place after he isolated himself in his work. It had been a stroke of luck to the Vandals that the Visions fell prey to the vagaries of the frontier. Major Vrol quickly lost his patience and shooed VS away. After orienting himself in the corridor, he decided to return to his office. It appeared that due to the sudden ambush by the forces aligned to the Church of Hotamak, the Vision fleet decisively halted their pursuit to the half-crippled Flagrant Sword Maidens. Both of them suffered from the aftermath of the Church of Hotamak's aggression. Neither the Flagrant Sword Maidens nor the Visions ever expected the low-key cultists to abandon their centuries-long neutrality to plan a surprise attack on both forces. They must have thought that the price must be worth it. VS keenly noticed that Major Vole deftly skirted around the question of what drove them to such lengths to reach the fabled Starlight Megalodon. So many forces have gone through so many extremes. What is driving them so mad? Life-prolonging treatment serum? Advanced technological data banks? Tons of high-grade exotics? All of them sounded attractive, to be sure, but VS had an inkling it might be more than that. Whatever drove the big players so mad, it must have been something truly substantial. Well, in a few hours, we'll finally be on our way. VS returned to his office. Right now, Keddies was off duty and asleep, so VS had some time to himself. He nursed his head and thought about the problem with his bent design philosophy. As he came out of his most reject assignment, he had some time to rest his mind and take stock of his current mentality. It didn't look good. It appeared when VS kept playing with fire, eventually his fingers might sustain some burn damage even if he thought he'd been careful. His design philosophy lost some of its luster, and it had suffered quite a bit from all the abuse VS subjected it to. He felt a little guilty at his recent appalling behavior. Even if he did some of them out of necessity, those were merely rationalizations that could only convince his mind, but not his heart. I can lie to my mind but not my heart. He'd have to brainwash himself to achieve such an effect, kind of like what he attempted to do to Venerable Sia. Well, I could give it a try if only my genetic aptitude isn't so abysmal. He chuckled to himself. He seriously contemplated putting himself under the same circumstances as his latest guinea pig. If not for the impediment of being unable to interface with a mech, then it might have worked. He couldn't cheat his way out of undying the damage he inflicted upon himself. He acted like a crook, and now he had to pay for it. I still don't regret what I've done. Perhaps being unrepentant may not be the best course of action towards recovery, but starting with honesty was a necessary step. The fact of the matter was that he willfully schemed against an expert pilot who piloted the expert mechs the Venerable had entrusted to the flagrant vandals. As the head designer, VS bore the responsibility of ensuring that they functioned safe and well. It was one thing to neglect his duties and let them rot due to lack of maintenance, but it was another thing entirely to deliberately turn them into a brainwashing machine that slowly sapped their mech pilot to death. The only reason why his design philosophy hadn't cracked was because VS performed these modifications for a client who became a danger to himself and the vandals. Treating his latest customer like an enemy instead of a valid client helped soothe some of his ethical conflicts, though strictly speaking the MTA wouldn't think of it that way. They always took the side of the expert pilots over the mech designers. A true mech designer doesn't care whether his customers are friendly, neutral, or hostile. Their only job is to design mechs. How they are distributed or sold shouldn't matter to them. Even if he ends up arming his own enemies, the mech designer ought to celebrate because his mechs are so good even his foes can't help but favor his machines. This kind of example expressed the dominant viewpoint the MTA liked to espouse. Mech pilots fought for power, politics, ideals, and more. They were the stars of the show that decided how the galaxy should be run. Mech designers acted as their support crew. They provided the most important tool for the mech pilots to exert their power. A mech designer was not meant to wield power for themselves. The mech industry tolerated a certain amount of influence gathering as long as their ambitions remained within the scope of the mech industry. A mech designer ought to be detached from politics. If the Vija Kingdom by some miracle successfully conquered the Bright Republic, VS should feel no compulsions about working under the Vijans. The MTA was delusional if they believed that would happen. Mech designers loyal to the Bright Republic wouldn't accept their new rulers, and the Vijans would certainly favor their native mech designers over their newly conquered subjects. In essence, the key to solving his wounded design philosophy was to recognize that VS did not harm his own client. Rather, he needed to convince his heart that he instead followed orders to sabotage a potential enemy, thereby neutralizing a ticking time bomb that could have exploded in everyone's faces. While he had a fiduciary duty to deliver a safe product to his clients, he had no such obligations to do so to an acute threat to his life. V.S. felt out his heart and found that his design philosophy had grown a tiny bit less agitated. Maybe I'm onto something here. Chapter 760 Customer Needs. After an hour of introspection, he imagined he achieved a tiny bit of progress in straightening out his crooked design philosophy. It wasn't easy by any means, and it might take months to restore it to a pure state, but at least V.S. saw some hope in his current approach. I only need a couple of minutes to put my design philosophy to the brink, but I need months to undo all of the damage I've done. Creation was harder than destruction. That applied to pretty much anything, so V.S. did not expect an easy road to recovery. In the meantime, V.S. sensed that he really shouldn't put his design philosophy under stress during his recovery period. Putting more stress on a broken limb, for example, only exacerbated the damage and prolonged his recovery period. Even though he should take it easy for the next couple of months, V.S. feared he may need to compromise his much-abused principles yet again if the Aeon Corona system turned out to be a cesspool of danger. I feel like an abusive husband who can't help but make excuses for hitting my wife, he grimaced. His design philosophy was his wife in this analogy. The danger here was that he might hit her too often or too hard one day that his design philosophy decided to give up on him and file for divorce. With all that he put his design philosophy through lately, V.S. certainly deserved it, but he did not want this to happen. Can you forgive me, please? I swear I won't hit you again. V.S. suddenly shook his head. What was he thinking about? Why did he suddenly imagine his design philosophy as his wife? I think I have to call this a day. He felt reluctant to go to sleep. While the vandals stood down from red alert, the current condition or yellow alert meant that they still anticipated possible threats. Yellow alert merely allowed for a rotation of shifts so that all of the stations would continue to be manned while off-duty personnel had a chance to eat and sleep. Still, my mind really needs a break. V.S. figured that someone would wake him up again if anything drastic happened, which admittedly didn't seem very likely. The flagrant Sword Maiden fleet had limped their way out their initial emergence zone. The ominous Vision fleet that initially burned in pursuit had sustained heavy damage from the pirates, while the forces aligned to the Church of Hotamak learned the hard way why they shouldn't challenge a detachment of a battle-hardened military mech regiment. He rested for 4 hours before an alert woke him up. V.S. blearily emerged from his bed and took one look at the message from his comm before he jumped out and dressed himself up at his best speed. He raced towards his office where a security officer handed over an important package to him. As soon as he received it, he thanked the officer, entered his office, threw a sloppy greeting to Keddies and jumped behind his desk, activated his signal jammer before finally inserting the encrypted data chip inside the package into his secure comm. The contents inside the data chip contained all of the logs, readings and telemetry out of the simulations and live deployment of the Parallax Star. While V.S. grumbled a bit about missing out on the tests as they happened, at least it appeared that nothing drastic had gone wrong. Venerable Sia hadn't gone insane or went onto a random murder spree. According to the biometric logs, the expert pilot exhibited an increased amount of exertion, but that could have been attributed to the man's slightly increased performance with the Parallax Star from before. It's good to see at least one of my changes went as planned. The slight increase in performance helped justify his changes and mask all of his shenanigans behind the scenes. To the rest of the Vandals, it appeared that V.S. managed to successfully tweak the Parallax Star in favor of Venerable Sia. Only V.S. and Major Vril knew the truth, and if it was up to him, that would remain so forever. He still found it a waste to set a fatal trap for an expert pilot. If the expert pilot hadn't been so slavishly devoted to the failure of a fourth prince, Then the Vandals could have forged a tighter bond with the versatile fugitive from the dark plasma star sector. Incidents like these illustrate the difficulty of converting a foreign expert pilot to another cause. No one wanted to let go of their trump cards, especially to those with power and ambition, so they did everything in their power to indoctrinate their expert pilots into becoming their loyal servants. The MTA's emphasis on protecting the rights and privileges of expert pilots emerged out of necessity. If expert pilots enjoyed no such protection, that left them vulnerable to all kinds of brainwashing and coercion by unscrupulous states and power players. The fact that practically any expert pilot that experienced forceful persuasion often stagnated or regressed didn't stop them at all, though it would be bad for the MTA as a whole. In order to make the advancement towards expert pilot as attractive as possible and to leave the path open towards ace pilot and god pilots, elite mech pilots of all stripes needed to be treated with respect. This policy sounded good to VS until he ended up in the position of one of those people who needed an expert pilot under their thumb. Then it became a hindrance that VS had willfully violated. VS dove into the logs and the telemetry, trying to find any signs his intervention had any side effects. He found plenty of abnormal indicators, but they shouldn't come to anyone's attention as long as they remained small. The amount of abnormalities did concern him, however. It told him that his changes resulted in a spillover effect that cascaded many other parameters. The man-machine connection was one of the most complex and mystifying fields in mech design. It occupied the same status as FTL drive mechanics to starship engineers. VS merely dipped his toes in the field himself, so while he expected his changes to have missed the mark somewhat, he did not feel pleased that it had grown to this extent. This was like ordering an artillery mech to perform a precision bombing, but instead the mech decided to go wild and carpet bomb the entire surroundings around the target region. I've been fudging all of my projects lately. The batteries, his gadgets, the six-sided dice, the evaporating spear, and now the tampered neural interface were all rush jobs that VS had hastily completed due to a perpetual lack of time and capability. This left way too many shortcomings into his final products. I have no choice in the matter, he sighed. VS recognized that the situation compelled him to these dire straits. His current woes reiterated his desire to gain more autonomy over his own life. Even if Major Verl was correct in that everyone was someone else's pawn, working under someone's thumb really grated on him. The sooner he jumped off the chessboard, the sooner he stopped ending up in situations beyond his control. VS spent a half hour in total to skim through all of the data. Most of it consisted of irrelevant or incomprehensible observations, and he couldn't figure out if his changes had actually stuck or not. At the very least, he concluded that no major problems had occurred despite his inexpert handling of the code. Keddies? Good morning to you too, VS, she grumbled. Sorry, I became preoccupied with an important task. It's fine. I know what you're like. After a bit of chit-chat, VS turned towards her own development. Did you do as I suggested earlier? You mean to talk with the mech pilot of that swordsman mech we visited before? I did, but the Vandal didn't want to tell me much. I think it's because I'm a sword maiden, so he didn't want to give away his secrets. He had overlooked that possibility. The Vandal mech pilot did nothing wrong, and VS should have passed on some instructions or the like. Well, it may have been an irresponsible suggestion from the start. You'll get the opportunity to interview your fellow sword maidens when you return to their midst. Just remember to do it. You really need to understand their quirks and their idiosyncrasies to design your own mechs in the future that fit with your intended clients. Isn't that part of marketing? She asked. Yup. What I've just described is marketing research in a nutshell. I can't just design a random mech and dump it onto the market. Well, I can do that if I really want to, but I shouldn't expect it to pay for itself because it won't sell that much. The mech market is immense. Even in the Komodo Star sector, a lot of mechs change hands all the time. The competition is so big that you simply can't afford to go your own way. Mech designers have to adopt the mentality of putting their customers at the center of their vision. Without an existing base of customers to appeal to, who is going to buy your mechs? I don't see how that matters to me. I'm just a pirate designer and I don't care at all about the mech market in the frontier. Can't I just do my own thing? VS shook his head. Just because you've read it in a marketing textbook doesn't mean the theories can't be applied in non-commercial settings. Every form of labor a mech designer performs is intertwined with a transaction of some sorts. Would Myra be so highly valued by Lydia's sword maidens if she only designs and fabricates spearman mechs? Of course not. That's stupid. That's because she knows her customers, which in this case is the outfit she is a part of. Just because she is a member of the outfit doesn't mean that all of the marketing theories are invalid. In fact, they matter even more so, because designing mechs that are a poor fit to the sword maidens directly affects her safety. Okay. I get what you're telling me. You don't want me to design the mechs I've imagined in my mind? Not exactly. If you have a strong belief that a mech you formed from your own insights and experience, then you can go ahead and design it. Just make sure that it's attractive enough that someone wants to pilot it. It sounds stupid, but many mech designers who just started business actually neglect finding out if the market has any appetite for their products. Not every mech designer was cut out to be an entrepreneur. Mech designers cared about designing great mechs, while businessmen wanted to earn as much profit as possible. These priorities differed from each other, but an independent mech designer constantly needed to pay equal attention to both. The biggest mech manufacturers won't hesitate to spend millions of K-coins just to understand their target segment a little better. Really? It costs that much to interview a couple of mech pilots? They do more than a simple interview, VS replied dryly. There's a whole science behind it, but you don't need to know the details. Once you get to my level and own your own business, you can ask for a report and have your underlings or an external marketing agency do the heavy lifting. Here you go again. She rolled her eyes. You always state that I'm destined to start my own mech company or something. That's because I believe you are meant for greater things. I have the utmost amount of confidence in your abilities. She didn't know how to reply to that. What VS said was so ludicrous she didn't even consider it a realistic possibility. VS did not mind. As long as she remained confident, she had the potential to outgrow the sword maidens. However, if she ever took that step, then she sorely needed to become familiar with the fundamentals of running a business. If VS did not bring up the necessity to design her mechs with an eye to her customers, she might make a misstep at some point. Kedis eventually showed signs that she comprehended his point. I guess if you think about it, even if designing the mech of your dreams is fun, it's not a game. Sometimes you have to design mechs you don't like to pay the bills, she remarked in an uncharacteristic display of wisdom. Myra often receives commissions to design mechs for our friends, and she sometimes comes back complaining about how she hates the way they fight and how she needed to adapt that into her commissioned designs. Some of them are real scumbags who… As VS listened to her rambling, he felt a bit more at ease. The unsettling sensation in the depth of his heart had subsided by a tiny bit. Surprised, VS turned his concentration inward and found to his surprise that his design philosophy actually regained a small amount of brightness. Chapter 761 Karma as a Commodity. Did the act of teaching redeem his crimes? When VS asked himself that question, he suspected that this may be one of the reasons why certain mech designers pursued the teaching profession. Teaching was a way of giving back to the profession. Since he taught Kedis so earnestly without turning her into his puppet, his own conscience must have decided that it was a valid way of absolving himself of his misdeeds. What a stroke of luck! After handling the inquiries of his student before he handed over another virtual textbook for her to flip through in her spare time, V.S. leaned back in his chair and smiled. If teaching turned out to be a good way to undo the damage of my misdeeds, then he could effectively break the rules more often without having to pay a painful price. It's like wiping away my debts by performing a couple of good deeds. V.S. developed a small theory about this phenomenon. It resembled the concept of karma. As long as he did more good than bad, then his net balance of karma remained positive. In his perspective, karma went from a concept of morality to an immeasurable but very real commodity. If V.S. wanted to keep his design philosophy in a healthy state, while occasionally play fast and loose with his principles, then he needed to make sure he treated karma like he treated his budgets and bank accounts. The basics of maintaining a good budget was to ensure his income surpassed his expenses. For example, if his tampering with Venerable Sia's neural interfaces put him 1,000 karma under debt, then he needed to compensate that with at least 1,000 karma worth of good deeds. V.S. sensed that the little lesson just then probably had a value of 0.01 karma at most. That was hardly impactful, but the lesson didn't last very long. If V.S. continued to guide Keddies, he could probably ramp up his income and pay off his karma debt a month earlier and restore his design philosophy to normal. Whatever the case, this was just the start. If V.S. ever took in more students, he could easily earn bucket loads of karma, thereby expanding his allowance of misdeeds. Of course, that was easier said than done, and he hadn't figured out the mechanics behind this phenomenon yet. He idly called it karma, but it probably behaved in a different manner than money. For example, he wouldn't be able to borrow karma from others, or invest it in some stocks and profit off his dividends and capital gains. He doubted that he could lend his karma to others, who subsequently used it to perform more good deeds in their own stead, and thereby pay them back after they have succeeded in their ventures. His design philosophy was something deeply personal to V.S. It encapsulated his hopes and aspirations as well as his core values related to mech design. He formulated his design philosophy long before he joined the Vandals and adopted some of the crooked ways he learned from the pirates and them. In that aspect, his design philosophy reflected the product of a pure, naive mech designer who never once stepped foot out of civilized space. It was uncomfortably bright and innocent to someone as jaded as V.S., yet he couldn't help but cling to it regardless. My design philosophy is my salvation. All of this bore further investigation, but first the flagrant sword maidens needed to get the hell out of this star system. When V.S. called up a status update on the condition of the fleet, he found out that the engineers aboard the Finmoth Regal finished restoring her FTL drive. Her sublight propulsion took more time to repair, but they could easily perform that work after they transitioned into FTL. Right now, the chief engineers that had been freed up after finishing their job transferred over to the Lynn Everswan and accelerated the installation of her own FTL drive. As a large logistics ship, her FTL drive was significantly larger and more complex, and thus took more time to install. Just 2 more hours until we jump. It actually took a bit longer than that. The 2 hours the chief engineers provided had just been an estimate, and several snags during the repairs delayed the installation of the new FTL drive long enough to surpass their initial estimates by an hour. Still, at least they managed to finish their work. After performing a range of brief tests, the chief engineers tentatively declared the Finmoth Regal and the Lynn Everswan to be shipworthy enough to engage their FTL drives. With the help of the mysterious key in the possession of the flagrant sword maidens, the engineers programmed both drives with the exact settings that would theoretically allow them to circumvent the raging space-time storms surrounding the Aeon Corona system. With not a single mech or spaceship belonging to another force in the vicinity of the flagrant sword maiden fleet, they were all prepared to jump into the unknown. Patrol Mechs already started following their recall orders and slowly tightened their guard perimeter as they returned to their carriers. Just before the fleet made the fateful transition, Major Vril solemnly stood from his chair and issued the order they had all been waiting for. Months of bleeding through Vision space and even more months of traversing the frontier finally culminated in this moment, where they needed to take only a single step to reach their destination. "It's been hard on you all," he spoke as he held a small speech. "We have fought many battles, several of them against the best the Vision Mech Legion has to offer, and we survived. We have traversed more light years this past half-year than any Mech regiment traverses in a decade. We have despoiled a Vision star system, humiliated an entire duchy by kidnapping one of their hopes, kicked a lot of pirate butts along the way, and impressed the ladies over at the Sword Maidens of our battle prowess. Do you feel proud?" A loose rumble escaped from everyone's throats. In the command center, everyone responded with a yes of some sort. Elsewhere, the Vandals uttered their enthusiastic affirmations to the projection of their commanding officer. Considering all the battles they went through, not a single Vandal felt unworthy of their name. "Then what are we afraid of? The Aeon Corona system may be uncharted territory for us, but what does that matter when we have reached far beyond civilized space and penetrated the deep frontier without a single moment of hesitation? What lies before us is not a hazard, but an opportunity. It represents a chance to earn riches, fame, and glory. Come now! Accept my hand and let me take you into Valhalla itself. Initiate FTL transition sequence." The shield of Hispania hummed and rumbled as the ethereal FTL drive came to life. The huge, complex ship component responsible for propelling every vessel into a range of alternate dimensions that effectively allowed for travel at superluminal speeds took a few moments to spool up. It actually took a little longer for the entire fleet to spool up. The replacement FTL drives of the Finmoth Regal and Lynn Everswan needed some time to get going because the chief engineers wanted to make sure they didn't spin out of control. 3 minutes later, the fleet finally winked out. They successfully transitioned into FTL and were on their way to the Aeon Corona system. Everyone stood down from yellow alert. Neither the Visions nor the worshippers of Hotamak could extend their reaches into FTL space. Nobody moved to shed their hazard suits or suits of combat armor, though. The strangeness of their destination compelled every Vandal aboard the Shield of Hispania to play it safe in case the storm decided to burp or something. With no other emergency to deal with, VS relaxed and returned to his office to study his latest bounty. One of the rewards for incurring negative karma rested right inside the data chip embedded into his Secure Comm when VS activated his Secure Comm and activated the decryption program that allowed him to access the reading material on FTL drive technology. He smiled. These engineering textbooks are the crystallization of the Mech Corps' understanding of FTL drives. The Mech Corps composed these books to educate thousands of senior engineers and chief engineers. The more people became proficient at servicing and repairing an FTL drive, the more ships they could effectively deploy. One of the greatest limiters of any space-borne force is how many capable engineers they possess. States that neglected their education sector tended to suffer the most from this crunch. This was why pretty much every state with common sense tried to foster as much people as possible into studying the sciences. They didn't need to raise a lot of top-tier academics who pumped out research papers every week. States merely hoped to foster enough engineers to increase the chances that one of them would be smart enough to understand the basics of the science behind FTL drives. It was an uphill battle. The Mech Corps obviously spent a lot of care into editing the textbooks as VS browsed through the pages of one of the starter books. The language used was exceptionally simple and clear, and illustrated examples accompanied each newly introduced concept. VS had no problem understanding the first 30% of the book. Then he suddenly crashed against a cliff that represented the remaining 70% of FTL theory. What the heck? The sciences involved abruptly doubled in complexity, and doubled a few pages later, and doubled again after that. The abrupt jump in difficulty couldn't be blamed on the authors and editors who composed the textbook. The theory was simply that much ridiculous. Even with his transhuman level of intelligence and deep foundation in physics, V.S. in fact missed a lot of the prerequisite knowledge that formed the foundation of how FTL drives worked. Just the explanation of how FTL drives magically whisked away a starship out of material space and into a band of higher dimensions already surpassed his understanding. The mathematical concepts behind the phenomena that explain how the FTL drives achieved their effects also put a lot of pressure on his mind. Humans simply didn't thought that way. Well, I guess this is a natural consequence of stealing the tech from an alien race. Even after thousands of years, we still haven't gotten rid of the fingerprints of those whales. Humanity actually encountered several different forms of FTL travel during the Age of Conquest. Each of them took advantage of a loophole in a set of natural laws. However, the most predominant form of FTL today was still the same. It had the advantage of speed and cost efficiency. Other forms of FTL usually cost at least 10 times more in energy, fuel, or exotics to engage. While they provided some unique advantages such as being able to travel faster than light within the inner system of a star system, the CFA and MTA had pretty much monopolized those technologies for themselves. According to rumors, the rest of the galaxy pretty much accepted that, because the math and science behind other forms of FTL was reputedly even more complex to learn. If this is what engineers have to cram in order to be qualified to work with FTL drives, then it's no wonder there's so few of them in our fleet. His respect for Chief Engineer Avanian increased remarkably. Hey, wait a minute. Since VS was pretty much friends with Chief Avanian, maybe he could obtain some guidance from him. Perhaps VS could even beg the Chief Engineer to tutor him in full before the decryption of his lesson materials expired. I'll be back, kiddies. Just stay here and do your homework. PFF, it's always homework, she retorted in a cranky manner. You're just blowing me off again. I'll promise to spend some time with you, but this is really urgent. Take care and don't wander around. VS hardly put her into his mind, as his mind was only filled with the desire for knowledge. He walked across the ship until he reached the hangar bay. Curious engineers and ship ratings stepped aside as VS hastily crossed the engineering bay to Chief Avanian, who stood behind a control panel that displayed something about fuel efficiency. Chief Avanian? VS? What are you doing here? I'd like to ask you for another favor. Can you bring me somewhere private? Avanian stepped away from the control panel and guided VS to one of the offices in the next compartment over. Speak. It's like this. I've recently come into possession of some really good books on FTL drive technology. I want you to tutor me on this subject. The engineer blinked at VS. Are you joking? A mech designer who wants to comprehend the secrets of FTL? Are you crazy? Reality had turned upside down if a mech designer thought he could learn the science of FTL technology. Chapter 762 Mental Library. Chief Avanian reacted with disbelief when VS expressed interest in picking up the fundamentals and understanding FTL drive technology. Let me get this straight. You somehow blackmailed Major Vro for a week's access to engineering textbooks on FTL, and you need my help to make sense of a field that takes the average engineer 50 years of study and practice to get smart enough to understand the very basics? Well, when you put it that way, it sounds a bit unrealistic. However, I didn't blackmail the big boss. I did him a favor and he allowed me to borrow some books from the local database. These aren't your average textbooks, Avanian said. In fact, there's more than just the basics included here. I don't know how you got Major Vrol to do it, but he even allowed you access to the next step, which includes basic explanations on all the subcomponents included in most basic models of modern FTL drives. And that's valuable because… VS trailed off. FTL drives aren't like mechs. Any kid can look at a humanoid mech and see it consists of a torso, a pair of arms, a pair of legs, and a head. The smarter kids can even say what's inside the torso, like doctors can recall all the organs inside a human body. It's actually not that obvious with FTL drives because it can consist of up to 100 different core subcomponents, each of which tweak the drive's ultimate performance in many different ways. 100 core subcomponents. Even a mech only carried around 10 to 20 core subcomponents on average, with advanced mechs featuring more systems than frontline mechs which emphasize economy. VS could not imagine how a drive that looked to all appearances like one big block to be so complex from within. It's not as bad as it sounds, as the first 20 or so are the most vital ones. The chief engineer continued. They enable the drive to elevate the ship from the material dimensions to the higher dimensions. The other 80 subcomponents have to do with navigating the gravitic currents and maintain the ship's course under the various conditions that you can encounter during FTL travel. They are still vital, but an FTL drive won't suddenly fail if one of them is configured incorrectly. And I suppose that's not the case for the first 20. Correct. If any of them is even a single % off, it could mean the difference between transitioning out of FTL to a normal destination like the Bentheim system or launching your ship straight into a black hole. If you think black holes are bad enough in real space, they're orders of magnitude worse in the higher dimensions. In short, VS needed to gain a decent understanding of the theoretical underpinnings behind the 20 core subcomponents. This gave him the most preliminary level of mastery in FTL drive technology. Although it wouldn't allow him to design and craft an FTL drive from scratch, it at least gave him the most minimum qualifications to repair one if he ever encountered a slightly damaged drive. Genius or not, it's impossible for you to understand the basics of all 20 subcomponents within a week, the chief engineer exclaimed. It's like studying 20 entirely different fields of science to a fairly deep level, because that's what it comes down to. Those textbooks provided to you by Major Verl are really great, but they are meant to be accessed only when an engineer has completed over 100 other courses. The contents won't make sense in the same way that a novel won't make sense if you start reading the final pages. Through his brief tirade, Avanian made it more than clear to VS that he had been a little bit too arrogant for his own good. VS may have a good depth of knowledge in the fields related to mechs, but he did not even possess the minimum qualifications in astronautics to design and build a basic shuttle on his own. VS accepted this argument, because the joint development of the six-sided dice already showed his complete inability to design a shuttle from the ground up. I only have a week to study the contents of my bounty before the encryption scrambles them forever. What do you suggest I do? Go back to the library and borrow some basic engineering textbooks? Avanian shook his head. It takes decades for the average engineer to read through all of the prerequisite books. Even a freak like you will take years to go through the materials, I bet. With your level of cognitive abilities, there's a better solution available. Just memorize the most essential materials by rote. As long as you are able to store the contents in your mind, you can always get back to them when you are better read. No one can take your memorized data away from you either. That was an excellent suggestion. I think I can do that. It's only that the reading material is too much for me to memorize in its entirety. Can you help me select the parts which I absolutely have to memorize and which ones I can skip? I can do that as a favor, the chief acquiesced. Besides, I'm curious to what these textbooks have to say on some of the issues that I'm puzzled about for a while. These books are completely unredacted. Usually you have to earn a large amount of merit before you can unlock the next parts of the books. Knowledge is power. It makes sense for the Mech Corps to ration out its library. VS nodded. This happened everywhere because it took good experts a lot of their time to compose good textbooks that distilled their knowledge down into a pure and untainted form. They proceeded to work together to select the best content to memorize. Avanian selected a slew of formulas, essential theories, massive tables, informative charts, and more, consisting about 1/3 of the average textbook. Why so much? VS asked. He expected to make do with only 1/10 of the contents of a single book. Because you'd be lost if you miss any of it. The complicated math and theories that form the foundation of how FTL work can't be skipped. Avanian browsed through the pages in rapid tempo, selecting each of them by leaving behind a special bookmark in the software. After several hours, he ran through most of the contents, only leaving behind some supplementary materials such as the blueprints. These blueprints are extremely valuable. While they're outdated, they outline the design of a fully functional FTL drive that's been in use several thousands of years ago. They are the simplest iteration of an FTL drive that's been stripped with most of the alien idiosyncrasies while not being bogged down with countless minor innovations that make it more complex. They're well worth your time to study and reference as you go through the theory. I suggest you memorize all of them, but if you do, make sure you memorize their exact dimensions and properties. I'll do that. VS nodded. Thanks for your help. No problem, VS. Just remember to pay back the favor. After saying goodbye to the chief, VS strode out of the engineering bay and returned to his office. After performing some routine work and checking up with Keddies, VS began to prepare himself for rote memorization. Unlike his previous attempts at learning, this time he wouldn't spend any time in trying to decipher anything. Instead, he would attempt to capture and dump all of the selected contents into his brains in a raw and unprocessed format. It was one of the stupidest ways of learning, but VS could always go back to it and decipher its contents in his free time. When VS began to memorize the selected contents, he expected to only be able to memorize parts of it because of their sheer volume. The memorization process went a little smoother than he thought. His brains appeared to be wired in a way that easily accepted an influx of raw data. It kind of felt like the time he bought senior-level physics from the system. Back then, an enormous amount of knowledge forcibly bore into his mind. Compared to that previous painful event, memorizing a few thousands of pages of highly abstruse knowledge felt a little difficult, but not as much as he thought. It's as if my mind has turned into a mental library. I can store as much content as I want without having to read through them yet. This unexpected advantage accelerated his memorization process, as VS experienced no limitations while he crammed pages after pages into his mind. The more he memorized, the more he became accustomed to the task. He developed various techniques to hasten his memorization, and while they didn't cut down on the time too much, every little bit helped. By the time a week had gone by and the encryption software finally scrambled the contents of the data chip into pure nonsense, VS sighed and wearily leaned back against his chair. He not only managed to memorize all of the contents marked out by Chief Avanian, but he also memorized a little bit extra in the form of extra theories and explanations that would help him understand the basics without having to expend too much time into deducing them himself. Along with that, he also accessed the local database and downloaded a handful of absolutely essential engineer textbooks that VS needed to go through first before he could tackle FTL drive theory. Unlike the restricted textbooks, the simpler knowledge came with fewer restrictions. With his access privileges, which was equivalent to a chief engineer's, he did not have to worry about his books expiring on them. Anyone could study something similar from the galactic net, though not as easily. Looks like you're finally done. Keddies spoke from the side. You spazzed out for an entire week. Why are you trying too hard to understand FTL theory? Because I have a small hunch I might need it. Don't you think you want to know how to repair and configure a salvaged FTL drive if you ever became stranded and separated from the fleet? You are way too paranoid, you know. I think if we ever end up in a situation like that, we're screwed anyway. We'll see in the future whether my precautions bear fruit, VS stated carefully. I've been screwed too many times to count, and many times I ended up in a worse situation than I ought to because of a lack of preparation. This time I've tried hard to make my preparations beforehand. All of my side projects are geared towards expanding my capabilities, and they've already shown their worth several times. That's true. Kitties couldn't argue with that, though she wasn't fully aware of all the times he successfully employed his signal jammer and stealth detector to good effect. She currently held on to the Mark I versions of his gadgets. While they lacked the raw power of his high-powered devices, they might still be of use to her at some later point. VS checked the fleet's progress to the Aeon Corona system. So far, they had already spent a week into FTL, but Chief Engineer Avanian as well as a couple of very smart science officers determined that they had only just crested the halfway point of their journey. The space-time anomaly surrounding the Aeon Corona system effectively slowed down their advance in the higher dimensions. The best way Avanian described it in a report was as if an aircar attempted to fly against hurricane-level winds. Not only did the aircar face a lot of resistance than normal, it also had to expend more effort into remaining stable and on course. Replace that aircar with a combat carrier and replace the winds with gravitic space-time ripples, and that described their situation in a nutshell. With an estimated week to go before the fleet finally arrived at the Aeon Corona system, VS decided to complete yet another side project in the agenda. Hey, Keddies? You know a thing or two about combat armor, right? Would you like to help me design and craft my own suit of combat armor? Her eyes instantly shone. That sounds fun! Chapter 763 Customer Service. VS actually requested 2 sets of knowledge from the library of the local database. One set consisted of a sampling of textbooks on FTL drive technology. The other consisted of a set of books on designing and fabrication combat armor. When VS initially requested knowledge on this subject, Major Verl actually offered an alternative. The books we contain on combat armor isn't very elaborate. It's not worth your while to study them. We usually order our suits in large batches from the Mech Corps. According to them, it's more efficient, but I think it's because they don't want us to produce suits of heavy armor or exoskeleton armor in our own production facilities and sell them through the black market. Really, sir? VS looked puzzled. They allow mech regiments to fabricate their own mechs, but not their own combat armor? Even the cheapest mechs costs millions of bright credits to produce. They're big and fairly distinctive, so if any mech regiment engages in the practice, they can easily be tracked down. It's different for combat armor because they're far cheaper and humans don't need genetic aptitude to be trained in their use. Producing combat armor is big business, and the best suits are firmly in the hand of the military. What Major Verl said made sense. They were in such high demand that producing combat armor en masse allowed for real cost savings as economies of scale went into force. A handful of large defense contractors dominated the industry because they produced the most suits of combat armor at much cheaper prices than anyone else in the domestic market. I have a suggestion, Mr. Larkinson, the mech officer offered. What's that, sir? What you really want is to modify a good suit of light combat armor. Not everything you want has to be done by yourself. We have very good armorers aboard our ship who made it their life's work to understand everything there is to know about the weapons and gear that keep us safe. I can give our chief armorer an order to help you out as much as possible when you are attempting to build a suit of custom armor. I'll take that option, sir. While VS would have liked to be able to design his own combat armor, he understood the reality that he couldn't do everything by himself. It wasn't a good idea for him to become like Keddies and become too distracted by side projects. The only reason why he did so against his own advice was because he wanted to gear himself up and couldn't rely on others. This time was different. VS planned to pull in both Keddy's and the chief armorer in the development of his custom suit of armor. It was high time he did so, as the lacking capabilities of his standard-issue suit of light armor really made him shake his head in disappointment. VS pulled Keddy's down to the armory compartment, which stored most of the combat carrier's heavy infantry gear and armament. From massive machine guns that required an augmented suit to carry, to expansive arrays of exoskeleton armor in a row, the armory contained enough gear to outfit a full boarding party. "Chief Mandelson!" "Oh, if it isn't the little squirt that's taken care of all of our mechs. So you finally decided to grace the armory again, huh?" A muscular and fit woman wearing her own custom suit of heavy armor marched over to the younger pair. Chief Kayla Mandelson looked like a veteran soldier in her mid-50s, which put her roughly in the same generation as the other chiefs. From what VS could gather from her brief record, Chief Mandelson used to be a security officer, but eventually discovered a love in tinkering with her own gear. She cross-trained into her current occupation until she became the head of the armory division aboard the Shield of Hispania. Much like VS was nominally in charge of the soundness of all of the mechs in the fleet, Chief Mandelson took charge of all of the weapons and suits in use aboard the ship. Regarding suits, her responsibilities encompass both all kinds of gear, not just those dedicated to combat such as vac-suits and hazard suits. "I don't know if Major Verl informed you, but he told me that I could come to you for help in developing a better suit of armor." "He did," Mandelson said while nodding thoughtfully at VS. "I can already tell you need it. This suit is way too light on your frame. You lack the training to wear medium combat armor, though." "I don't need that," VS responded quickly. "It's rumored that we're heading towards a massive super-Earth where the gravity is 5 or 6 times stronger than old Earth. If I'm assigned to the ground and I end up in an area where there isn't any gravity compensation, I don't want to be crushed and immobilized by my own suit." "That's a good point." Chief Mandelson nodded sagely. "In fact, that's what I've been working on with at least half of the combat armor in our reserves. While the servos and other motor assistants built into the suits will help their wearers move even if they are exposed to heavy gravity, not all of them are powerful enough to counteract the heavy force. A suit of combat armor optimized for 5 or 6 Gs is a lot different than combat armor that's optimized for 1 G, which in turn is nothing like a suit meant to be used under 0 G. VS understood when he equated the suits to mechs. "I understand. According to the preliminary plans in my hands, there's a high chance I'll be part of the support staff that will be deployed to the surface. I don't want to be caught naked without protection or burdened with a suit that's too heavy for my own good." While the pair discussed the particulars of what VS demanded from his custom armor, Keddy's kept measuring, staring at Mandelson with an appraising glance. The chief noticed her stare. "You want to have a tussle with me or something?" "I don't think I stand a chance," Keddy's admitted frankly. VS looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to pretend you do?" "That's only when we're facing strangers or enemies. There's no shame in recognizing that I can't beat your chief armorer in a fight. If I was as old as her, the story would be different." She stated that last bit confidently, if only to soothe her pride as a sword maiden. "Whatever you say, kid," Chief Mandelson smirked before she turned back to VS. "As for you, there's no need to design and build a suit from scratch. It takes way too long, requires expertise that none of us have, and it's completely unnecessary when we can modify an existing suit. We do that all the time back at the Sword Maidens," Keddy's added. "Most combat armor we salvage are fitted for men. It's a lot of trouble to convert them into something wearable for girls." With the advice of Chief Mandelson with a little commentary from Keddy's, VS selected a semi-modular suit of light armor from a model line called the C-22 Custom. Chief Mandelson unlocked one of the lockers and showed them a copy. The C-22 Customs don't offer the best protection nor the best servo assist out of our stock of light armors, but they're adaptable and score high on reliability. You need that reliability when the suit is constantly subjected to 5 times normal gravity. Is there anything special besides those qualities? Nope. If you want any bells and whistles added to this armor, then we need to add them ourselves. This is a suit designed for support staff deployed in the rear of the field. Alright. Let's draft up a modification scheme then. I'm curious to see how much we can improve a standard suit of combat armor. Quite a lot, it turned out. The chief armorer knew almost every trick in the book, and plenty more that nobody ever wrote down in a book. They took the schematic of the C-22 Custom, stripped down every standard part, and replaced them with higher quality ones. Upon Ketty's suggestion, they bulked up the light armor a bit to make room for extra modules. This was so that VS could store his vulnerable weapons and gadgets underneath the protective shell of his armor instead of exposing them to all sorts of environmental dangers. You'll have to say goodbye to your tool belt, VS. Ketty's cheekily teased. VS laughed at that. The tool belt does give me the impression of competence. Some mech technicians didn't know who he was or why a young man like him got to be in charge. Wearing a tool belt helped reinforce the impression that he knew what he was talking about. Still, wearing a tool belt on a super Earth risked crushing some of his tools if he ever fell down for some reason. VS did not want to know the outcome if he inadvertently squashed one of his ultra-compact batteries. Even though he reinforced their casing to withstand a considerable amount of abuse, he did not wish to tempt fate. Since they added a bit of extra room, they even decided to add an integrated armament such as hidden knife holsters along the torso, arm, leg and boot sections. That made for 10 small backup knives in total, each of which incorporated enough exotics to cut through steel like butter. The best part was that they were so hidden that cheap weapon detectors wouldn't be able to distinguish them in a normal sweep. VS incorporated some of his insights into stealth tech and stealth detector tech into their implementation. Damn, this is a really great way to hide those backup knives, Mendelsohn commented in awe. I'm glad we cooperated on this. Do you mind if I copy your tricks? Feel free to do so. VS did not mind sharing these tricks because they didn't involve the core insights into stealth tech, which he couldn't disseminate without suffering repercussions. One of the other areas they looked at was the armor plating. VS knew a thing or two about armor, but only the one scaled up for Mechs. Infantry-sized armor plating utilized different paradigms and different armor system formulas in order to make the most out of the limited mass and volume allowances. One of our biggest concerns is balance. It's already important in normal gravity conditions, but it's 10 times more important under heavy gravity conditions, the chief explained. Keeping the center of mass firmly in the middle is essential. This is why the bulk of the armor is around the torso while the arms and legs are comparatively lighter. We also have to take into account that the leg armor should be strong enough to support all the other weight when put into a locked position. Mendelsohn selected 2 different armor system formulas. A heavier and sturdier set of plating for the torso and a small part of the legs formed the base. At the projected thickness, it possessed enough defense to withstand a few rifle rounds, which was more than VS could say about his current armor. A lighter set of plates encompassed the arms and the remainder of the legs to allow him to move his limbs even if the servo assist failed to work. The reliability of the servos and the lack thereof became one of their major concerns. Are you really concerned about them? The chief laughed. Not everyone is like you. Major Vo granted you the full treatment we reserve to senior officers. The servos and motors built into your suits are a lot more expensive than almost any other suit that passed my hands. I've adjusted all of the servos in the armor reserved for our personnel in the ground, but even then they are several times more fragile than yours. At least VS got his money's worth with regards of this concession. The chief armorer accommodated his every wish as best she could. VS felt as if he got the same treatment as a VIP shopping for a custom mech. He spent so much time as a provider of services and producer of goods that it was nice to experience the other side of the equation. He had lost touch with what it was like to be a customer for a change. Chapter 764 C-22 Custom. After a bit of tinkering, they completed the modifications done to the basic frame of the C-22 Custom reserved for VS. It looked nothing like the base model of the C-22. Significantly bulkier than a standard suit of light armor, and several times as resilient, the customized version nonetheless weighed only a little more due to the extensive use of high-quality lightweight armor plating. The contours of the armor had been rounded out as much as possible, changing its profile into a shape that allowed VS to roll or bend his body a little easier should he ever fall under heavy gravity conditions. Sharp edges and completely flat surfaces are bad ideas in 5G or more, Chief Mandelson explained. If you happen to fall flat on the ground for some reason, you're going to have to exert several times more force if you want to roll to the side. That can be the difference between life and death if there's a battle going on and cover is only a few steps away. She even strengthened some of the servos assisting his arms and legs to facilitate this kind of movement. Besides that, she also added a couple of weak but robust internal anti-grav modules that lightened the effect of gravity on his head and his upper body by a few Gs. One of the biggest dangers you'll face when you are on a heavy gravity planet is that when you are standing or sitting upright, your blood gets pulled down to your legs. That won't do your brains any favors. One of the biggest causes of death to people exposed to heavy gravity doesn't come from breaking their bones and thereby losing their mobility. It's because so little blood circulated through their brains that they quickly black out. I've read that in one of the safety instructions Major Verl sent out to the entire crew. VS nodded. The manual also states that it helps if you lie down flat against the ground for a time to let your blood access your head without fighting an uphill battle against several Gs of crushing gravity. That can actually work, and it can save your life if you're stranded outside a protected zone. But it's only a stopgap method at best. Humans don't belong on heavy gravity planets, she warned. Just think about it. Someone like me will effectively weigh almost half a ton when I'm on a super-Earth, and that's without taking my armor into account. While the weight is well distributed, it's still a feat of superhuman effort to walk like a normal person. I didn't think it would be that bad. Ketty suddenly frowned and thumped the surface of her own combat armor. I don't think my heavy armor is quite up to the task. Can you help upgrade my suit as well? I'm not sure if my own servos can handle the load. VS waved his hand. Just put the account out of my allowance. Major Vol has already given me free rein of the inventory, so I doubt he'll mind if we take out something extra. The chief armor shrugged. If the beam counters complain, I'm sending them to you. They worked on modifying two more components before they finished with the plan. First, the chief strengthened the rear mount for the combat armor's modular fitting standard. Just as with Mech's, combat armor also featured a slot in the rear that could mount standardized backpack modules. While the Vandals adopted the Vision standard when it came to Mech's, they defaulted to the Bright Republic standard when it came to infantry-sized suits. In most exoplanet deployments, specialized oxygen tanks occupied the rear slot. Though the suit stored a small amount of emergency oxygen compounds, they only lasted him an hour at most, and that was if he didn't exert himself. What he really wanted was an air cycler module that could recycle the spent air in his suit into something breathable again. But that took way too much space at their current level of technology. I hear it's possible in the second-rate states, but for us even the smallest air cycler weighs far too much to be realistically mounted onto your back, Mandelson remarked. Once they went over the MFS, they finally turned their attention to the foldable helmet. One of my biggest problems is that my marksmanship is too rudimentary, VS said. I'd like to add an integrated targeting and aim assist system into my suit. Just like what my armor offers, Keddies piped up. Are you sure, kid? If anyone hacks your C-22 custom, you're liable to shoot your own allies. We can just upgrade the security suite of the C-22 while we're at it. If there's any room left, I'd also like to upgrade the visor with an integrated scanner system. I'm using a regular handheld scanner right now, but it's not powerful enough for my needs. I'd like to add a strengthened transceiver as well to facilitate communications. You can't just keep piling extra features onto your armor. All of that takes up valuable space, not to mention drain your suit's batteries even faster. Don't worry about the power draw. I already have a solution in store for that. VS grinned. They proceeded to incorporate all of the changes VS requested. They needed to shift a lot of components around in order to make enough space and harden them enough to withstand a high amount of gravity. In the end, they managed to complete a new variant of the C-22 custom that performed almost nowhere near the base model. Chief Mandelson whistled in appreciation of the design. It's more bloated than I like, but it's practically the best we can cobble together on short notice. It's a shame you aren't trained for medium combat armor, though. We could have added a lot more goodies in that case. We can send some of those goodies to Keddies instead. VS smiled. In any case, I'll go down to the workshops and fabricate these parts. They don't seem more complex than what I've already fabricated before, so I can handle them on my own. If you say so, kid. You're going to need my help when you assemble your new C-22 custom, though, or you're bound to miss something important. By the way, this suit is so different from a regular C-22 custom that it deserves its own name. What do you want to call your new suit? It doesn't have to be any fancy. VS quickly came up with a few options before he settled on one in particular. Let's call it the C-22 Earth Ant. The suit had taken on a slightly bulbous appearance that resembled the exoskeleton of ants. Not the most flattering name, but it's your suit. It's my turn now, the woman in question bubbled. As Keddies and Mandelson huddled together to discuss the modifications of her own suit of heavy combat armor, VS took the details of the plan and brought them down to the workshop where he began to fabricate all of the new parts. This was familiar to him, and despite the differences, his adeptness and experience in handling the 3D printer enabled him to churn out parts without any apparent flaws. He encountered the most difficulty when he fabricated the compressed armor plating. While VS wasn't unfamiliar with the extra treatment they required, he had never produced plates so small and thin. While he knew how to handle such delicate work in theory, he failed several times before he tentatively got the hang of it at the cost of wasting 50% more materials than he thought. The good news was that he wouldn't be facing so many stumbles next time he fabricated infantry-sized armor plating. He also put his concentration to use in attempting to imbue his parts with an X factor, but despite his considerable spirituality, he sensed he hadn't managed to affect the parts very much. It was pretty much the same story for when he fabricated his other gear as well. Evidently, VS did not grasp the essence of crafting other objects besides mechs. Well, it's not as if I need anything more than a faint boost. It's way too soon for me to experiment on this aspect. Fabricating all of the parts took almost a full day, which was considerable considering how little he produced compared to fabricating the components of a mech. Fumbling around with the compressed armor plating ate up far too much time, but he also wanted to take it slow in order to ensure every part was as mechanically perfect as possible. VS would be relying on the C-22 Earth Ant to safeguard his life while deployed to the rumored Super-Earth where the Starlight Megalodon could be found, and from his previous experiences he always needed to be ready for battle when stepping foot on exoplanets. It would be great if nothing serious happens, but with all the pirates and the Visions converging on the Starlight Megalodon, avoiding conflict is probably a pipe dream. He didn't even want to be deployed to the surface of a super-Earth in the first place, but the planning of the missions called for the best mech designer to be on hand in case their land-bound mech force required acute adjustments. Nobody knew what kind of strange conditions they might encounter on a super-Earth in a star system surrounded by a strange and incomprehensible space-time storm. That alone caused many Vandals to shudder in fear. Space-time storms were no joke, and they had often been responsible for insane feats such as launching a meandering starship in FTL halfway across the galaxy, or even several decades in the future. Of course, the most likely outcome to ships being flung off course by these storms during FTL travel was to crash into a random stellar object in the vicinity. Black holes often had a tendency to slurp ships thrown off course. As VS returned to the armory with a floater platform of parts trailing behind, he waited for the chief armorer to finish her modification plan for the suit of armor worn by Kedys. The plan was a lot less extravagant than his own, but then again her heavy combat armor already protected the sore maiden well enough. She just wanted some strengthening so her suit could continue to operate under heavy gravity. VS? Yes, Kedys? Can you help me fabricate these parts? She swung a data pad containing her modification plan to him. I don't feel confident enough to do it myself like you just did. I guess I can show you the ropes. He sighed. He turned to Mandelson. Chief, here's the parts. I'd love to help with assembling the C-22 Earth Ant, but I have to help our guest designer here. Go ahead. She waved her hand dismissively. Your help won't be needed anyway. Unlike VS, Kedys lacked the skills to fabricate the complicated parts that she planned to introduce in her own armor. Once they returned to the workshop, he carefully demonstrated how to work the 3D printer. She oohed and awed whenever a new part came into being. VS put her in charge of scanning and inspecting the products for any deviances and faults. So far, she found nothing to complain about. How come you're so good at fabricating this stuff? This non-existent failure rate of yours is inhuman. I studied a lot. He fibbed, avoiding any mention of the system. I also care a lot about craftsmanship. Now that you've found your design philosophy and gained a direction, there will come a time where you are tempted to keep designing new mechs without end. That's not a good approach because you risk distancing yourself too much from the nitty-gritty of mechs. That's something you care a lot as well. Not even Myra pays that much attention to this kind of manual labor. She always leaves the production to others. Myra is at a stage where she doesn't need to touch a copy of her own design to be able to judge how good it is. Still, even if I become a journeyman, I won't ever give up on crafting my own mechs. Sometimes you need to remind yourself of why you entered the profession in the first place. Chapter 765 Overprepared. The completion of the C-22 Earth Ant along with the upgrades to the armor worn by Kedys marked the end of his preparations. After thanking Chief Mandelson for her generous assistance, VS left the armory wearing his new and lightweight Earth Ant along with a replacement for his standard issue comm. Major Vo promised him a better comm, so VS drew out an officer-grade comm that integrated neatly in the systems of his C-22 Earth Ant. While it came with some extra features, VS chose to go for a high-quality comm model with the most extensive security suite and remote signal hardening. Having been burned by an unsecure comm before, VS wanted to make sure he didn't repeat his mistakes. The officer-grade comm he received complemented his secure comm pretty well. The officer-grade comm became his primary comm which he could use to connect to other Vandals remotely at a very long range. VS repurposed his secure comm as his offline backup device which he could use to access the contents of encrypted data chips which he couldn't afford to leak. It had the ability to operate under intense jamming and other forms of electromagnetic interference, though its lack of remote connectivity wouldn't allow him to call for help. Not that the jamming and interference would let him in the first place. In any case, VS tentatively judged that he made adequate preparations to survive whatever hell the Aeon Corona system threw at him. He mentally listed out his full complement of gear. The C-22 Earth and needed no introduction, as his new suit of light armor surpassed any suit he had ever worn before. The greatly strengthened armor plating, the added integrated modules, and the many dedicated storage slots for his weapons and his gadgets turned it into a veritable. For his weapons, he could rely on his Amistendera as his trump card and a backup laser pistol as his official weapon. While he was at the armory, he exchanged his barely used ballistic pistol for a handy laser pistol compatible with his Earth and's new targeting and aim assist modules. On a planet where everything weighs at least 5 times heavier, ballistic weapons are going to have a hard time. Compared to a ballistic round that quickly sunk into the ground due to gravity, a laser beam would still travel straight ahead at shorter distances. All of his remaining gadgets and equipment completed his loadout. His signal jammer granted him some moments of privacy from the ubiquitous monitoring system. His stealth detector enabled him to expose invisible bastards hiding under electronic stealth systems. His military-issue multiscanner allowed him to scan all kinds of unknown objects and substances. And finally, he possessed a spare ultra-compact battery. He wanted to reserve its use for a third gadget, but VS figured he wouldn't have the time to design and fabricate an entirely new device. Oh well, I can use it to supplement the power supply of my Earth Ant. One of the features he included in the design of the Earth Ant was a robust slot that could handle the power output of an ultra-compact battery. VS did not intend to direct an excess amount of power to any of the integrated systems in his suit. Instead, he reserved the battery as an emergency long-term source of energy if he ever got stranded and cut off from the Vandals. Together with the completion of the 6-sided dice, VS hoped that his preparations left him with enough tools to secure his life in the coming storm. "You're so obsessed with gearing yourself up," Kedys remarked as she witnessed VS treating his gadgets and his new armor like precious treasures. "It's like you're 100% certain that we'll lose all our ships and that we're going to be stranded by ourselves with no mechs of allies to protect us from whatever you expect to find in the Aeon Corona system." VS pressed his lips. "If you've lived through all the battles the flagrant Vandals have gone through ever since we entered Vision space, you'll grow as insecure as I. The fact of the matter is that the flagrant Vandals is set up like a raiding regiment, and not a particularly good one either. They lack funding, skilled personnel, a good cadre of capable leaders, a martial tradition that has been tested over centuries, and ample preparation. It's that last one that's really the cause of all of my brushes with death." "Preparation?" "Yes, preparation," VS reiterated. "All of those earlier faults can be compensated to some level if the flagrant Vandals had months or years to prepare for this mission. It's obvious, though, that some higher-ups dropped this mission on their lap without giving them the time to prepare. Just look at the Vision fleet. Even if we could only peek at them through long-range sensors, what we've already seen is that they're superior in all the fronts I've mentioned, even after the Church of Hotomac stabbed them in the back. Yet the spooky Visions got stabbed in the back and not us. We took care of our ambush early," she pointed out. "Unlike those Visions you Vandals are all so scared of, you've got us Sword Maidens to cover your back." He chuckled a bit. They hadn't been very useful up to now. Their real strength lay in their land-bound mechs, and this advantage hadn't come into play yet. "However much you believe in our combined strength, it is not comprehensive enough to protect us individually against every threat. The Vandals don't care about me in particular. They care about themselves and their mission. I don't blame them for their priorities, but this does leave me at an awkward position. The only person who cares about my life is myself." "That's not true. I care about you, VS," she said. "Ah, thank you for correcting me. I care about you too, perhaps more than any other Vandal that's supposed to be on my own side." VS smiled sardonically. "I guess I don't quite fit in with the Vandals in the first place." In his perspective, the Vandals exhibited a certain amount of cockiness to keep up morale. From what he could guess, Major Verl decided to maintain everyone's level of morale in order to prevent them from questioning the purpose of their mission or start to realize how deep in alien space they had ventured. Such a policy paid dividends. The levels of anxiety among the crew hadn't boiled over yet, at least aboard the Shield of Hispania. This was despite the occasional turbulence that racked the ship as she attempted to bore straight through a narrow channel of relative calm in the middle of a horrible space-time storm. The shaking and creaking of the combat carrier, along with general wave of nausea and unpleasantness that did their best to unsettle the crew. If not for all the constant drilling and the frequent pep talk sessions, who knew if someone snapped? VS did not have much work in store. With the Shield of Hispania isolated in FTL, he couldn't issue orders nor keep tabs on the Mechs aboard the other Vandal ships. He felt a burning curiosity how his modifications affected Venerable Sia. The foreign expert pilot often practiced with the virtual version of the parallax star in order to grasp some of its nuances. If the changes VS had made to his simulator pod came through, then the expert pilot should slowly become more loyal to the flagrant Vandals. Other changes should also bring out more of his strength in the coming months at the cost of burning out. VS felt the most guilty about this particular change because it condemned the expert pilot to a slow and irreversible death. At least humanity developed means to remedy or reverse the effects of brainwashing. Though VS attended daily briefings, VS felt as if the planners spun off increasingly more unlikely contingency plans. Every major detail had already been discussed to death, so they started running on fantasies to foster discussion and make sure that everyone knew what to do in the event of an unlikely occurrence. A couple of days quietly passed until their emergency out of FTL came abruptly at an unexpected time. VS slept quietly in his bunk when the ship suddenly jerked out of FTL. He almost fell out of his bunk, his sheets tangling his legs, as the red alert immediately flashed. Unexpected FTL emergence. Red alert! All hands to action stations. What the hell is going? He slapped himself awake. I thought we are 2 days away from reaching the Aeon Corona system? Had the Shield of Hispania encountered an interdiction? Did the spacetime storm throw them off course? All kinds of awful disasters sprung into his mind. The only good thing was that the Vandals developed contingency plans in these kinds of cases, so VS and the rest knew what to do. In any case, the first step they needed to do was to hop inside their suits and get to their stations. VS kept his C-22 Earth and on a rack mounted against the bulkhead of his cabin. He shed his pajamas and wore a thin underlayer skin-tight vaxit before inserting his body into the open armor. The C-22 Earth had been constructed in such a way that it could fold itself open like a beetle spreading its wings. Once he positioning himself in place, the armor plating folded around his body, enclosing him in a tight fit that felt a little bit too snug. He experimentally moved his limbs around, first with servo assist and then without mechanical assistance, and nodded in satisfaction. As a newly modified suit of armor, VS frequently encountered minor issues in the first couple of days. Every day, he returned to the armory so that Chief Mandelson could perform minute adjustments. Well, let's head to the command center now. He marched into the corridors and followed the route to the center of the combat carrier. Groups of Vandals in hazard suits and various forms of armor briskly walked towards their stations. Each of them exhibited panic in their expression, but none of them broke out into a run. Running while potentially wearing suits of various sizes and mass could be a real hazard if they crashed against someone. No matter what kind of emergency the Shield of Hispania had landed themselves into, it did not absolve them from the safety rules. As VS went through a fast but thorough security check, he passed through the hatch and jumped into his observer's seat. A minute later, Kedis arrived decked out in her heavier suit of armor. Among the officers and operators manning their stations in the command center, she looked larger and more menacing than most. Naturally, she couldn't beat the exoskeleton-suited security officers standing guard inside and outside the compartment. "What's all the fuss about? Why did we get thrown off FTL?" she asked in a sleepy and befuddled manner. Being forcibly awoken from her beauty sleep had made her crankier than usual. "From what I can gather, we've arrived in the Aeon Corona system ahead of schedule, but we don't know why. Also, we can't get in touch with the other ships of our combined fleet. There's some sort of interference that's hampering our communication and sensor arrays." They had entered the Aeon Corona system blind, deaf and mute, and that frightened the Vandals most of all. When they switched their view to a normal optical camera, they began to see a warped storm of yellow and orange particles flowing through space. These particles didn't appear to be solid or dangerous, but they effectively blocked all of their sensors starting from a range of just 100 kilometers away. In stellar navigation terms, this was practically point-blank range. Throughout the haze of yellow-orange streams that played havoc with optical and gravitic sensors, somehow the planets and the Trinary stars shone like beacons in the light. The Aeon Corona system turned out to be a massive star system. With over 19 planets and hundreds of moons of varying shapes and sizes, this star system contained enough real estate to make it an ideal capital system for a second-rate state. Even deep within the frontier, a rich star system like this shouldn't have been hidden away from everyone. "Sir, we've detected an incoming patrol of Mechs. They're from the Sword Maidens. They report that their ship is just out of our sensor range." Everyone sighed in relief. The presence of the Sword Maiden patrol indicated that while the fleet might have been scrambled a bit when they transitioned out of FTL, they should at least be able to gather back together. "Deploy our full complement of space-borne Mechs. Spread out in a spherical search pattern and track down the rest of our fleet." Chapter 766 Out of Phase. Nobody knew where the shimmering yellow-orange particles came from and how they managed to scramble their communications and sensors. Some of the geeky science officers posited that the particles consisted of a form of higher-dimensional energy that somehow spilled over into real space. While the particles blocked their sight and interrupted their transmissions, they didn't do any further damage. They actually looped around solid objects, as if they followed some kind of astral wind. One good consequence of holding all of those meetings to discuss all kinds of contingency plans was that they already formed a plan for this sort of eventuality. Each Vandal ship should be deploying all of their space-borne Mechs. They kept their heavier Mechs on perimeter guard should any threats emerge from the astral winds. More importantly, they should be deploying their lighter Mechs into expanding circles and spheres in order to reconnect with the rest of the fleet, should they be near. Half an hour went by as the expanding chain of light Mechs encountered their counterparts from a random selection of Vandal and Sword Maiden combat carriers and supply ships. It quickly became evident that the flagrant Sword Maidens emerged out of FTL in a muddled soup that bore no resemblance to their previous formation. What they feared the most right now was missing out on a couple of ships because they fell just outside the detection envelope of their search parties. Right now, the Vandals prioritized the search for the Gorgon's Gaze, the Beggar's Bounty, and the Lynn Everswan. It would hurt if they lost their other ships, but they couldn't lose their expert pilot and their logistics ships. Fortunately, it didn't appear they landed in the vicinity of an enemy force that had arrived beforehand. The engineers and science officers slowly figured out what happened as the flagrant Sword Maidens slowly converged together after coming across a friendly patrol. "As best as we can tell, sir, is that we should have arrived in the Aeon Corona system sooner, but due to entering a field of distorted gravity, time and space appeared to have stretched out for a few days. This caused us to experience more time inside the region of affected than outside, essentially speeding up our perspective. This stretch in space-time suddenly sprang back to normal, causing us to be gently thrown forward and into the Aeon Corona system ahead of schedule. What are the consequences? Our transition coordinates may deviate depending on the strength of the push. Heavier ships are less affected than lighter vessels, so our lighter transports should be the farthest flung away while the heaviest logistics ships shouldn't be too far away from our original formation. Once we find the logistics ships, we should be able to figure out the center of our spread-out emergency pattern, sir. Major Vole furrowed his brows. He understood the implications. Find the logistics ships, and they had the potential to gather everyone back together again. The problem was that half an hour had gone by and they still hadn't found the big and lumbering vessels. It meant that their spread was wide enough that they stood a real chance of getting cut off from the rest. What can you tell about our emergence zone? The science officer consulted a data pad. According to Chief Avanian, we have emerged at a different angle than anticipated. The space-time storm has flung us minutely off course, but not to the extent of missing the Aeon Corona system entirely. He did state that any other fleet who jumped to the Aeon Corona system from the same dwarf system we departed earlier will likely be flung in an entirely different angle relative to the Trinary stars. Chances are low that we will encounter ships that have jumped to the same system due to the constantly changing ripple effects of the space-time storm. So in short, our own fleet may be scrambled across tens of thousands of kilometers while enemy fleets may have been flung several light hours away. Is that right? Correct, but there's more, sir. We have modeled the streams of particles and have discovered that they are being funneled into space from a central location in the star system. The source is situated at a large terrestrial planet that we have tentatively identified as Aeon Corona 7. Aeon Corona 7. The source of all of these astral winds came from a single planet instead of one of the stars. What's more, the science officer mentioned that the seventh planet from the Trinary stars consisted of a terrestrial, rock-like planet. Does Aeon Corona 7 match our expected parameters? We are still unsure, sir. Several terrestrial planets that are distinguishable on our gravitic sensors may also be the super-Earth we are looking for. Due to the pervasive astral winds, every observation we make is distorted. Their priorities were clear. Before they moved to investigate Aeon Corona 7, they first needed to gather their forces and regroup into a cohesive force. Please send a coded message to Jaded Sword via our quantum entanglement node. Tell them we have reached the system and seek to rendezvous. Sir, that won't be possible, the communications officer replied. Explain. Our quantum entanglement node is permanently rendered inoperative. The entangled particles have lost their entanglement. All of them are decoupled. Are you joking? Upon further questioning, the communications officer and the specialists in charge of the quantum entanglement node concluded that the space-time storm essentially isolated them from the rest of the galaxy at some fundamental level. After a brief consultation with the science officer, they developed a theory. The head geek explained the situation to Major Verl in simple terms. Sir, imagine that before we jumped into the Aeon Corona system, our ships were located anchored in space and time. When we transitioned into FTL, our ships were lifted up in the higher dimensions where the laws of nature operate among slightly different principles. When we emerged into this star system, we haven't actually returned to the familiar confines of real space. Instead, this entire star system is enveloped in a bubble of space-time that is either real space or higher dimensional space. Major Vol's expression grew difficult. As a Mech officer who rose up from the ranks through excelling in combat, administration, and command, his literacy in the sciences fell far behind. How does that impact our quantum entanglement node? Well, it shouldn't really. The science officer expressed his doubts. The particles at the heart of our nodes should have remained entangled with their counterparts at the Calm Consortium. However, we hypothesize the Aeon Corona system is situated in an anomalous phase of existence that is anchored at the edge of real space and some of the higher dimensional spaces. You can consider it to be in an alternate phase of existence where distances and the passage of time may be warped. This distortion is strong enough that the entanglement of our particles can't endure the deviances. Simply put, they got angry and quit their jobs. The lengthy explanation implied more than just a snapped communication line with the outside galaxy. It implied that the star system and everyone inside of it may be experiencing vastly accelerated or decelerated time. Perhaps a single day inside the Aeon Corona system corresponded to 10 days outside. Nobody knew, because they were all trapped in the bubble. Trying to observe the condition of the rest of the galaxy was impossible because of all the astral winds blocking their long-range sensors. Right now, the complicated explanation hammered home the fact that they couldn't come crying for mommy in this screwed-up star system. Not that anyone would send help anyway, but it was the thought that counted. In the end, they needed to wait. A tense couple of hours went by as the newly formed fleet centered around the shield of Hispania gathered an increasing amount of stray vessels. 4 hours after entering the Aeon Corona system, they finally met up with their missing logistics ships. The Jaded Sword found them first, and took charge of their own growing fleet. Once the two collections of ships found each other, they immediately converged and merged into a single whole. After 12 hours since their unexpected emergence, almost every vessel had been accounted for. They even tracked down the Gorgon's gaze after homing in on the faint resonance emissions transmitted by the parallax star. The return of their expert pilot led to a small celebration among the Vandals and even the Sword Maidens. Venerable Sia's prestige had only grown in his brief absence as the Vandals and Sword Maidens lacked an anchor that could put them at ease. Just as they accounted for every ship, including the smallest and most far-flung transports, they failed to discover the whereabouts of 2 different vessels. "Where is the Finmoth Regal?" Major Vril asked with an increasingly dour face. After 20 hours of reconstituting their combined fleet, both the Vandals and the Sword Maidens still missed 1 ship each. The Vandals sent out Mechs on increasingly wider spiral orbits in an attempt to track down their errant combat carrier, while the Sword Maidens did the same for the Gumball Chelsea, one of their recently captured light carriers. Both ships carried a considerable amount of Mechs, and losing them at this juncture weakened their forces considerably. As best their engineers and science officers could tell, the space-time undulations that threw them into the Aeon Corona system ahead of schedule affected the missing ships a little more different. "They can be anywhere, sir," the science officer explained after an exhausting period of performing calculations and making educated guesses. "There's a small probability that the Finmoth Regal and the Gumball Chelsea have missed the Aeon Corona system entirely. A more likely possibility is that they are flung to a different emergence zone that is up to several light hours away from our position. At some point, their chances of finding their missing ships became increasingly less likely. Their light Mechs ranged so far ahead of the reorganized fleet that they risked straying off course. Apparently, space didn't exactly remain stable. The ripples in the astral winds induced a small but fairly noticeable amount of distortion that made it far too risky to split up. A mech that flew straight ahead for a while and then turned 180 degrees and went back might miss the fleet by several hundred kilometers. These oddities forced Major Vril to implement a policy stating that Mechs on patrols should never stray 50 kilometers away from each other. This severely shrank their scouting and patrol range. If they bumped into something dangerous, they only had a brief period of time to come up with a response. "It's been 30 hours. Stop the search and set course to Aeon Corona 7, Major Vril finally ordered after consultation with Commander Lydia. Neither of them could afford to be delayed, while other pirates might have already reached the 7th planet, and perhaps the source of the spacetime anomaly. The fleet moved in unison, falling into an altered formation that left them closer and tighter than they were comfortable with. Their condensed formation flew against the currents of the astral winds, blasting the entire star system. The bright and blinding particles that changed from yellow to orange in a random pattern parted neatly in front of their ships and mechs, only to converge again after their passing. Besides their visibility, the flagrant Sword Maidens failed to figure out the nature of the moving particles. The most predominant theory they came up with was that it consisted of matter or energy native to the higher dimensions. Such particles had been observed before, but most of the research had been conducted in the galactic heartland and the galactic center. A backwater state like the Bright Republic shouldn't even be messing with these kind of exotic particles in the first place. Therefore, every science-minded vandal in the fleet were basically starting from scratch. One thing was for sure, though. Something extremely drastic must have happened on Aeon Corona 7 to flood the surrounding space with so much astral wind. The only way the flagrant sworn maidens could obtain answers was to travel to the eye of the storm. Hopefully, they might meet the missing Finmoth Regal and the Gumball Chelsea along the way. In the event a ship became isolated from the fleet, they received orders to converge at the mission's site. Chapter 767 Squeeze Dimensions. As the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet made their way to Aeon Corona 7, it became clear that they were moving far slower than they ought to. After continuous calculations and estimations, they figured out that it might take 30% longer to reach orbit. Worse, the time and space distortion only grew stronger the more they approached the deviant planet. According to some calculations, time in the vicinity of the super-Earth-like planet may run several times slower than normal, perhaps by as much as 10 times on the very surface of the planet. Despite the alarming phenomena surrounding Aeon Corona 7, neither Major Vole nor Commander Lydia showed any hesitation. They expected the flagrant Sword Maidens to charge straight ahead regardless of what the abnormal planet threw at them. They were finally about to commence their mission. Due to the extra time needed to reach the Super-Earth, VS figured Keddies and him wouldn't be needed at the command center. The Vandals maintained a yellow alert condition, but other than that they didn't expect to bump into anyone. The odds of meeting a rival force during transit under these blinding conditions was almost nil. The astral winds both hindered them as well as shielded them from encountering other forces. VS tallied their current conditions from the records he had access to and made a log. Fuel supply has been dipping, but we have a healthy reserve remaining. We have enough supplies to sustain a months-long campaign on the ground, though if our conditions are difficult we'll need to supplement them with supplies produced on site. The Vandals prepared plenty of production equipment that enabled them to produce ammunition and recharge energy cells from locally sourced resources. Crew morale is somewhat shaken due to the strange phenomena caused by the space-time anomaly originating from Aeon Corona 7. However, now that we are finally nearing our mission site, all of the Vandals are fired up and ready to fight. So long as the Vandals are focused on what is straight ahead of them, they won't think too hard on the myriad of dangers involved with approaching such a dangerous planet. The science officers issued various reports that indicated that the strange astral winds and all of the space-time distortions wouldn't have any effect on their health other than to accelerate their aging relative to the rest of the galaxy. Nonetheless, not everyone trusted their judgment. It was hard to trust anyone when it came to this strange and mystical planet. What few details they gathered of the seventh planet already drove the exogeology specialists nuts. Some of our starships are still recovering from the sabotage attempts by the cultists, and the absence of the Finmoth Regal and the Gumball Chelsea isn't helping matters. Both of our space-borne and land-bound mechs are in their best state, yet if the mech complement of the aforementioned ships are taken out of the equation, even Venerable Sia has shown he feels more at ease when piloting the Parallax Star. VS had no doubt that some of the addictive qualities started to make their mark on the expert pilot's psyche. Addiction played a key role in the cocktail of positive reinforcement mechanisms that slowly associated contentment, safety, fulfillment, and other positive emotions to serving the Vandals. The expert pilot regularly deployed into space in order to gain some valuable experience in piloting the actual Parallax Star. Early indications already showed that the brainwashing tentatively started to shift the expert pilot's mentality. The Venerable still insisted on calling Prince Hicks Claster, but paid less and less attention to the conversations. It became easier for the AI pretending to be the fourth prince to maintain the facade. As for the cooperation between the Vandals and the Sword Maidens, our relations have grown back to normal since before we've picked up the survivors of Chopra Interstellar Security. A healthy separation still exists to guard against contingencies, but it's hard not to grow on the women since they are rather adept at diplomacy. Every Vandal spoke positively when they organized joint patrols or collaborated in other matters. VS was no exception to this phenomenon, as he found Kedis quite adorable under her tough girl exterior. All in all, after crossing through Vision space, mucking about in Harkinson and Mancroft, crossing from one end of the Ferris Star region to the other end, most Vandals expressed relief at finally coming within a stone's throw of their mission. Once they reached the Starlight Megalodon and looted it with whatever their bosses wanted to retrieve, they could make a straight shot towards home. VS snorted at the thought. How naive. Treasure attracts danger. Besides, I don't think Aeon Corona 7 will relinquish its bounty without a fight. He could feel it in his restless gut. A deep sense of anxiety mixed with anticipation ran across his body whenever he studied the increasingly more detailed model of the seventh planet. One giant super-Earth. 5 medium-sized moons. Extremely likely to possess a thin atmosphere with a sufficient amount of oxygen to allow baseline humans to breathe, though with great difficulty. In fact, besides estimating the planet's gravity at 6 times the gravity of old Earth, the planet seemed suspiciously livable to humans. The exobiologists all concluded that the planet likely used to be a lot more hostile to human life, but that centuries of faint but focused terraforming changed all of that. Due to the time acceleration on the surface of the planet, the change may have only taken a couple of decades in the perspective of the outside galaxy. Aeon Corona 7 tentatively hit all the boxes when it came to the requirements to sustain human life. Water, air, and temperature all fell within a moderate range, while its strong magnetic field protected it against the harmful radiation against the combined output of 3 stars in the center of the system. The biggest question of all was whether any humans actually lived down there. So far, clones piloting FTL-capable shuttles managed to escape the planet and star system and leak out word of the Starlight Megalodon's existence. Yet who grew those clones? It didn't have to be other humans. It could be aliens or some automated cloning system at work. The journey to the planet progressed quietly. The Vandals kept up constant patrols and tried to study the glowing particles as best they could, but none of their attempts at capturing them succeeded. It was like they truly existed out of phase, yet somehow cast their reflection into a few dimensions down. All of the science talk went over V's head. He recognized a few terms related to FTL drive technology, but he lacked the foundation to understand or participate in a discussion of that level. The best way to put it is like this, Chief Avanian said when VS paid a visit to engineering. Imagine you take some clothes out of your closet and place them neatly on top of each other. You'll end up with a mostly flat pile of clothes consisting of multiple layers of fabric, right? Yeah. Then one day you take your palm and press down right into the middle of the pile of clothes. Your arm sinks down and the layers of clothes get squeezed. Right now, Aeon Corona 7 is kind of in such a situation. Imagine the pile of clothes as a stack of dimensions. Normally, there's plenty of space and separation between the layers. Pressing down our palm on them has changed the equilibrium and caused them to press against each other. As far as we can tell, the dimensions are so compressed that they are partially overlapping into each other. What the hell does that mean? VS frowned. It means we start to see things but we can't touch them. It isn't correct to say that interaction between matter and energy in different dimensions is impossible, but we don't have the knowledge nor the theory to do something like that. However, we did manage to develop some hypotheses on what is going on. We haven't been sitting on our butts all this time. Can you tell me what is going on? Our first guess is that the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives are most likely responsible, or at least involved in this persistent space-time anomaly. I won't bore you with the specifics, but when highly advanced FTL drives fail in a certain way, they essentially cause an effect on the dimensions similar to how you press down your arm on the pile of clothes. From what little we can manage to extrapolate from our long-range sensors pointed to Aeon Corona 7, the origin point of all of the astral wind is very likely to be her crash site. This was a bold and frankly ridiculous-sounding revelation. Even if battleships possessed enough firepower to destroy a planet, to flood an entire star system with all of this space-time distortion for decades or centuries sounded far too ludicrous. How can that be possible? VS expressed his disbelief. Pressing down on the layer of dimensions and keeping them compressed requires you to expend an enormous amount of energy to maintain this state. Battleship or not, the Starlight Megalodon's energy reserves shouldn't have lasted that long. Chief Avanian shook his head. Are you certain about that? We know that humanity has mastered the means to create endlessly renewable energy sources, and CF-8 battleships are known to incorporate the best and greatest technology of humanity. As long as the battleship hasn't incurred too much damage, it is not out of the realm of probability that her malfunctioning FTL drives are perpetually sustaining an abnormal dimension compression effect. You have no proof that this is going on, right? It is the simplest answer we can think of right now. Occam's razor, VS. If your understanding of FTL drives has reached my level, then you wouldn't be so dismissive of my words. The greater the capabilities of an FTL drive, the more we are tangling with dangers we don't fully understand. An active FTL drive is a wild beast that seeks to tear a hole through the dimensions and subject everything around it to chaos if left to its own devices. Will it be dangerous for us to get close to such an anomaly? I used to be part of the Glowing Planet campaign, and the forces there borrowed dimensional smoother devices that could forcibly suppress wrinkles in space-time. We're not talking about a couple of wrinkles here, VS. Avanian shook his head again. Whatever is at the center of the Starlight Megalodon is at least 100 times worse. It's a massive pit. However, it is a remarkably smooth and stable one as well. The danger with dimensional wrinkles is that ships tend to get crumpled into the folds of spacetime when they come across a wrinkle. That problem won't happen here because the distortions are smooth and gradual enough that we won't get folded in ourselves or something. That sounded reassuring. Not. What if we slip and slide all the way to the bottom of the pit? Nobody knows. We might get pulled into a singularity for all I know, but as long as we maintain some distance we won't be at risk. Considering that the battleship is very likely to be intact enough to sustain a perpetually active FTL drive, we don't believe it's all that bad down there. VS couldn't comprehend the chief's dismissive attitude towards the potential dangers. It was like the chief telling everybody that taking a dip into the corona of the sun would just leave them with a bit of sunburn on their skin. Just as VS was about to express his skepticism, the yellow alert suddenly turned to red alert. Our patrols have made contact with Sandman escort vessels. All hands to action stations. Both VS and Avanian cursed. Go! VS hustled to the command center as best he could with the Earth Ant. After a long period of avoiding the aliens, they suddenly bumped into the silicate life forms all of a sudden in the middle of interplanetary space. How did they even manage to enter the Aeon Corona system? Chapter 768 Blind Scuffle. When the Flagrant Sword Maidens understood how difficult it would be to penetrate the astral wind, they treated it as both a benefit and a detriment to their survival. The higher dimensional particles never physically touched anything material, but they blocked any form of scans or signals from penetrating past 100 kilometers. On land this distance spanned a small province, but in space it might as well be a couple of footsteps away. This condition benefited the Flagrant Sword Maidens because it would be exceptionally difficult for the other forces that entered the Aeon Corona system to band up and track them down. The disadvantage was that if an enemy force ever succeeded in bumping into the Flagrant Sword Maidens, the fight started right off the bat at close range in space-borne combat terms. Certain types of enemies fared better or worse in close-ranged combat. The Flagrant Vandals, for example, fielded a relatively balanced space-borne mech roster, though they slightly put more emphasis melee mechs. Lydia's Sword Maidens, on the other hand, leaned heavily on melee mechs. Though each swordsman mech had the ability to sheathe their swords and wield spare ballistic rifles when they encountered Sandmen, they usually chose to flee if they ever encountered a whiff of the aliens. Unfortunately, the Sandmen, almost literally bumping into their patrols, had left that choice off the table. Their forces approached far too close to each other to contemplate a withdrawal. The Sandman escort vessel has entangled two of our inheritors. One pilot has ejected in time, but the other cockpit has been caught. Anyone caught by the Sandmen would get crushed by the sentient sand particles as they sought to absorb as much energy as possible. Getting into melee range against any Sandmen conglomeration was a recipe for disaster. Inform Captain Rakeshire to shift our formation away from the trajectory of the Sandmen. The fleet turned around a moment later, every ship trying to curve to starboard in order to evade the lone Sandmen escort that had very likely informed the rest of its buddies that it had encountered human machines to snack upon. Major Vo quickly issued a set of orders that basically amounted to following a modified contingency plan in the event a Sandmen force ambushed the fleet. All melee mechs had to withdraw and, if possible, exchange their melee weapons for simplified ballistic and kinetic rifles. In the meantime, half of the Akara heavy cannoneers started readying their physical cannons while shutting off power to their laser cannons. Laser weapons generally inflicted limited damage against the Sandmen due to their excellent heat conductivity. Dealing localized spot damage was nearly impossible as the individual Sandmen constantly shifted around and diverted heat away. Even the Parallax Star gave up its lance in exchange for a customized railgun that Miss Lisbeth once fabricated as an emergency option. VS didn't want to admit it, but for once, Miss Lisbeth's insane drive towards fabricating as many spare parts and options as possible actually turned out to be useful. The railgun packed a lot of punch, though the energy it expended and the high degree of wear and tear incurred in its use made it a very expensive weapon to deploy. Right now, every single credit put into its construction and payment would be worth it if it gave Venerable Sia a powerful means of fighting back against the Sandmen. Sandmen vessels fared poorly against single powerful physical attacks. Though their fluid amalgamations were capable of absorbing a lot of shock, the energy constructs that animated them could only sustain so much shock before they fractured, essentially killing the consciousness that animated the Sandmen. The Parallax Star will be ready to deploy in 3 minutes. Clear the firing lines for our Akara mechs. Tell the laggards to move their metal butts out of the way. The Sandman escort ship had moved quickly in chasing after the fleeing Inheritor mechs. Armed with double knives or daggers, the light skirmishers fared exceptionally poorly against a Sandmen vessel that engulfed anything that strayed close enough as their main means of attack. Although the Inheritors moved fast, the Sandman ship somehow managed to move even faster through their reactionless sublight propulsion. 2 more mechs almost got caught, but managed to confuse the Sandman ship by splitting up in diametrically opposite directions, causing its reigning intelligence to pause in indecision. Detecting several new Sandmen signatures. Sir, we have made positive identification of their fleet type. It's a low-intelligence Sandmen fleet based around a single cruiser-sized mothership and 12 frigate-sized escort vessels. The Sandmen for some reason loved the number 6, and their more basic fleets often deployed escort vessels in multiples of 6. A 12 escort fleet posed a significant threat to the Flagrant Sword Maidens, especially if all 12 ships as well as the massive mothership managed to get into point-blank range. Whatever Flagrant Sword Maidens did, they had to stop the Sandmen ships from going any closer. Order the Akara mechs to lay down suppressive fire. I want all of the Sandmen frigates facing a storm of firepower. Half of the Akara mechs immediately received new targeting orders, prompting their mech pilots to unleash their ballistic and kinetic cannons. Around a quarter of the rounds hit their mark, causing the Sandmen frigates to encounter difficulties in closing in on the fleet that desperately tried to turn aside. An increasing amount of Akara mechs came online and started to add to the soundless barrage. Half of the mech pilots had remained on standby in their cockpits so could immediately jump into action, but the other half had to be roused from their sleep, causing them to be delayed for a critical moment. A few other ranged mechs already deployed on patrol added their firepower, with mixed success. The fast and agile Sandmen frigates moved as nimbly as a light mech despite massing much more than them. They zigged and zagged towards the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet in an inexorable advance even as the frequent hits chipped away globs of lifeless sand. The Sandmen ships were undeterred. One of the most annoying things about the Sandmen was that they knew no fear, at least not the way other sentients experienced. Damaging them caused their amalgamations to grow smaller, but that only made them faster and more agile. They were like mechs outfitted with modular armor in that sense. Only by crushing them down until they reached the size of a melon did they finally become inert. By now, the Misty Slashers, the Inheritors, the Hellcats, and many other mechs launched out of the combat carriers as fast as possible armed with cheap backup rifles. While they packed less of a punch than anyone would want, they were cheap to procure and did not require too much complexity to operate. Any humanoid mech could make use of them, even melee mechs. Their accuracy left a lot to be desired, but the large Sandmen ships were easy to hit at medium range. "Sir, the Sandmen escort ships are forced to slow down under the weight of fire," the tactical officer said. "However, their mothership is advancing unopposed. Assign Venerable Sia to the task of halting the mothership," Major Verl instructed. "Maintain our current targeting priorities. Right now, we need to whittle down the Sandmen frigates." The flagrant Sword Maidens expended a large amount of ammunition by having hundreds of mechs fire their rifles and cannons at the 12 ominously agile Sandmen escorts. Over 3/4 of the projectiles missed their mark, but enough hit their mark to physically hinder their forward momentum, buying precious time for more mechs to take up rifles. "Sir, the Parallax Star has deployed. It's firing its railgun." The Parallax Star armed itself with a large railgun that outgunned the cannons of the Akara mechs by a significant margin. Just the length of the weapon alone surpassed the height of the mech that wielded it. Its mass and size already made it clear that this was a weapon meant to be deployed in space. A mech on the ground wouldn't be able to hold this weapon properly under standard gravity. The expert pilot already received permission to fire at will, so as soon as Venerable Sia drew a bead on the large Sandman mothership, he pulled the trigger. The firing sequence almost passed without any notice. If VS hadn't glued his eyes to the stream depicting the Parallax Star, he wouldn't have noticed much. The mech's flight system and the railgun's inertial dampeners did an excellent job in compensating for the recoil upon firing. The slug the formidable weapon fired impacted the mothership fairly hard. A small crater marred its smooth sphere-like surface. What must have been several tons worth of individual Sandmen separated from the greater mass, the kinetic impact causing their energy constructs to be overwhelmed. "The Sandman mothership has sustained significant damage." The only downside to the artillery-scale railgun was that it required a significant amount of time to safely fire it again. An agonizing amount of seconds passed as the railgun finally shifted enough heat and energy, as well as load in a new slug to fire again. "The second railgun impact dealt less damage. The mothership is adjusting its structure into a hollow cage structure. It's adjusting its composition in response to the heavy impacts." Major Vo cursed. "It appears the Sandman Admiral isn't a total rookie. Divert 10% of our Akara mechs to suppressing the mothership. Don't let it get away with its latest shape change." A small amount of high-volume firepower assisted Venerable Sia as his railgun accurately hit the hollowed-out mothership that had changed its structure into a multitude of hexagonal-shaped cages. Its overall volume ballooned in size, but most of it consisted of empty space. Each time a railgun hit the hexagonal cages, the constructions broke easily, but the lack of interconnectedness also limited the spread of damage. The mothership could last 4 times longer when it adopted this hollow structure. This was why Major Verl insisted on adding some of the Akara mechs to the equation. The thinner hexagonal structures didn't need a railgun to shatter apart, so adding the high-volume firepower of the heavy cannoneers on top of the railgun fire put the mothership under a lot of pressure. The Sandman Admiral decided to respond. "Sir, the Sandman mothership is accumulating energy for an attack." "What is it targeting?" 70% certainty the mothership is targeting the Parallax Star, sir. There's a 17% chance that it's targeting the Gorgon's gaze behind the expert Mech. Order Venerable Sia to evade. A few seconds later, the communications officer reporting something alarming. "Sir, the Venerable has refused to follow your last order. He believes the Parallax Star can take the energy attack." "Damn it! Who does he think he is? Tell him to pull back now." Too late. Just as the Parallax Star tossed aside its railgun to get it out of the way, an energy field formed around the unarmed Lancer Mech. A bright yellow beam struck the Parallax Star with unerring machine-like accuracy. The Sandman mothership only sustained the beam for 0.026 seconds, but it had transferred enough energy to bore through the armor belt of a combat carrier. The mothership has exhausted its attack. It is accumulating energy for a second energy attack. What is the status of the Parallax Star? Major Vold demanded. The Parallax Star sustained light damage. Its energy field has largely negated the damage to its frame, VS responded. He had kept an eye on its telemetry throughout the entire event. Some of its energy field emitters have overstressed themselves. They won't stand up to repeated punishments. How many more attacks can it take? If Venerable Sia is able to maintain the same strength of energy fields, then at around 4 to 6 full-powered blasts. Reckless. It was indeed a reckless move to tank the Sandman energy beam without any attempts at dodging. The Parallax Star may not be the most agile mechs, but turning a head-on attack into a glancing attack would have saved it, and its maintenance crew a lot of grief. Venerable Sia, evidently satisfied with this test of his capabilities with his new mech, flew out to grab the spinning railgun and fired at the mothership yet again. The battle was far from over, but the flagrant Sword Maidens at least managed to stem the tide. Chapter 769 Charging Bull. We need a victory here, not a stalemate. I need options, Major Vo called. The tactical officer regretfully shook his head. Sir, we can't afford to divert more firepower to focus down the Sandmen escorts one by one. All 12 escort vessels won't hesitate to accelerate and catch up to our slower supply train if we reduce the pressure on any of them. With the absence of the Finmoth Regal's complement of mechs, we don't have the mechs to spare. A 12 escort Sandmen fleet was a significant force to be reckoned with to any force. The flagrant Sword Maidens only managed to hold on due to arming their melee mechs with spare-ranged rifles, but those mechs quickly started to run out of ammunition. Sir, the average ammunition levels of the mechs has dipped below 30%, VS reported. This was an urgent matter that needed to come to the attention of Major Vo. Some of the more trigger-happy mech pilots are already turning back to their carriers to pick up their next batch of ammunition. Our total output of fire is declining. The Sandmen escorts are inching forward again. Instruct the mech pilots to bring their fire rate under control. I don't want all of our mechs to run out of rounds at the same time, Major Vo thundered. Initiate an immediate rotation of our mechs regardless of their ammunition reserves. Plan out a continuous rotation so that our way of fire never dips below the amount that is necessary to keep pushing back the Sandmen. The voracious and relentless Sandmen loved nothing more than to gulp down human mechs and ships. They never stopped pursuit once they obtained the whereabouts of a human fleet. Even if they were losing a battle, most of the Sandman admirals were too inflexible to consider retreat. Therefore, fighting back against the Sandmen required a concerted effort over a long period of time. Sandmen had no concept of morale, as the vast majority of their race exhibited too little cognition to even understand such a concept. The Sandman admiral at the heart of the mothership ruled over every aspect of the Sandman fleet with an iron fist. This was an advantage when it wasn't too old and hadn't experienced too much to develop countermeasures against prior attacks. However, the Sandman admiral the flagrant sword maidens were facing right now was young enough to fight to the death but old enough to form various countermeasures. "The Sandman escorts are breaking apart, sir! They're forming into fluid sandstorm formations." For example, at some point, the Sandman escort vessels stopped maintaining their solid shapes. Instead, they exploded into sandstorms that spread out their structure over a huge stretch of space. The sandstorms swept forward, slower but more all-encompassing, and no matter how much firepower the flagrant sword maidens threw at them, they ceased to be able to push them back. This was one of the responses the Vandals dreaded the most. It was easier to stop a ship than a storm. Through the sandstorm formation exposed the escorts to an increasing amount of damage. The lack of rigidity in its structure meant that nothing could stop it from employing its superior acceleration to advance. Major Vril paused for a few seconds before issuing new orders. "Pull back our mechs! Instruct Captain Rakeshire to scatter the fleet." The battle turned against the flagrant sword maidens. Even though the Mech steadily gave ground, some of their starships couldn't run away fast enough to escape the incoming sandstorms. VS looked at the plot that automatically calculated how much time it took for the living sandstorms to catch up to the slowest cargo haulers. 6 minutes. That was way too little time. However, unlike the Sandmen who let a single entity do all of the thinking for them, the flagrant sword maidens relied on an extensive staff to come up with solutions. The tactical officer presented a new plan that sounded very viable. "Sir, now that the Sandmen escorts have formed into sandstorms, there's no use in spreading our firepower. I suggest we deploy at least half of our mechs into focusing their fire on one sandstorm at a time. Their sandstorm shapes makes them more susceptible to mass light attacks." Agreed. Major Vril issued his approval. "Implement the plan." Half of the mechs kept up their barrage of firepower to discourage the Sandmen from pulling off anything else, while the other half chose to whittle down the sandstorm furthest to their starboard side. The dispersed sandstorms sustained massive damage over time. All the explosive shells disrupting and kinetic rounds disrupting the sand flows took their toll on the fluid amalgamation. Around 60 seconds later, the sandstorm lost integrity and turned into lifeless grains of sand. Target the second sandstorm in the list. By concentrating half of their firepower one sandstorm at a time, the flagrant sword maidens managed to really dish out the hurt to the Sandmen. The second sandstorm fell a little bit faster, and the third one already came under fire. Each time a sandstorm got killed, the mechs assigned to put them under pressure suddenly became free. They immediately received new assignments to add their fire to the mechs assigned to focus the sandstorm down. It was like a snowball rolling down a snowy mountain. Each sandstorm lost integrity a little faster, and with each takedown the next sandstorm being targeted endured even heavier fire. While the regular mechs tentatively handled the sandstorms, the mothership appeared to grow agitated and shifted its structure to one that optimized its speed. The Sandman admiral grew frustrated and wanted to reverse the battle by going into action itself. "Sir, the Sandman mothership is accelerating. It is attempting to overtake the Gorgon's gaze. It will be able to catch up in 4 minutes. What is Venerable Sia doing?" He's returning to the Gorgon's gaze to exchange the Parallax Star's railgun for its lance. He says he intends to charge the mothership. Call him back. He refuses to comply, sir. He has shut down all of his active communication channels. Major Vro very pointedly threw a gaze at VS. Even without uttering any words, the mech designer understood the mech officer's dissatisfaction. For someone who had undergone a fair amount of brainwashing, the expert pilot did not appear to behave in an obedient manner. VS rapidly analyzed the expert pilot's behavior pattern. According to his judgment, with the amount of practice hours the Venerable put into the Parallax Star, its tampered neural interface had plenty of time to build up associations in the expert pilot's brains. Why then would Sia refuse direct orders from the highest-ranking Vandal on the field not once, but several times now? He remembered that Venerable Sia had been trained as a bodyguard, and not as a serviceman in some kind of mech military. Prince Hicks-Claster did not strike VS as an imaginative and capable leader, so he must have depended heavily on his pet expert pilot to pull him out of trouble. Major, Venerable Sia is trained as a bodyguard first and foremost. His primary duty is to protect whatever he is assigned to cover, and as the fourth prince of the royal house of talk is rather prone to hysteria, Sia likely developed a habit of taking the initiative whenever there is a crisis. Why then must he exchange his perfectly functioning railgun for a lance that he has hated from the start? VS didn't immediately understand why Sia opted for a lance either, until he recalled footage of Venerable O'Callahan's amazing charges. It was possible that Sia wished to emulate his predecessor. A charging attack in the vein of what Venerable O'Callahan used to accomplish is a much more deadlier attack to the mothership, he explained. A melee mech that is statically attacking the Sandman mothership will no doubt become engulfed, expert mech or not, so Sia won't be able to employ his spear. Employing a charging attack with a lance, however, allows him to make repeated attacks that may hurt just as much if not more than a railgun discharge. The Parallax Star was in essence a melee mech and featured no enhancements that empowered its ranged attacks. Venerable Sia's personal land-bound Pale Dancer mech could have inflicted a lot more range damage, but it couldn't be deployed in space at all. It took a precious minute for the Parallax Star to re-enter its private hangar bay and quickly put aside its railgun to pick up its lance. It took another minute for the mech to return to its old position in front of the lumbering Gorgon's gaze. The Parallax Star is initiating a charge, VS immediately called as he saw several resonance indicators light up. Its target is the Sandman mothership. The Parallax Star's powerful custom flight system visibly lit up as it pushed the Lancer mech forward in a straight and stable charge. Though its acceleration paled in comparison to what Venerable O'Callahan used to accomplish, Venerable Sia nonetheless was no slouch. His performance with the Parallax Star is at least 20% better than expected. His charge is actually gaining momentum. VS was pleasantly surprised by this development. The change he made to expend Sia's potential in exchange for a temporary boost in performance turned out to be a prudent change. His resonance strength even surpassed 12 Lavares for a brief moment of time as the expert pilot summoned up more strength. The Parallax Star was built for speed, and Venerable Sia activated the resonance patterns embedded in the flight system to boost his mech's acceleration by a considerable amount. Just a brief period of time had already caused the Parallax Star to turn into a comet with all of the light being dispersed by its energy field. A second energy field formed around its lance, one that looked sharper and more destructive than the field protecting the mech itself. The two fields overlapped a bit, causing a few glitches to occur, but the Venerable quickly compensated for them on the spot. The Parallax Star will impact the mothership in 20 seconds. Both the expert mech and the mothership flew in a collision course against each other. That meant that any impact would hurt far more for each side. 10 seconds until impact. The mothership fired off another energy beam, but this time the Parallax Star rolled out of the path of energy and light, enabling it to escape at least 2/3 of the damage. With that last hurrah, the parallax star charged into the partially hollow mothership with its lance held forward in an impeccably sharp intrusion. Gouts of sand flew apart as the parallax star pierced through multiple sand structures until it came out from the other side. The mech performed a short loop before it initiated its charge again, the energy fields in front of the mech and lance battering aside all of the sand in its way. The expert mech repeated this feat several times as Venerable Sia was unwilling to let the mothership advance towards the Gorgon's gaze unimpeded. However, these repeated attacks took their toll on the expert mech as its energy field emitters kept sustaining more damage, and its momentum continued to bleed away. "Sir, the parallax star is losing speed with every successful charging pass," VS alerted Majorville. "After 2 more charges, the expert mech has lost so much relative velocity that the mothership may succeed in its attempt to trap the mech." The mothership already caught on to the expert mech's tactics and attempted to throw gouts of sand in its way to halt the parallax star and captured it in its grasp. However, each time it did so, the mech's forward momentum and its increasingly ragged energy field saved it from getting munched. Yet how long would the expert mech be able to persist? Good news arrived by then. "Sir, we have focused down all of the Sandmen escort vessels. We direct our firepower to the mothership, but we risk inflicting friendly fire." "Damn it!" Major Verl slammed his fist against his seat rest. His command chair had endured a lot of abuse over the months. "Keep ringing Venerable Sia and tell him to abort his reckless attack. We don't need him to occupy the mothership anymore." Sadly, the expert pilot appeared to be deaf and blind to the tactical situation. The expert pilot had developed a severe case of tunnel vision as he kept charging at the mothership like a bull that only saw red. Chapter 770 Broken Authority. With only seconds left to make a decision, Major Verl made the right if difficult choice. "All Mechs, fire upon the mothership." "But sir, Venerable Sia is still in the line of fire." "The parallax star can take care of itself." Major Verl immediately buelled over everyone's objections. "Target the bottom port side of the mothership. If Venerable Sia has any sense, he will move his mech to the upper starboard side." A direct command from Major Verl should have been obeyed at all costs. However, neither the Sword Maidens nor the Vandals followed their latest order with much enthusiasm. In fact, some of them dithered and didn't do anything at all. Just 1/4 of the Sword Maidens and 1/3 of the Vandal mech pilots opened fire on the Sandman mothership. While the vessel incurred significant damage from the weight of fire, the incoming rounds hadn't been enough to deter the Sandman vessel from focusing all of its efforts into trapping the charging parallax star. "What are the slackers doing? Open fire, damn it!" The other mechs that refrained from shooting only reluctantly added their rifle and cannon shots to the ongoing barrage. Their aim wasn't even that accurate, as they missed far beyond what should have been possible against a large and fairly preoccupied Sandman mothership. No one wanted to be responsible for harming an expert pilot. The Sword Maidens revered strength, and their regard for Venerable Sia far surpassed that of any other Vandal, including Major Verl and any of their mech captains. As for the Vandals, their hero worship for an authentic expert pilot and the pervasive cultural norm of respecting expert pilot vastly overpowered their ingrained sense of duty of following orders. The martial tradition of the flagrant Vandals placed more emphasis on initiative and free expression than discipline and an absolute compulsion to follow orders. This enabled them to integrate a wide variety of misfit mech pilots relatively smoothly without causing any of them to feel caged or oppressed. The downside to this loose and casual regimental culture was that at important junctures, the Vandals may outright decide to ignore their orders. Managing a rowdy bunch like the Vandals required a rare human touch. One of the reasons why Major Verl had been promoted ahead of the other mech captains was because he possessed this touch. His ability to read and manipulate the general mood among the Vandals impressed VS the most. Yet at this critical moment, even the Major's vaunted command abilities fell short against the men and women's sheer regard for the prestige of an expert pilot. Despite his origins as a foreigner formerly in the service of a royal prince of a faraway kingdom that vaguely resembled the Visions, Carol Sia already commanded everyone's respect by sheer dint of ability. Each and every mech pilot, whether they were pirates or servicemen, both dreamt of becoming expert pilots, and therefore worship those that have already reached this exalted rank as mech pilots, elevated to the first steps of becoming a god. No mortal was allowed to sully a demigod, especially if that demigod fought on the same side. VS saw that Major Vo's face grew increasingly ugly. Although enough mech pilots managed to gain enough sense to fire their weapons earnestly against the Sandman mothership, the delay had been long enough to cause their tunnel-visioned expert pilot to get caught by a net of Sandman tendrils. Strong streams of sand-like material continued to flow around the slowed and hindered energy field surrounding the parallax star. VS studied the telemetry in detail and found out that the protective energy field could only last a short time before the emitters reached their limits and cracked. "Sir, the parallax star's energy field can only last less than 30 seconds at this rate," he reported. "How soon until the mothership loses integrity?" 2 to 3 minutes, sir." In other words, the status quo didn't favor them at all. With the lackluster performance of their mechs, they would never be able to rescue their trapped expert pilot in time. Major Vo could order the mech pilots to reinvigorate their attack and put some actual effort in their marksmanship. Yet would the outcome be any different? They already showed a disregard against his orders despite their necessity, because from their perspective the accusation of inflicting friendly fire on an expert pilot on their own side was enough to tarnish their honor and career. "What are our options?" No one responded. Mechs weren't bots that could be taken over or shut off from remote. Each of them carried a mech pilot that functioned as the true intelligence behind their actions. When a mech pilot didn't want to do something or did so half-heartedly, then those behind the scenes had little recourse in effecting any change. VS learned another important lesson here. Sometimes, official authority broke down when they clashed with the fundamental values ingrained within their subordinates. Mech pilots especially belonged to a class on their own, enjoying a sufficient amount of reverence and respect from others that they felt less compelled to follow every order to the letter. In the end, even a mech major who served with the flagrant vandals for decades earned less respect than a foreign expert pilot. No matter how much merit Major Vol had earned or how much he reinforced his authority, when the mech pilots had to choose between the two of them, they respected godly authority over mortal authority. VS discreetly shook his head in disappointment. "Expert pilots are both an asset and a liability to a force. Those who hire them have to make sure they command enough respect, or else they may find the expert pilot taking over the hearts and minds of their own subordinates." Even the expert pilot's actions unconsciously increased everyone's respect for his martial prowess. Instead of dodging the Sandman mothership's powerful energy beam that possessed enough strength to bore through a combat carrier, Venerable Sia opted to resist it head-on at first. Instead of continuing to bombard the frightening Sandman mothership with a slow but powerful railgun from a safe and healthy distance, the expert pilot instead abandoned his gun for the lance, a weapon that he never excelled in, unlike the previous pilot of his mech. Instead of making a few half-hearted charging passes, Venerable Sia fought with all his might, not even considering his own safety in his efforts to destroy the mothership from up close. All of his actions exemplified the courage, honor, and valiance of an ideal mech pilot. While the expert pilot may be fighting hard on behalf of the flagrant vandals, in actual fact each of his reckless heroics undermined Major Vol's authority and threatened to undermine the vandals' original command structure. If VS didn't know any better, he would have suspected that Venerable Sia intended to plot against the existing leadership. That's not possible, however. He recognized that the tampering he performed on the neural interfaces may have affected the expert pilot's judgment. Ultimately, Carol CS should have remained loyal to the flagrant vandals. The only flaw that VS had overlooked was that loyalty to the flagrant vandals was an open-ended question that could be answered in many different ways. For example, if Venerable Sia thought that Major Verl was no longer qualified to lead the task force, then he may feel just in attempting to take it over. VS knew he'd be getting a lot of flack from their commanding officer after this battle. But first, they had to win it. Right now, the Parallax Star had less than 15 seconds left before its emitters reached their limits. Fortunately, salvation came from an unexpected angle. The sensor officer immediately stood up. "Sir! My men and I have identified the probable location of the Sandman Admiral on the mothership's structure. It's oriented near the top of the hollow structure." Major Verl didn't even glance at it when he issued his next order. "All Mechs, fire at the Sandman Admiral." The Mech pilots started to become clued into the fact that their expert pilot had landed in a lot of trouble. Thus, when the order came to fire upon the Sandman Admiral's suspected location, not a lot of Vandal and Sword Maiden Mech pilots showed any reluctance this time. Over 80% of all available guns fired at the top of the Sandman mothership. Though the vessel adjusted its structure quickly after being targeted by so much Mech, it reacted far too late. Huge gouts of sand the size of Mech chunked away from the main amalgamation. The mothership visibly shrank and became filled with holes as the rounds kept impacting the vessel. A volley of missiles impacted the mothership from the top, causing a rumble of explosions that cut off an extremely hard portion of the mothership from the rest of the structure. The mothership immediately lost cohesion. "Sir, we've separated the Sandman Admiral from the mothership's structure. It's currently attempting to flee. Send in the inheritors and finish off the Admiral," Major Verl immediately ordered with a swipe of his palm. "Don't let it hide within the astral winds. Once it has been rendered inert, send in a specialist retrieval party to recover the crystallized remains of the Sandman Admiral." "What is the status of the Parallax Star?" "It's in a bad shape," VS reported. "When the Sandman Admiral became separated from the main mothership, it turned into an independent entity without strong control. While Venerable Sia has managed to extract the Parallax Star from the belly of the ship, its energy field failed at the end. Some of the sand has managed to inflict material damage on the exterior of the expert mech, but its armor held up long enough for the machine to escape intact." Some expressed relief at the expert pilot's successful escape, but neither VS nor Major Verl smiled. VS already estimated the repair bill and it wasn't cheap, while Major Verl still glowered over his inability to control the expert pilot. Both of them needed to reflect after the battle, but right now they still needed to take care of the aftermath. Verl maintained a confident expression as he issued a series of orders. "Order our Mechs to continue to pound on the leaderless mothership until it's completely rendered inert. Tell our near-perimeter patrols to be vigilant against any approaching streams of sand. Dead or not, fire upon them and force them to disperse. I don't want to risk any surviving Sandmen slipping into our vessels." Small detachments of Sandmen had a tendency to burrow into ships or Mechs unnoticed. They could do a lot of damage if left unattended. This was why the Vandals and the Sword Maidens inspected every Mech returning to their berths. Fortunately, not a lot of Mechs came into close proximity to the Sandmen escorts or motherships. None of the Mechs came back with a hitchhiker so far, though checking out the Parallax Star was a very different matter. The damaged Mech looked as if it withstood a lot of sanding. Streams of sand had rubbed away the original coating to reveal a silvery metallic tint intrinsic to the top layer of its armor. While the sand lacked the punching power to burrow through the extremely resilient compressed armor, they achieved a little more success when they attempted to bore through the softer joint sections. All of that damage took both time and resources to repair, something which the Vandals were in short supply. VS already planned to board a shuttle to the Gorgon's Gaze in order to assist in the repairs. Sir, our retrieval party has secured the crystallization of the Sandman Admiral. They are on their way back to the Shield of Hispania. I will meet them personally at the shuttle bay. Don't let the remains out of their sights until I arrive, their commanding officer said before turning to VS. Mr. Larkin's son, please join me at the shuttle bay. We have matters to discuss. Yes, sir. VS almost sighed and stood up from the observer's seat. After instructing Keddies to stay put, he followed after the armored form of the overburdened Mech officer as they made their way out of the command center. The battle against the Sandman fleet revealed a lot of deficiencies, ones they needed to address before they bumped into larger threats. Chapter 771 Born to Lead. Major Verl and VS moved quietly through the corridor. Owing to the Mech officer's rank, all of the Vandals passing through the corridors all acknowledged the Major in some manner. VS studied the minor rituals from the side. Each Vandal, no matter how crisp or sloppy they behaved, expressed their respect to Major Verl in some manner. The man had earned their genuine respect. Yet did all of his efforts mean nothing compared to the prestige of an expert pilot? Neither of them knew quite what to make of the last battle. While they survived against the Sandman onslaught at close range with fairly light casualties, Venerable Sia threw his parallax star under an unnecessary amount of risk. Right now, the flagrant Sword Maidens began to process the aftermath of the battle. Some Mechs managed to get eaten by the Sandmen, but most managed to survive by staying out of melee range. The only downside was that arming so many Mechs with spare ballistic rifles expended huge amounts of ammunition. Their logistics ships already started churning out more shells and kinetic projectiles to make up for the unexpected shortfall. If they met the Sandmen once, they might very well encounter them again. VS didn't think it was a coincidence that the Sandmen managed to intercept them in the middle of interplanetary space. The odds of bumping into each other when visibility was down to 100 kilometers was too minuscule to count. The Sandmen must have possessed some other means of detecting a fleet at longer ranges. Mr. Larkin's son. Yes, sir? What do you think about the Sandmen presence in the Aeon Corona system? The Major idly asked. As they walked through the passageways, they obviously couldn't discuss anything sensitive. I'm not an exobiologist or an astrophysicist, sir. VS immediately responded with a disclaimer. That said, in my inexpert opinion, we are knee-deep inside the core territory of the Sandmen Empire. They must have lived beside the Aeon Corona system for decades probably. I think that even if the space-time storm that surrounds the system manages to block 1,000,000 attempts at forcing an entry, the Sandmen may have succeeded on the 1,000,000th and first try through sheer luck. I think that's one of the ways in which they can force an entry without possessing a key. If that's true, the Sandmen may have thrown away enough fleets to conquer the Komodo star sector and more. That's not the most efficient allocation of resources. That's why I don't take much stock in this theory, sir. Perhaps the Sandmen have calculated a way to enter the system without being thrown off course. Perhaps they utilize a different means of FTL that doesn't subject them to the vagaries of gravitic turbulence. I don't know, though I think we should be prepared to face more Sandmen as we get nearer to Aeon Corona 7. Something must have attracted them to this star system, and I think the planet and the starlight megalodon may seem attractive to the Sandmen as well. Just the endlessly renewable power reactor should be enough to make the Sandmen ruling caste release their race's equivalent of drool, not to mention the other wondrous technologies the battleship may have utilized. Vo grunted in a dissatisfied manner. Our performance against the 12 escort Sandman fleet has been exceptionally poor. In your opinion, is our space-borne mech roster adequately equipped to defend our fleet? VS didn't know why the Major asked such an open-ended question to him. Sir, with regards to our mechs, they are more than adequate to repel a Sandmen fleet of the same strength. The only reasons why we dropped the ball in the last battle was that despite our drills and contingency plans, no one really expected the Sandmen to actually show up out of the blue. In addition, we haven't fully adjusted our strategy and tactics to cope with the properties of the astral winds. These strenuous environmental conditions massively favor the Sandmen. A 12-escort Sandmen fleet may be an absolute menace to the average pirate gang or mercenary corps, but the flagrant vandals could have easily chewed them if they encountered the aliens under normal circumstances. In regular space-borne combat, the great distances involved usually gave a force plenty of warning once a Sandman fleet moved to intercept them. This enabled the human defenders to make plenty of preparations and bombard the Sandmen from a distance, chewing them up before they ever reached close enough to engulf the yummy ships and mechs. All of this became impossible when their sensors could barely peer through the higher dimensional particles. Like a mist or smoke screen engulfing a terrestrial battlefield, those who entered such a region devolved into savages. "You are correct," Vo finally replied. "I have been hesitant in deploying our patrols further away from the main fleet in fear of losing touch of them, but it has become clear that such a cautious approach will only render us vulnerable to a repeat of the last battle. It is not your fault nor the fault of the Mechs that we have been pushed to the brink of defeat. The way we employ our gear is more important than their properties." "Major, if I may ask? Why are you telling me this?" VS asked. "I'm not a vandal nor a military officer." The man smiled sardonically. "It is exactly because you're an outsider that I feel at ease with my rambles. You aren't restrained in expressing your opinions. Besides, I feel you are a man of ambition. As a leader in your own right in the civilian world, there is a kinship between you and me. You possess an awareness of matters that is far above the other vandals. Do you think Captain Orphan is as contemplative and—" "Definitely not, sir," VS immediately replied. He felt no compulsion in demonstrating his contempt to the female mech captain. The good captain may be a great warrior, but she is not as attentive when it comes to her other responsibilities. The mech officer snorted. "I know what you mean. However, the reality of running a large mech regiment that easily numbers in the tens of thousands is that there are way too many leadership positions but not enough talents to fill them up. Compromises have to be made." The mech officer proceeded to ramble a bit about how to select good leaders and how to deal with an absence of capable leaders. VS felt as if Major Vo wanted to vent but couldn't really let down his guard to anyone but him. He particularly took note of the use of the word kinship. The Skull Architect once mentioned several times that they were kindred. For Major Verl to tie them together in a similar fashion with the word kinship meant that the man saw VS as a person of the same vein. VS felt flattered, though he recognized that he would never have as good of a human touch as the likes of Major Verl or Chief Hain. His failure to integrate with the flagrant vandals and his preference for delegation showed that VS naturally gravitated to a more imperious style of leadership. The pair reached the shuttle bay before he could contemplate the matter further, and VS threw the issue of leadership out of his mind for the moment. Right now, he looked forward to obtaining a close glimpse at the remains of a high-class Sandman leader. "Are you familiar with Sandman crystallizations, Mr. Larkin's son?" "I've studied the Sandmen before, sir." VS nodded. The Sandmen bodies consist of sand-grain-sized substances that are animated through an energy construct that is either the source or an effect of their consciousness. When an individual Sandman dies, the energy construct disappears but their physical bodies remain. The lowest caste of Sandmen often utilize literal grains of sand, hence their name, but the higher castes adopt higher quality materials as their base. Their leaders often blend a variety of precious exotics into a single solid crystal. Correct. These crystallized remains are the only objects of value that we can retrieve from a Sandman force. Most of the time, the earnings from selling them won't compensate for the losses incurred by fighting the Sandmen. Fighting them is a thankless job. The two finally reached the shuttle that had recently gone out to pick up the Sandman Admiral's crystallization. 2 security officers escorted a pair of exobiologists, followed by a floating protective case. The transparent sides of the case showed off a small, finger-sized crystal shaded in red. This tiny crystal used to be the center of a governing intelligence of a space-borne Sandman fleet. VS stared at the strangely reflective crystal with great fascination. Though he sensed nothing spiritual, or anything else that signified the crystal used to be alive, it nevertheless possessed an attractive luster that made for a great jewel. To be honest, the red remains reminded him of Lucky's crystals. Did they share the same properties? The sources I've consulted never mentioned the use of these crystallization, VS remarked as he stood up after having his fill of staring at the curiosity. All the articles only tell their readers that the CFA pay a good price for the intact crystallizations of the Sandmen ruling castes. It's no surprise they do so, the male exobiologist garbed in a hazard suit replied. The Sandmen ruling caste are born to lead. They are more intelligent on their own and have the ability to strengthen their cognition by drawing upon the spare thinking capacity of their subjects. You can say that they exhibit traits of both sentience and processors at the same time. The other exobiologist, a woman, piped in as well. The reason why the CFA is eager to acquire the crystals while the MTA show no interest is because of one of their philosophical disagreements. The Common Fleet Alliance mainly operate warships, which are huge, complex vessels that are run by huge crews. However, these warships are far too large and complex to be directed by human crew alone. By necessity, they rely highly on automation in order to help keep their ships running without relying on an excessive amount of spacers. VS frowned at that. What does that have to do with the Sandmen? Well, a potential Sandman leader has the ability to think similar to a human while possessing the ability to connect to as much hardware as possible to increase their raw capabilities. Don't you think that makes for a great AI core? That's only a rumor, the male exobiologist retorted. I doubt that the mighty Common Fleet Alliance will deign to repurpose the remains of a marginal alien race as an AI core of all things. Perhaps they are studying the crystallizations to advance their automation technology, but it's crazy to say that they are putting literal alien carcasses to use as the center of their operating systems. Verl held out his armored hand, halting the argument between the two exobiologists. Inspect the crystallization for any lingering threats and learn what you can out of it. Once you are done, stow the remains in our vault. Don't scratch it. We can still earn a decent amount of money once we pass it over to the CFA. Once the exobiologists and their escorts brought their encased loot out of the shuttle bay, VS and Major Verl returned all the way to his stateroom. After they arrived, VS activated his signal jammer before they began their long-awaited discussion. All right, Mr. Larkin's son, enough dilly-dallying around. Tell me what is going on with our good expert pilot. His insubordination is far outside the pale. According to the personality profiles my men have constructed, Venerable Sia would never dare to disobey a direct order from the Fourth Prince. Are the changes working or not? I don't know, VS simply replied. I'm not a neuroscientist or a psychologist. My expertise lies in mechs. I think you are able to tell me more about mech pilots than myself. All I can say is that according to the telemetry I've observed from the parallax star in action, the changes I've made should have caught on. Venerable Sia may not have lost his loyalty to the Fourth Prince, but his newfound adoration for the flagrant vandals should have surpassed his prior feelings. This was the most insidious part about the code that VS had cribbed from Ferrand Incorporated. The company's much maligned programming enabled them to subvert their victims with almost no resistance. It should have worked perfectly if VS understood the entire code and copied more than a couple of fragments, but alas, he didn't have the time or capability to do so. His haste and sloppiness in the implementation had bitten him back this time. Chapter 772 Aeon Corona 7. After 20 minutes of exchanging half-baked theories, unsupported arguments, and baseless speculation, they came no closer to explaining what went on with Venerable Sia and his cavalier behavior in the last battle. Enough! Major Vole let out an outburst. It is obvious that neither of us lack the expertise to judge the actual outcome of your work. I will have my men keep an eye on the subordinate and make an attempt to read his thoughts from his actions. For what is worth, I believe you when you state your changes has achieved at least something. Venerable Sia has not made a single attempt to contact the fourth prince, thereby continuing the ruse where he's still alive. The death of Prince Hicks Claster was a very regrettable matter to them both. If that acolyte in the service of the Church of Hotamak hadn't been shrewd enough to target the prince, then VS wouldn't have been compelled to break a great taboo and tamper the neural interfaces of an expert pilot. There is a chance that Venerable Sia is merely pretending that he has lost interest in catching up to the fourth prince. VS couldn't help but add. There you go again. Major Vole shook his head in a tired manner. You are full of guesses, but what is the point of answering so many questions? Without proof, none of your assertions can be taken as the truth. Still, I'll assign more men as a precaution. After discussing a few other matters, VS left the stateroom and went to his office to take care of paperwork that piled up after every major battle. The fleet stood down from red alert but maintained yellow alert in case the Sandmen fleet brought friends. Sand and sand-like particles drifted into the astral winds as soon as the battle had ended. Nothing remained of their enemies and the handful of mechs they managed to engulf. Any mech that ended in their clutches would have been broken down as the sand pressed down on their frames from all sides until they finally broke into fragments. Unless a mech was rescued in the first couple of seconds, they never came back intact. Despite the somewhat primitive way the Sandmen fought, they utilized their unique properties to great advantage. VS looked at the final tally and saw that the flagrant vandals lost another 10 mechs due to the initial ambush and various mishaps during the spontaneous battle. Most of their mech pilots ejected in time and survived, fortunately, but the fleet didn't carry enough spare mechs to put them to use. For now, the mech pilots who lost their own mechs had to be benched and put on reserve. He contemplated whether to request the logistics ships to fabricate a bunch of cheap mechs to put these pilots back into action, but he rejected this option in the end. It's going to take way too many resources to fabricate completely new mechs. We need those resources for repairs and other purposes. He processed other matters that came to his desk. Some of the combat carriers almost emptied out their ammunition reserves, prompting VS to place an order to replenish them. The logistics ships already had their hands full for the next week as they accessed their store of bulk materials to fabricate cheap, low-quality rounds and shells to replenish their ammunition stockpile. The low-quality rounds wouldn't be as damaging or reliable than the commercially manufactured ammunition, but VSE would rather have an abundance of low-quality rounds than a limited selection of higher-quality ammunition. At this rate, our stores of bulk materials will be consumed. We really have to seek out some asteroid or moons to mine, or else our guns don't have anything to fire anymore after winning a couple of skirmishes against the Sandmen. The presence of the Sandmen hung over everyone's head like the sword of Damocles. No one knew another sword took the place of the old one and threatened to hack off their heads. Such a nightmare scenario frightened VS quite badly because he was more aware of the state of the fleet than the average Vandal. Even though the flagrant Vandals dragged a considerable supply train long, most of them consisted of transports and cargo haulers that carried a large but finite amount of resources. Once they tapped out their stockpile, their supply situation would really start to crater. Naturally, this only applied to the Vandals. Lydia's Sworn Maidens may have brought their own supply train, but their depth and breadth of resources couldn't match the preparations of their allies. While VS did not have exact figures in possession, his casual interrogation of Keddies revealed that they would likely run out of bulk resources when the Vandals only expended a third of their own bulk stockpiles. In short, if the Vandals really needed to find an asteroid field or a moon to stabilize their increasingly precarious supply situation. Fortunately, physical ammunition is only useful for our space-borne situation. The Vandals did not plan on deploying any mechs that relied solely on ballistic weapons on the ground. Even Venerable Sia's Pale Dancer would have to exchange its trusty ballistic rifle with a customized laser rifle that Miss Lisbeth and Chief Keys originally fabricated for the Parallax Star. The weapon had collected dust for years, and would finally see some use after undergoing modifications to make it more compatible to the Pale Dancer. A few hours went by as the flagrant sword maidens finally recovered from their previous ordeal. After a brief round of servicing, the mechs assigned to patrol the fleet launched into space and began to form a single chain of mechs that extended outwards in each direction. The detection envelope reached as much as 800 kilometers from each direction. Such a distance granted the fleet a lot more minutes of vital preparation time. The daisy chain of mechs also allowed them to transmit targeting data for the artillery mechs safely ensconced in the bunkers along the hulls of the combat carriers they rode with. The Ikaras possessed the heaviest weight of fire and therefore played a principal role in the defense against any other Sandman fleet that might emerge. Despite their caution and their heightened vigilance, the flagrant sword maidens encountered neither Sandmen or pirates as they took an astonishing amount of time to reach the vicinity of Aeon Corona 7. As the fleet arrived in high orbit above the massive super-Earth, more details emerged from their observations. Major Vro called for a conference meeting in order to discuss their findings. VS sat in the side alongside Chief Hain and Chief Avanian, while the mech officers sat on the other side of the compartment. Projections of Vandals stationed on the other ships emerged and filled up the conference room to bursting. Yet despite the potential hubbub that could have emerged from gathering so many Vandals together, no one spoke a word. Now that they finally came within reach of their mission, everyone wanted to get it over with. Everyone had already heard scattered snippets of disturbing information on Aeon Corona 7, so each of them desired clarity at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll skip the pleasantries in order to tell you the facts. The longer we spend on discussions, the longer our potential rivals can implement their own plans. In the interest of time, please keep your questions short. With that out of the way, Major Verl made a gesture in the air that caused the central projection to flare to life. A live, scaled-down projection of Aeon Corona 7 spun in front of everyone attending the meeting. Aeon Corona 7. The preliminary information we have obtained largely checks out. This planet is a super-Earth that is several times the size and mass of old Earth. However, it is also significantly less dense, so its average gravity on the ground amounts to 6 times the gravity of old Earth. That caused many of the mech officers and support staff assigned on the ground to become a little discomfort. The difference between 5 and 6 Gs was fairly significant. Now let us discuss the first major observation we have made on our most sensitive sensors. The Major gestured to the massive globe. Aeon Corona 7 used to be a life-bearing exoplanet with its own fully developed biodiversity that has adapted to its heavy gravity. However, the arrival of the starlight megalodon changed all of that. The signs of light terraforming is very evident to us. Not only has the planet's atmosphere been adjusted to allow humans to breathe the air without filters or air cyclers, much of the lush flora consists of old Earth strains modified to withstand heavy gravity. The projection zoomed in on a particular location on the planet. Through the heavy distortion and interference, those present spotted a definite pattern to the astral winds. The astral winds are spreading from those coordinates. Is that the starlight megalodon? We have a 40% certainty that this is indeed the crash site of the starlight megalodon. Major Vo confirmed, causing a wave of awe and gasps to ripple throughout the Vandal officers. However, the high concentration of astral winds make it impossible for our sensors to reach the ground level and confirm our suspicions. For now, we will presume that the starlight megalodon can be found at these coordinates unless proven wrong. Sir, what about the survivors? Captain Orphan spoke up. Her projection dithered a tiny bit due to the astral wind flowing between their ships. We heard there are human settlements on the planet. Are the rumors true? The Major threw an annoyed glance at the brash mech captain. trust her to speak out of turn just to satisfy her curiosity. The rumors have some merit behind them for once. The Major coughed. The projection zoomed back out of the blinding volcano of yellow-orange particles and zoomed towards the other side of the planet. The astral winds and the interference wasn't nearly as bad here, enabling the Vandals to take snapshots of the surface. Interspersed between the lush green arboreal regions, deep blue oceans and arid desert terrain, a handful of points lit up. As the projection of the planet zoomed in, they identified a vague but distinctive shape of artificial construction. "That's a city!" It wasn't the only city. The projection panned from city to city, eventually putting the total count of identified settlements past 20. The projection then halted on the biggest city, which was coincidentally situated on the opposite side of the planet to the presumed crash site of the Starlight Megalodon. All of these cities are surrounded by an energy field that makes it hard to identify their properties. However, our specialists have derived a lot of conclusions from their studies. First, they are definitely of human construction. The technology and architecture that we have managed to glean from our observations has given us a high confidence that the inhabitants of the city are the descendants of the original crew of the Starlight Megalodon. Due to earlier revelations, this didn't prompt a lot of shock from the Vandals. One of them raised his hand though. "How are they able to live on Aeon Corona 7 without getting crushed by the gravity, sir? I would think that most babies will get crushed before they finish developing." "That is why we believe the energy field that surrounds the cities is somehow able to mitigate the heavy gravity. Within the range of this field, the gravity experienced by those inside is likely to be close to standard gravity," the Major exclaimed. That was a very significant technological achievement if that were true. "Second, might I remind you that time passes faster on the surface of the planet than in the outside galaxy," he continued. "The humans stranded on Aeon Corona 7 have lived through several thousand years of trying to eke out an existence on this unfriendly planet. That is more than enough time for them to undergo radical adjustments in their culture and society. For all we know, they have completely forgotten their roots and gone native." If that was true, then this represented a shocking outcome. After several thousands of years of isolation, would the survivors even be aware of the majesty of what their ancestors were once part of? Or had they devolved into a fractured, tribal society where the CFA had faded into myth and legend? Chapter 773 Contentious Briefing. How could human life develop on a super-Earth? The exobiologists present in the meeting provided two of the simplest answers. "The most prevalent case among humanity is through the use of technology," one of them explained. "Artificial gravity and anti-grav is well understood by our race. The Common Fleet Alliance utilized this branch of technology widely in their warships, from providing a constant source of artificial gravity to incorporating inertial dampeners to prevent every spacer from splattering against the bulkheads if the battleship accelerates or decelerates. While I am not an expert in this field, I understand that many engineers are highly proficient in this area." Chief Avanian nodded. "That is true. Mastering grav tech is one of the basic achievements along with understanding FTL drive tech that enabled our race to thrive among the stars. The basics of grav tech isn't very complicated, and any seasoned engineer can build an anti-grav module that's strong enough to resist a few Gs of force. I can imagine that the CFA's Galaxy-class engineers aboard one of their prestigious battleships can do more with grav tech than every engineer in the Mech Corps combined." This likely explained the invisible field that emanated around the cities vaguely visible from orbit. If the descendants of the survivors of the Starlight Megalodon inherited anything from the original crew, learning how to deal with the crushing gravity was probably on the top of their list. Another exobiologist took over. "The other, more permanent possibility is through genetic modification. Humans optimized to live on planets exhibiting different gravity conditions aren't anything new. While terraforming may allow us to transform a planet's air and ecosystem to be more compatible to our race, There are no easy solutions when it comes to compensating for the gravity. Spreading anti-grav modules is a costly and uneconomic solution. Rather than sustain an extensive network of anti-grav fields, why not modify a baseline human into a variant that is capable of surviving crushing gravity without any further maintenance? Would the Starlight Megalodon be capable of genetically modifying their existing crew into high-G humans? Someone asked. Absolutely. A CF-8 battleship is one of our most mightiest weapons. They are built like cities and offer almost every range of service. Gene labs will certainly be present. The question is whether they have survived intact upon the crash and whether the genetically modified humans are limited in some other ways. High-G variant humans gain an enormous amount of strength, but their appetite for calories has increased in the same proportion. If the survivors and descendants aren't able to obtain enough food, I doubt they can sustain more than a small community at a time. These days, a wealthy human could find a gray or black market gene lab and undergo cheap procedures to increase their attributes. They could choose to become stronger, faster, more intelligent, and more, all by undergoing simple gene treatments. Of course, these accessible, largely unregulated gene treatments often led to drastic changes in appearance in addition to other severe side effects. The price always surpassed the benefits. The gene patterns for high-G variant humans had been developed and popularized long ago, making them fairly well understood and accepted. While they did in fact produce physically strong variant humans, they always turned out to eat at least 5 to 10 times more than baseline humans. If every baseline human in the galaxy changed into variant species, humanity would starve. Which of the two cases apply? Major Vol asked. Certainly the first one, sir. The cities may not be numerous and are separated from each other by thousands of kilometers, but their size and apparent development show that they are permanent and well-established fixtures, each of them large enough to host a self-sustaining population that won't lose out to a large city in the Bright Republic. The other exobiologist added a caveat. That does not rule out the other case as well. While we have detected no smaller settlements that aren't covered by an anti-grav field, it may be possible that their settlements are camouflaged or hidden underground. There are limits to what we can observe in orbit, especially through the space-time distortion that only grows worse at lower altitudes. Aeon Corona 7 exists in a different phase of existence than our fleet in orbit, practically speaking, Chief Avanian explained. The turbulent astral winds are not quite constant, which means that not only is our means of observation above here limited to identifying large cities and major landmarks, we also can't provide much orbital support or provide reinforcements quickly. What does that mean for us on the ground? The projection of a Mech captain asked. The chief engineer loaded in a data chip which contained a presentation of a model of the hugely complex astral winds surrounding a wireframe model of Aeon Corona 7. The suspected crash site of the Starlight Megalodon played host to a huge volcano-like pattern. Most of the winds flew out into space, but a significant portion curled back and spread across the rest of the planet, suffusing its entire atmosphere with its distortive properties. The implications are numerous. First, it means that we won't be able to launch artificial meteorites with any degree of accuracy. It's like playing golf during a hurricane. The golf ball you're launching can end up anywhere, and it's virtually impossible to calculate an accurate trajectory. By the time you've finished your calculations, the winds have already changed, rendering those calculations useless. The chief engineer gazed at the unsettled expressions of the Mech pilots expected to be deployed on the ground. Second, it is extremely difficult to land our shuttles and transports on the ground, and even harder to get them to lift off. We have prepared modified shuttles and transports that can tentatively load troops, mechs, machinery and supplies from orbit to land, but it will be slow-going because we only have a few of them. In addition, it isn't safe to land our transports close to the epicenter of the anomaly. We have to land on the far side of the planet, close to some of the regions settled by the descendants of the original crew. That caused an explosion of conversation to occur. The planet was massive. Trying to traverse thousands of kilometers on a planet with 6 times the gravity of old Earth would strain their logistics. That might take months, another Mech officer exclaimed. The war will long be over by the time we complete the trek. Do not forget the time distortion that is taking place on the surface of the planet, a science officer remarked. With time running faster by at least 10 times the galactic standard, your experience of the passage of time won't change, but to those outside of this star system we are running at superspeed. This caused a lot of the Mech officers to feel discomfited. Just getting their minds wrapped around the effects of the anomaly already made their heads hurt. They weren't cut out for the science stuff. Major Verl decided to refocus the briefing. Make no mistake, Vandals. We are in it for the long haul. This will be a lengthy campaign of which most of your time will be spent on long days of travel. Those on the ground will largely have to fend for ourselves, while those of us who remain in orbit will attempt to provide you with as much support as possible. You've already heard how difficult it is to drop additional supplies on you, especially once you are getting close to the Starlight Megalodon. Chief Avenian proceeded to summarize the many limitations they faced in transporting goods and mechs from orbit to land and vice versa. Combat carriers obviously couldn't land on a super-Earth. They would fall with so much force that most of them may not be able to arrest their fall in time. Launching themselves back to orbit even with completely empty hangar bays and cargo holds required several times more power, which they plainly didn't have. As for the shuttles and transports, the limited number that had been modified could not handle the increasingly turbulent astral winds blowing near the epicenter of the anomaly. They could only land at the far side of the planet. As for takeoff, most of the transports could only do so with a half or a third of their usual capacity. Trying to launch into orbit from a planet with 6 times the gravity required at least 6 times the force, and loading their cargo holds to the brim simply weighed them down too much. This means that evacuating our assets on the ground will be excruciatingly slow, Chief Avenian concluded. If we ever need to extract our forces on the ground with haste, we will need to be prepared to discard all of our mechs and supplies and load up our transports with as many of our men and women as possible. It would mean abandoning pricey landbound mechs collectively worth billions of credits along with other valuables. Still, as much as the Vandals valued their assets, they valued their lives more. As long as they completed the mission, abandoning all of their landbound assets in a hurry could easily be justified. You know your limitations now. Major Verl took over again. No matter how many complications we have met, the mission remains the same. Head to the Starlight Megalodon as fast as possible and loot the things we want before getting out as fast as possible. Since it is unsafe to land and lift off our transports in the same hemisphere as the anomaly, you will just have to march in and out on land. The only question is whether it is even possible and safe for you to approach the Starlight Megalodon on land. The astral winds and the distortion they cause grow incredibly strong in the vicinity of the source of the anomaly, the science officer cautioned. To be frank, it is likely that a mech or person will be shredded or folded across space and time if they come within visual range of the battleship. We are working on a potential solution as fast as possible, but to be frank, our research capabilities are limited. So what? Captain Orphan asked. If we want to loot the battleship, we have to sacrifice our lives and mechs? Nothing so drastic, Major Verl quickly replied. We are newcomers here. We have barely been in orbit for a day, and we know nothing about how to cope with the distortion. The descendants, on the other hand, have lived through several thousands of years. Even if they appear as if they have regressed in many ways, they have lived so long under these conditions that they may have developed some ingenious tricks to mitigate the negative effects of the astral winds. What? We have to make nice with the savages, sir? Their commanding officer nodded. If possible. The natives are the successors of the Common Fleet Alliance. Please do not regard them as savages. Treat them with the utmost respect, because sooner or later the CFA will catch wind of this and come to rescue these trapped descendants. If they hear that we treated them like dirt or killed them unjustly, the entire Bright Republic will suffer. That caused every Vandal, including Captain Orphan, to lose their contempt for the inhabitants of Aeon Corona 7. No matter how far they strayed from the CFA, they still carried the blood of genuine spacers. "Who's in charge on the ground?" Captain Orphan asked. Her eager eyes betrayed her expectation. As one of their best landbound mech pilots, she earned the respect of every Vandal. To the relief of VS and some of the other mech officers, Major Verl instead turned towards another mech captain who had always been rather quiet and unremarkable. "Captain Casey Bird will be the ranking officer of our groundside forces. Captain Bird is a steady leader who has taken classes in diplomacy and managing relations in the past. Her abilities will be essential in maintaining friendly ties to both the Sword Maidens and Descendants." The projection of Captain Orphan immediately stood up. "Sir, that's the wrong choice. Captain Bird is a slowpoke, a cautious turtle. If she's in charge, we'll practically be crawling towards the Starlight Megalodon. Aren't we competing against pirates and the Visions to reach the battleship first? Speed is of the essence here." Major Vrol looked undeterred. "My choice is final, Captain. Not only are Captain Bird's talents more suited to these circumstances, she also enjoys seniority over you. Make no mistake. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon." Captain Bird smiled provocatively at Captain Orphan, causing the brash mech officer to hold out her anger. Steam practically flew from her ears. Evidently, the two mech captains weren't the best of friends. Chapter 774 Supply Constraints. Once the long and complicated briefing came to an end, the projections of the other Vandal officers winked out. Major Verl immediately left the conference room while the others also returned to their stations. They had a lot of work ahead of themselves. As soon as the planners selected a landing site, they would need to spend several days just to transport all of their landbound assets to the ground. This slow and delicate operation required a lot of planning in order to proceed smoothly. VS slowed down a bit to catch up to the suited form of Chief Hain. "Chief, can I ask you something?" "Sure, VS. What can you tell me about Captain Bird? I don't think I've met her on Dietman 4 or any of the other groundside operations, though I've seen her during the briefings." Most of the battles and incidents the flagrant Vandals went through lately all happened in space. This left landbound mech pilots like Captain Orphan impotent and relegated to a spectator role. The chief smirked at VS. "Captain Bird is an old salt among us Vandals. She may not be in her prime anymore, but she's still a good Independence Night mech pilot. She's one of our steadier and older mech captains. If Colonel Lowenfield or Major Verl want to accomplish something hard and fast, they go for Captain Orphan. If they want to accomplish something carefully and with absolute certainty, they go for Captain Bird. The reason why you never heard of her is because she's usually assigned to hold the rear guard or perform some of the more boring assignments." VS understood the difference between the two captains now. "I would have thought that Major Verl or the mission planners have already decided the ranking officer beforehand. Or just go with seniority in the first place." "We don't do that with the Vandals." The chief shook her head. "The mech officers we promote come from a mixed bunch. If we let the ones who promoted the earliest to take charge all the time, our mech regiment might not exist today. The brass always picks the officer who is most suited to the mission to take the lead. Before we arrived at Aeon Corona 7, we didn't know if we could get to the Starlight Megalodon instantly or not. If the distortion wasn't so bad, I bet that Major Verl would have picked Captain Orphan or one of the other aggressive officers to be in charge." That made sense. Still, VS recognized the contention in some of the Vandals when Major Verl announced the leader for the forces on the ground. Not everyone liked Captain Bird for some reason. It would have been nice if Major Vril could come with us and take charge down on the surface. He sighed. Too bad he's needed with the fleet. Without a good commander to keep our ships intact, there's no way we can exit this star system. In addition, our space-borne forces will have to establish mines on one of the moons in order to supplement our supplies. All of that needs protecting. A defeat in space could instantly negate any successes on the ground. VS learned that lesson during the Graining mission. As long as Major Vril remained in charge of their space-borne assets, the Vandals on the ground didn't have to worry too much about their escape route being cut off all of a sudden. Keeping the flagrant Sword Maiden fleet intact was a big job. Not only did they have to secure their starships and mine the moons for resources, they also had to fend off potential attacks from the pirates, Visions, Sandmen, any whatever else the star system threw at them during these months. Furthermore, they also needed to safeguard the key that allowed them to configure their FTL drives to avoid the gravitic storms on their way out. If they ever lost the key, they'd be trapped inside the Aeon Corona system. Therefore, both in space and on the ground, the flagrant Vandals and Lydia's Sword Maidens needed to put their best leaders in charge. While Major Vril would remain in space to lead the fleet, Commander Lydia would be joining the bulk of her Sword Maidens on the ground. Her rich frontier experience and proven leadership ability ensured that she would have most to say on the ground. Due to the considerable amount of challenges their land-bound mechs likely faced on the Super-Earth, both VS and Myra were obliged to accompany the mech sent down from orbit. Though VS did not like to admit it, the older Myra would likely do a better job than him in keeping the mechs up and running under challenging circumstances. Deferring to her suggestions on major decisions may not be a bad idea. After all, this was exactly why the Sword Maidens became involved in the first place. As they reached the juncture in the passageways where they split up, VS asked one more question. "Do you have any advice for me when I'm deployed to the ground?" "Yeah, plenty. This will be a lengthy campaign, so differences between the Vandals will flare up. The rivalry between our mech captains can be really fierce. Don't get caught up in their turf wars and pissing matches. Some of the more savvier mech officers will try to get in your good books. As head designer, you're above these stupid fights. Captain Bird is in charge on the ground. If you have to listen to anyone, defer to her. Other than that, keep your head down and focus on doing your job." "Thanks for the advice," VS said appreciatively. If Chief Hayne hadn't reminded him of this, he might have fallen into someone's camp without knowing it. "Hope to see you again in a few months. Until then, take care." When VS returned to his office, he called his student forward. "Keddies, I'm not sure where you should go, to be honest. Myra and I will be deployed to the surface, but you haven't received any assignments. You won't be able to stay on the Shield of Hispania unaccompanied, so you need to make a decision. Do you want to return to the Jaded Sword and remain in space, or do you want to follow us on the ground?" "Of course I want to follow you down there," she enthusiastically replied. "I heard there's lots of dangerous creatures down there, and I also get to meet the folks who managed to survive for thousands of years. Why shouldn't I go with you all?" "It'll be dangerous. Besides the risks of approaching the space-time distortion, the planet itself may throw lots of hazards at us. The fact that the descendants have only managed to settle a handful of large cities after millennia of development already shows how hard it is to survive on the Super-Earth." Keddies grinned even wider. The threats that VS listed out only stoked her eagerness to join the ground forces. "That sounds like music to my ears. Do you think a Sword Maiden like me wants to turn away from such an adventure? Count me in. Besides, Myra is going down there as well." "All right, I'll add you to the list. Just don't regret your choice." The flagrant Vandals and the Sword Maidens engaged in a flurry of work to prepare their landing operation. Sending transports loaded with mechs and heavy equipment onto a super-Earth racked with astral winds forced them to adjust their original deployment plan. For one, they needed to make a lot more trips and carry less with each trip. It may take days before the Allied force finished conveying all of their land-bound assets on the ground. He spent the next hours adjusting the schedule so that all of the most battle-ready mechs went down first. Wherever the flagrant sword maidens decided to land, they might end up in the midst of hostile territory. From some of the rumors that started circulating, the exobiologists threw out the possibility that some monstrously strong and powerful creatures had emerged. There was a chance that continued proximity and exposure to the higher dimensional particles that made up of the astral wind had affected both the wildlife and the stranded humans in unpredictable ways. No one could tell whether the astral winds prompted an adaptation or a mutation to the organisms. Aside from that, the super-Earth also contained exotics concentrated in various deposits scattered here and there. Just like graining 4, the presence of deposits may have guided the evolution of the indigenous life forms in an unpredictable and dangerous direction. That was how life on exotic planets usually turned out. After more than half a day of extra preparation and delay, the flagrant sword maidens finally moved on to the next phase. The fleet went to lower orbit, and specialized transports and shuttles modified with stronger propulsion and anti-grav fields started to load up the initial mechs. The first ones to go received the job of securing their landing site. After a lot of discussion, the Vandals and the Sword Maidens decided to land in a barren, hilly terrain. Vandal geological scanners already detected a significant deposit of junk exotics in the hills which they could mine and use to produce more supplies or barter for goods and services with the descendants. One thing was for sure. The supplies the flagrant sword maidens prepared for this mission likely wouldn't last them for the entire duration. As the earlier briefing already made it clear that the forces on the ground couldn't expect much replenishment from orbit, the ground forces needed to be self-sufficient. "That's going to be too difficult," VS observed as he studied the final plans. "We're sending down way too much heavy equipment. Just dragging all of that stuff with us as we march towards the Starlight Megalodon will be a huge burden." On a planet with a gravity that multiplied everything's weight by 6, the consequences to everyone deployed to the ground was drastic. A serviceman wearing a hazard suit weighed something like 100 kilograms in standard gravity. Once that person landed on the surface of Aeon Corona 7, they suddenly weighed more than half a metric ton. Without any servos or mechanical assistance, an average human wouldn't be able to move under those circumstances. This only applied to their personnel, but it was far worse for their mechs and transport vehicles. Mechs would move as if they carried 5 extra copies of its model on its shoulders, while the Vandals were forced to deploy legged versions of transports in order to carry around their supplies. The large number of anti-grav modules incorporated in all of the mechs, vehicles, and other equipment helped mitigate the crushing gravity. However, working non-stop to counteract at least 5 Gs at all times drained a lot of energy. The number one priority of the Vandals and the Sword Maidens on the ground was to protect their portable power reactors and to figure out a way to increase their power generation. Without enough energy to feed their anti-grav modules, their mechs would slow to a crawl and their personnel would be forced to lie flat on the ground in order to avoid blacking out. Solving such problems became the responsibility of the logistics officers and the various technical staff accompanying the mech pilots deployed to the surface. In fact, VS predicted that people like him would play a leading role. The challenges the flagrant sword maidens faced on the ground were predominantly technical in nature. "The first transports have reached the surface. Our vanguard has secured the landing zone. Prepare the second wave for departure." VS currently wore his Earth ant and all of the gear he could carry on his armor. Ketty sat next to him brimming with excitement. They both sat among the Vandals assigned to join their comrades on the surface in the third wave. An entire hour passed before the second wave finished making landfall. "Send in the third wave. Go!" The shuttle flew out of the shuttle bay of the Shield of Hispania and oriented towards the storm-racked globe that dominated their view. With a careful spurt, the shuttle began to descend at an angle. Already, the errant distortions caused the shuttle to rattle. "Woohoo! Here we go!" someone shouted. "Get ready, boys and girls, because this is going to be a wild ride." Chapter 775 Heavy Landfall. The projection that showed the front view of the shuttle conveyed a marvelous image of Aeon Corona 7. The strong astral winds caused the massive planet to resemble a sun in its own right. Beneath the turbulent streams of higher dimensional particles, a beautiful and largely untamed planet beckoned them all to step foot on its surface. As the shuttle descended gradually into the planet's formidable gravity well, it started to fight against the forces that wanted to plummet it straight towards the ground. The shuttle began to make contact with the super-Earth's atmosphere. As the vehicle continued its descent, it began to compress the air in its path. This caused the immediate surroundings to heat up until flames finally emerged around the shuttle. The shuttle's descent caused so much compression of air over such rapid speeds that plasma started to burn around its hull as it continued its way downwards. While the vehicle was well protected against the heat, none of the shuttle's occupants felt comfortable about it. The increasingly stronger rattling as well as the strengthening space-time distortion caused a lot of weaker vandals to feel nauseous. While someone as fit and strong as Keddy's held up fine, some of the logistics officers such as Lieutenant Commander Soapstone started to barf inside their hazard suits or suits of combat armor. Fortunately, every modern suit these days came with a ready response to a vomiting wearer. A thin sack emerged out of a slot from the inside of her collar and neatly captured the vomit spewing out of Soapstone's mouth. Once she emptied her stomach, the sack of vomit automatically detached from her suit, only to be picked up by a shakily hovering cleaning bot hidden inside the shuttle. Over a third of the vandals aboard the shuttle ended up emptying the contents of their stomachs. VS felt uneasy as well, but his strengthened body firmly managed to keep the lid on his stomach. Keddy's glanced at VS with some respect for not being a part of the losers who couldn't handle a slightly rough atmospheric entry. "Did you land on a wild planet before?" she yelled. The rush of the descent along with the overstrained propulsion fighting against the planet's gravity threw up a lot of noise, making it hard to hear what she said. "You look like this isn't your first time." "I've been on some adventures," he yelled back, "though I've never set foot on a super-Earth before." "Me neither," she grinned at him. "It's usually more trouble than it's worth to land on a heavy-gravity planet, but I'm glad we have the chance this time. Who knows we'll experience down there? I can't wait." Though VS did not share her enthusiasm, a small part of his body thrummed in anticipation. To say he dreaded this deployment was an understatement. He was frightened out of his mind. Yet the more he feared his next destination, the more he anticipated it as well. A large, rich, and livable planet like Aeon Corona 7 potentially hid a lot of rare and unique treasures. From the remnants of advanced technology they could barter from their regressed descendants, to the deposits of rare exotics that the exogeologists believe was present, VS and the Vandals potentially stood to gain an unimaginable amount of riches. Of course, the Vandals didn't go through the trouble of entering the deep frontier for such meager gains. Recovering the treasures of the Starlight Megalodon remained their overarching priority. Nothing else mattered if they failed to reach the Starlight Megalodon and made it off with the bounty locked inside her bosom. The rattling eventually subsided after a lengthy fall. The shuttle stabilized a bit, though the noises emanated by its anti-grav modules and its sublight propulsion grew even stronger. The closer the shuttle approached the surface, the harder it had to fight against its heavy gravity. In addition, its propulsion also fought hard to arrest the shuttle's downward momentum. It wouldn't do to reach the surface quickly only to end up in a crash. The rumbling actually started to grow stronger as the shuttle fought as hard as possible to shed its terminal velocity. Once the shuttle reached the final kilometer of altitude, the vehicle still descended like a rock, but at least this time it wouldn't splatter its parts all over the landing zone. With deft control, the shuttle pilot guided the hot but intact shuttle to the designated landing pad nestled in between some barren hills. The Vandals chose to make landfall in this region because of the apparent scarcity of flora and fauna. If any exobeasts decided to attack the strangers from the stars, at least the Vandals and the Sword Maidens would see the attackers coming from their defensible position. After the long and arduous descent, the crispy shuttle finally touched down on the makeshift landing pad made out of prefab material. Once the exterior of the shuttle cooled down a bit, the hatch opened up, allowing the discomfited and nauseous Vandals to exit first. Not that the fresh air was any better. Though technically the terraforming of the first human visitors made it safe to breathe by baseline humans, the unfamiliar mix of gases as well as the tangy smell caused Lieutenant Commander Soapstone to dry heave. VS and Keddies exited the shuttle a minute later. VS breathed deep and frowned a bit. Though his modified lungs could breathe through certain types of toxic air, that didn't mean he liked the smell and taste of alien air. The atmosphere of Aeon Corona 7 had already been extensively tested by the scientists sent as part of the first and second waves. They detected neither toxins or germs dangerous to baseline humans in the air, so the prevailing policy was to conserve their oxygen reserves as much as possible unless new proof emerged that said otherwise. The temperature was also remarkably temperate, though the Vandals deliberately chose to land at one of the most comfortable areas in the Northern Hemisphere terms of climate. What is this tangy smell in the air? VS puzzled over it. It smells familiar, but not quite. Smells like metal, Keddies remarked. Didn't you say this landing zone is next to a large deposit of ores and junk exotics? Ah. The current plan called for establishing a foothold and to construct a temporary base at their landing site. Hopefully, the deposits provided them with enough resources to mass-produce extra-legged transports to expand the size of their supply train and pump out scores of cheap turrets to guard their base against raiding pirates or Visions. Though the flagrant Sword Maidens hadn't detected the presence of their rivals, they knew for certain that they would be around somewhere. The planet and its orbit was too big right now for them to bump into each other right now, but that would certainly change once they got closer to the Starlight Megalodon. As for the Sandmen, there was a large probability that they might be present on this planet as well, though for some reason the Vandals hadn't spotted any Sandman colonies from orbit. Aeon Corona 7 wasn't actually an ideal planet to the silicate life forms. While the huge planet's abundant resource deposits might have interested the Sandmen, the heavy gravity was simply hell to the race. They wouldn't be able to move so fast and fluid without expending at least 6 times more energy. For a race that largely resembled bots, the logical choice would be to avoid settling on heavy gravity planets. The energy expenditure in settling them and maintaining a colony on them simply wasn't worth it unless the value of its bounty surpassed the extra effort. While the exobiologists and the other analysts in the employ of the Vandals didn't claim to be able to read the Sandmen's minds, they didn't rule out their presence on the surface of the planet. A battleship, or the origin of the ongoing anomaly should be more than enough to attract their interest. Once the Vandals who came off the shuttle acclimatized a bit, a guide garbed in a hazard suit approached the newcomers. All right, folks, welcome to Aeon Corona 7. Or as we like to call it, 7. By now, we've transmitted your next orders along with a map of our expanding base into your comms. Don't be surprised if the map changes every hour. This place will look twice as big 24 hours later. By the way, 1 day on 7 lasts for 43 hours, so don't judge the time by the 3 glowing dots in the sky. One of the Vandals raised their hand. Did you catch any critters yet that we can eat? All of the Vandals laughed at that. Their guide grinned as well. If we do, then we'll be sure to cook it up and have you take the first bite. Don't blame us if you drop dead the next second. The joke livened up the mood and made them forget about the discomforts of their new environment. Their guide pointed an armored thumb behind his shoulder. One more warning. Do you see all of the paved and plated ground we've laid out? All of those areas are safe to traverse. Active anti-grav modules make sure that all of the paved areas fall within their anti-grav field, which means that if your mass is 70 kilograms, your weight is 70 kilograms as well, give or take a few Ks. If you stray too far outside the paved ground, though, don't be surprised if you suddenly weigh as much as your fat mother. That caused another burst of laughter to escape from everyone's mouths. Still, every vandal present took the warning to heart. Nobody wanted to become imprisoned in their own bodies when they landed outside one of the active anti-grav fields. What are you standing around here for? Get a move on! VS consulted the map and found that the base had actually been split up into two. One half hosted the Vandals while the other half hosted the Sword Maidens. Though he wanted to pay a visit to see how the Sword Maidens set themselves up, he knew that his current duties compelled him to remain with the Vandals first. He turned to Kedis and gestured in the vague direction of the Sword Maidens' side of the base. Right now, I have to take care of a lot of paperwork and other boring stuff. If you want, feel free to return to the Sword Maidens. I'm sure Myra will be glad to see you again. You can even show off your new accomplishments. Good idea! She nodded her head like a chipmunk. I've already told her about finding my design philosophy, but I haven't showed it off to her yet. I bet she'll be really proud of me when I tell her how amazing I am right now. Kedis quickly scampered off to the Sword Maiden side of the base, though at least she made sure to stay firmly on the paved paths. VS shook his head and followed the directions to the only mech workshop set up so far, though it wouldn't be the only one up for long. We've finally reached this planet, huh? VS idly remarked. He almost couldn't believe their long journey had reached this point. He somewhat missed the idle days of travel in space interspersed with occasional battle, but he figured their situation on the ground wouldn't be much different. As VS glanced at the construction machines setting up prefab structures to the sides, he wondered how the descendants managed to survive on this planet for so long. Obviously, they managed to employ a form of anti-grav technology that shielded their cities from the crushing gravity. Yet did they master this tech from the start, or was it starting to become a lost art? This was one of the possible reasons the analysts put forward as an explanation as to why the descendants hadn't expanded their presence on the planet after thousands of years. If they truly mastered the planet, their population should have ballooned into the billions by now. However, current estimates on their population put them at no more than a few million humans. What limited their growth?